Can everybody hear me? Yep, that's definitely loud. If everybody could grab your seats, we're going to get started here. Yeah, just let it go. Is it live? Are we on? Okay, everybody, we're going to get started now. If everybody could grab a seat. All right, well, thank you. My name is Joshua McCaig, and on behalf of the board of the Catholic Healthcare Leadership Alliance, I want to welcome you to the 2024 Symposium for the Advancement of Catholic Healthcare. Just as a little bit of background, I'm a director on the CHCLA, the founding president of the Catholic Bar Association, and I'm a shareholder with the Polzinelli Law Firm in its Kansas City office. And it is my distinct honor to serve as the chair of this symposium until somebody comes along and takes over this for me. So looking for volunteers, all right? So the symposium this year is building a culture of support for Catholic healthcare. And I'm really excited about this great group of speakers and panelists that we have here today. But first of all, there's a couple of thank yous that I'd like to make. First of all, to the Sisters of St. Joseph of Perpetual Adoration, many of whom are Sisters of St. Joseph. We'll get there. Many who are here today, so thank you so much for your hospitality, for hosting our board, for everything that you've done for us over the past couple of days. Second, for Franciscan Alliance Health System, Sister Jane Marie Klein, Jim Callahan, Kevin Leahy, for all of your support throughout the years of the Catholic Healthcare Leadership Alliance. We couldn't have done this or gotten as far as we have without you. For the University of Notre Dame School of Law, Dean Cole, Lisa Driver, Tanya Robeson, for all your support in helping us get this magnificent space that we're in today. It's really a pleasure. To all of our speakers and panelists who've devoted your time to come and present and share your expertise, your vision with all of us. Thank you so much. And finally, to the CHCLA board and staff for helping to bring all of this together. So back to our theme of building this culture of Catholic healthcare. The mission of the Catholic Healthcare Leadership Alliance is to support the rights of patients and professionals to receive and provide healthcare in accordance with the moral, ethical, and social teachings of Jesus Christ and His Church through evangelization, education, advocacy, and mutual support. So the CHCLA brings together leaders, organizations together, and arising out of that, we start initiatives, and we've had these initiatives are based upon our four key principles of evangelization, education, advocacy, and mutual support. So the symposium actually was our first initiative that we launched, which focuses on advocacy, taking time to look at the past, the present, and discuss the future of Catholic healthcare going forward. And that's what we do on an annual basis, and is part of what we're doing today. Last year, we launched the CHCLA Institute for Public Policy and Advocacy under the direction of our board member, Lewis Brown. And that fell under our advocacy principle. And yesterday, I'm happy to say that we launched our third initiative, which was the Center for the Support of the Catholic Healing Ministry. So really excited about what's going on with these initiatives, but today this symposium is going to build upon this theme of mutual support. So we've launched the Center of Support. Today we're going to kind of go into what does that mean? You know, how do we as Catholics better support one another in Christ's healing ministry? How do we build up this culture of support? And I wanted to just give a brief reflection and talk about Acts 4:32. Acts says, "Now the company of those who believed were of one heart and soul, and no one said that any of the things which he possessed was his own, but they had everything in common. And with great power the apostles gave their testimony to the resurrection of the Lord Jesus, and great grace was upon them all. There was not a needy person among them, for as many as were possessors of lands or houses sold them, and brought the proceeds of what was sold and laid it at the apostles' feet. And the distribution was made to each as any had need." You know, I think this provides an example of the degree to which we're actually called. Not everybody's called that far, but the degree to which we're called to actually support one another in the missions that we're about. It really provides us an opportunity to reflect on what does it mean to be a Christian disciple? What does it mean to follow Christ? What sacrifices do we need to make in order to advance the mission? You know, we're not called to do this alone. You know, we're called to do it within the context of community, within the context of relationships. And that's where this idea of building these collaborations, these relationships, how do we support one another? How do we come together to build the kingdom of God and advance the mission that so many of us are doing in different ways on our own, but we can be much stronger if we come together. So today is, in part, is laying this foundation, is starting this conversation of what we as experts in various areas of mission work within the church, how we come together and start these conversations and see where the Lord is calling us. So that's what we're going to get into today. And I would like to introduce, first of all, a couple of individuals who are going to be coming up and helping out to introduce speakers. The first is Dr. Stephen White. Dr. White's a pulmonologist for quite a long time now. He's the current president of the CHCLA. He's past president of the Catholic Medical Association, and he serves on the subcommittee of healthcare issues at the U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops. Lewis Brown, who's right here, is another board member of the CHCLA, and he's the director of the CHCLA Public Policy and Advocacy Institute. Lewis is the executive director of Christ Medicus Foundation. He served in the U.S. Department of Health and Services in Washington, D.C. in the Trump administration in the Office of Civil Rights. He's an advisory board member of the Religious Liberty Institute here at Notre Dame Law School and is associate director of the Center of Law and Human Person at Columbus School of Law at CUA, as well as being a law professor. And last but not least, certainly, I'm going to introduce Bishop James Conley, who's the chair of the CHCLA Episcopal Advisory Committee, which comprises 20 bishops, archbishops, and a cardinal. Bishop Conley is a longtime chaplain at the Catholic Medical Association and is bishop of the Diocese of Lincoln, Nebraska. And I'd like to ask Bishop Conley to come up and give a remark and a prayer, opening prayer for us.
Thank you, Josh. And on behalf of the bishops who serve on the Episcopal Advisory Board, I want to welcome everyone to the symposium. I thought I would just tell a little story about when we were putting together the Catholic Healthcare Leadership Alliance about 3 years ago. We launched it at the March for Life in January of 2022, so really less than 36 months ago. And we thought, well, we need to get some bishops on an advisory board, and so let's look through and see who might have a heart for this kind of mission in healthcare. And so we came up with thinking if we could just get maybe 4 or 5 bishops on this bishops advisory committee, that'd be great. But you know, bishops are busy, and so we got to get a big list. So we came up with 22 names. So I write a nice letter to all of my brother bishops and inviting them to come and serve, thinking that maybe we're going to get maybe 3 or 4. 20 wrote back and said, we want to be on this board. And the only 2 that declined, one was my former bishop, Bishop Tom Olmsted, the Bishop of Phoenix. He said, I'm retiring next year. I said, I don't think I can be much service to you. And then Bishop Andrew Cousins said, I'd love to do it, but I'm heading up the Eucharistic revival, and I don't think I have time to serve on this. So the other 20 said yes, and they've been very supportive and active, and just kind of, I like to tell that story to remind us of how the bishops really think this is important in the future of healthcare, and how they really have a heart for it. Because you know, bishops get asked to serve on all kinds of things, and they have to say no. In fact, my secretary says, just stand in front of the mirror and just say no, no, no. No more boards, no more committees, just stay here, you know. And so we have to say no, but it just shows you that the bishops think this is important. So let us pray. Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, amen. Father in heaven, we come together this morning for this symposium as we are called to be disciples of your Son, Jesus, the divine physician. Help us to follow him and to answer that call that you've given to us to extend that healing in all the different areas in which we work to a very wounded culture, a culture that is looking for healing and looking for hope and looking for joy. Help us to be joyful and hopeful as we extend that healing love of Jesus to all those who you bring to us. And as an alliance, help us to be sort of a connector of persons, that we might bring others into this great mission of extending the love and mercy and healing that you give to us. And we remember in a special way all the souls of the faith departed on this All Souls Day, especially the religious women who built healthcare in this country and who were pioneers in forging and building hospitals in this country. And we ask you to send the Holy Spirit with us today and all our speakers as we gather in your name. And we ask this in Jesus Christ's name. Amen. Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Amen. Thank you.
Can you all hear me? Great. Great to be with you all. It's an exciting day, and what a beautiful atmosphere to do this in. And the Lord provided us much sunshine. There will not be a football game today. So my name, again, is Louis Brown. Blessed to be Executive Director of the Christ Medicus Foundation and also a board member of the Catholic Healthcare Leadership Alliance. It is my pleasure to introduce to you all, our dear friend, my dear friend, Notre Dame Law School Dean Marcus Cole. Dean Cole is the Joseph Mattson Dean and Professor of Law at Notre Dame Law School. He was appointed by then University President John Jenkins and began his term on July 1st, 2019. He's the 11th Dean in the history of Notre Dame Law School. Dean Cole is a leading scholar of the empirical law and economics of commerce and finance. He was a faculty member at Stanford Law School from 1997 until he came to Notre Dame in 2019. At Stanford, he held 2 endowed chairs and taught courses in the area of bankruptcy, banking, contracts, and venture capital. In addition, he served for 5 years as Associate Dean for Curriculum and Academic Affairs, and before joining the faculty, he was an associate with the Chicago law firm of Mayer Brown. He clerked for Judge Morris Shepard Arnold of the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Eighth Circuit. He has extensive legal and scholarly background that includes serving as a national fellow at the Hoover Institution, a fellow at the University of Amsterdam Center for Law and Economics, and as a visiting professor at several institutions. There's so many, I just picked a couple: the University of Amsterdam, the University of Vienna, Northwestern, and Korea University. He earned his bachelor's in applied economics at Cornell University and his Juris Doctorate at Northwestern University. He is a remarkable leader in the law, a Catholic leader, really dedicated in particular to human rights, life, human dignity, and religious liberty in particular in the law. I believe he has led Notre Dame Law School to truly be, at this moment in history, the best law school in the United States and a remarkable disciple of Jesus Christ. We are so grateful for your generosity in allowing us to host this symposium with you. Please welcome Dean Cole. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Louis, and thank you all for allowing me to be here with you today. This is a very special opportunity. As Louis said, I'm Marcus Cole. I'm the Dean of Notre Dame Law School. I want to welcome you here to the University of Notre Dame. It's special for many, many reasons that you're here today. And this is one of the rare Saturdays in the fall where we can have this space, because usually it's preoccupied with other things. I'm grateful that the Catholic Healthcare Alliance has chosen to hold the Catholic Health Symposium here at Notre Dame. I think that this is a special place, a special campus, and I'm inspired every morning when I walk on this campus to do God's work if He wills it. This symposium is particularly meaningful to me personally, because it is almost exactly 5 years ago that I had two very special visitors in my office here just across the way at Notre Dame Law School. Two special visitors came to visit me in the fall of 2019. The first was Father Frank Malone, who is today the Bishop of Shreveport, Louisiana. But at the time, I knew him 30 years ago. He was my parish priest when I was clerking for Judge Morris Shepherd Arnold on the 8th Circuit down in Little Rock, Arkansas. I hadn't seen him in 30 years. And he had heard that I'd become the dean here at Notre Dame Law School, and so he wanted to pay me a visit. It was a great reunion seeing him again after 30 years. But then he also wanted to introduce me to a friend of his who was going to the football game that afternoon or the next day with him. That was a special meeting because that friend, through the course of conversation, revealed to me that he ran a Catholic healthcare network in Colorado and was confronting several problems that he had never anticipated. And he was wondering if I could get him legal help. He said that his network was being sued by several doctors in Colorado because they had entered into contracts with his healthcare network, and there were clauses in those contracts that prohibited those doctors from using the hospital facilities for purposes that were contrary to the terms of the contract, and in particular with regard to assisted suicide. The doctors realized that when they signed those contracts, assisted suicide was against the law in Colorado. But in 2016, Colorado passed a law called the Colorado End-of-Life Options Act that made it legal for doctors to provide medical aid to those seeking to end their own lives. Now, the doctors were suing to get out of the contracts that they had entered into with the Catholic hospital network so that they could perform assisted suicides. And it seems that the doctors were willing to agree to not do something that was illegal at the time that they had agreed, but once it became legal, they wanted to be able to participate in the new scheme. And they wanted the Catholic Healthcare Network to provide the facilities to allow them, over the objections of the Catholic hospitals themselves, to participate in assisted suicide. Now, this meeting in my office was instrumental in me establishing the Notre Dame Religious Liberty Initiative here at Notre Dame. I had every intention of getting Notre Dame involved in the question of religious freedom and fighting for religious freedom, a debate that was raging and still raging around this country and around the world. And I felt that Notre Dame, as the leading Catholic institution in this country, ought to be not just in the discussion, but leading the discussion. But that conversation proved fruitful because I was able to relate that real-life story to others who then joined forces with me to help establish the Religious Liberty Initiative. The truth is that Catholic healthcare providers are the largest providers of healthcare in the United States and indeed in the world. If we had a color-coded map up here of Catholic healthcare facilities, including hospitals, elder care facilities, hospice care homes, and other health clinics, it would look like the nation's largest mobile cell phone network. I mean, indeed, there are communities around the United States that would have no health care at all if it weren't for Catholic health care. In fact, Catholic health care is more readily available in some of our poorest communities than many other basic services. And yet, there are political movements across this country that are threatening Catholic health care and the people who depend upon these services like never before. In some states, hospitals refusing to perform gender reassignment surgeries or other operations and procedures referred to as gender-affirming care, including for minors, are threatened with the loss of their licenses to operate at all. In other states, hospitals are under threat of being forced to perform abortion services in order to maintain their licenses to operate. And in many cases, it's not as though these procedures are not available elsewhere, right? Things like abortion and assisted suicide are freely available, sadly, throughout the United States in public hospitals. Nevertheless, lawmakers around this country are insisting that Catholic hospitals and Catholic healthcare providers make a Faustian bargain. If you want to continue to operate, if you want to continue to serve, if you want to continue being Catholic, you must make these immoral choices. The truth is that these political actors are less interested in providing these procedures than they are in forcing Catholics to perform these procedures. And yet, Catholic healthcare providers are often the only healthcare option for the poor in neglected communities around the country. If Catholic healthcare providers were to cease operations, millions upon millions of people in our poorest communities would be left with no health care at all. And so there is the temptation to accede to these immoral pressures. In chapter 3 of the book of Daniel, King Nebuchadnezzar brings the three Hebrew men, Meshach, Shadrach, and Abednego, before him because they refused to worship the golden image that he had created. In Daniel 3, chapter 3, verses 16 through 18, they respond to the pressures of the king. They said, "We do not need to defend ourselves in this matter. If we are thrown into the blazing furnace, the God we serve is able to deliver us from it. But even if he does not, we want you to know, O king, that we will not serve your gods or worship your image of gold. And that's where we find ourselves today. Will Catholic healthcare providers be delivered from the fiery furnace? Will God deliver you from it? But even if he does not, you must refuse to bow down and worship the golden images of gender ideology, abortion, and assisted suicide. If you do, I believe, if you recall the story of Meshach, Shadrach, and Abednego, if you do refuse to worship those golden images, I believe that you're going to find a fourth figure inside the fiery furnace with you. And do not be surprised, to paraphrase King Nebuchadnezzar, if that fourth figure in the fiery furnace with you looks like the Son of God. Thank you.
Thank you, Dean Cole. What a witness. This is why we need lawyers. This is why we need strong lawyers out there. But serious, thank you, Dean, for your leadership, for your vision, for your clear passion for upholding religious liberty in this country, and in particular for your words about health care. Bless you, and we'll be praying for you in all you do. So thank you. So we'll move into our first talk this morning. It is my pleasure to introduce a very good friend and close colleague, Dr. Joseph Meany. Dr. Meany is the past president and a senior fellow with the National Catholic Bioethics Center. He's also director on the Catholic Healthcare Leadership Alliance, and I can say it's been a true pleasure to work with him and get to know him over the past couple years. Just an absolute delight personally. One of the many blessings of being involved in CHCLA. Dr. Meany received his PhD in bioethics from the Catholic University of the Sacred Heart in Rome. His dissertation topic was Conscience and Healthcare, a bioethical analysis. He earned his master's in Latin American studies, focusing on the healthcare in Guatemala from the University of Texas at Austin, and he graduated from the University of Dallas with a BA in history and a concentration in international studies. He was previously the Director of International Outreach and Expansion for Human Life International and is considered a leading expert in the international pro-life and family movement, where he's traveled on missions to over 81 countries. He's also fluent in French, Spanish, Italian, and English, and is a dual citizen of both the U.S. and France. So he's definitely an asset to have around. He founded the Rome office of Human Life International and lived in Rome for a number of years and closely collaborated with the dicasteries at the Holy See. He's interviewed often, is a prolific writer, and has been quoted and is clearly sought after. So we're looking forward to hearing from Dr. Meany this morning.
Wow. Well, it is such a joy to be here with you. And I have to say, the last few days with the Franciscan sisters have been just heavenly. So beautiful to have that presence of adoration all over it. It's amazing how many chapels they have in their mother house. I don't know how many chapels there are, but I've seen at least 4 or 5. So it's so beautiful. And it's also a very interesting topic, the current debate regarding brain death. Because it's a practical question, but it's also a metaphysical question. I mean, how often do we think about death? And one of the things that I always do when I give my end-of-life discussions is say, just memento mori, right? Remember that you will die, traditional Catholic wisdom, but even more so, that moment of death is the most important moment in our entire existence. At that moment of death, the disposition of our soul determines our eternal destiny. And that is why the church has been so incredibly solicitous of having a good death, a happy death. The other thing I learned, which was so beautiful on this visit, is that all the sisters of St. Francis of Perpetual Adoration have of St. Joseph with their religious name. And St. Joseph, of course, is the patron of a good death. And we really should be, thinking to St. Joseph. I mean, he died in the arms of Our Lady and his son, our Savior. But this question of death is so incredibly important to get it right. And it's something that we have to really, really be very conscientious about, that Catholic healthcare has this extraordinary mission, this incredible mission, caring for individuals, healing them, but if they can't be healed, to prepare them for their eternal destiny. And we have to do that right. And the determination of death has to be done well. And if it's not, then it's a really tragic situation. And unfortunately, there's more and more evidence and controversies surrounding one of the ways that we determine death, which is neurological criteria of brain death. And so there are all these different, let's see, yes, good, slides are moving. So all these different resources, I think we'll maybe make the slide available, et cetera, but I won't go into all the details. But I mean, this is a question that is being discussed and even more so on a practical level and also on a theoretical level around the church and in science today and in medicine. So what are we going to do today? So basically, definition of death versus determination of death, the signs of death, certainty of death, how do we have certainty of death, the circulatory criterion, the neurological criterion, and organ donation. So we're going to go through all that in a hurry. So keeping it moving. So definition of death, what is it? What is death? And of course, that is where the church speaks. And then how do we recognize it? Determination of death. And that is where science speaks. And the two have to be in harmony. So, definition, what is death? Metaphysical death. And if right there from the Catechism, we all know it. The separation of the soul from the body. And probably you've all seen some horrible, terrible, whatever, science fiction, right? Where they're trying to measure the weight of the soul. And I remember seeing this program where, they had the individual in this special bed, et cetera, and at the moment of death, they found the soul weighed 2.3 grams. You have to be just a whacked out author, writer to come up with these things. The soul is not material. By definition, you cannot measure it scientifically. So what do you measure, right? So death is this process, well, is not a process, right? We say that people are dying, that there's a dying process, but death is a precise moment. It happens. A single moment consisting of the total disintegration of that unity and integrated whole that is the personal self. So that's St. John Paul II. And it's very, very important because unfortunately, there are a lot of people that say this individual is dead enough. They're clearly dying. They're in the process of death. We think they might be dead. It's not good enough. We have to have a certain certitude, moral certitude, that the individual is dead. And if they're dying, that means that they're alive. So, how do we recognize death? The death of the person is an event which no scientific technique or empirical method can identify directly. So that moment of death, the separation of the soul from the body, is not directly measurable by science. However, human experience shows that once death occurs, certain biological signs inevitably follow. And so that's what we're really looking for, the evidence that death has already happened. And that's great. It's something that science can tell us. And so there are all these different signs of death, traditional signs. So pallor mortis, so individual becomes very, very pale. Algor mortis, coldness, you lose your body temperature. Livor mortis, the blood starts pooling. rigor mortis is probably the one most famous, right? When your body becomes very stiff for several hours. And then finally, decay, organic decomposition. And so the bones, et cetera, were reduced to skeletons over time. And all those are signs that the person has died. And so what is death, right? Destruction versus loss of function. The organic destruction, right, means it's impossible for organs to resume their function. And there's liquefaction, decay, et cetera. And some people are saying, look, you don't know you're dead until they're completely decaying. Well, that's a sign that death has occurred a long time ago. However, functional cessation means that there's some possibility that the organs can resume some function since destruction has not occurred. And the heart, lungs, brain may be non-functional without destruction of all organs, tissues, and cells. And that's where the question of organ donation becomes possible. The individual has died, but some of their organs can still be revived, can be used for organ donation. And so that's the question. And unfortunately, there's kind of a short period of time between death and the organs becoming non-functional. And so it becomes very, very important to determine death in a way that is reliable, and when there's a question of organ donation, then that the organ donation can happen before those organs are too badly damaged. And so we have all these different terminology that's used there. So when it comes to brain death, right, neurological criterion, determination of death by neurological criteria, DNC, neurological death, brain death. Then the traditional sign of death, definition of death, determination of death, circulatory respiratory criterion determined by circulatory criteria, circulatory test, or cardiopulmonary death. All these different terminologies out there, but essentially, either your brain is stopped functioning completely, or your heart is no longer beating and you're no longer breathing. And so what we have as the guiding law in most of the states of the country is the Uniform Determination of Death Act from 1980. And the relevant information there, really the key text, is that determination of death can be determined in two ways. One, irreversible cessation of circulatory and respiratory functions, or two, irreversible cessation of all functions of the entire brain, including the brain stem. And that person can be considered dead in one of those two determinations. A determination of death must be made in accordance with accepted medical standards. And so, since 1980, we've had these two different ways of determining death. And so then the question becomes, what are the criteria that are used? And what is the timing involved as well? Like, so how long after the heart stops beating do you declare circulatory death? What tests are you doing to see that the entire brain has ceased functioning? These are very, very critical, practical scientific questions. And so what does the church teach? Well, the answers cannot be deduced from any religious and moral principle. It does not even fall within the competence of the church. So the scientific determination, right, does this fit? And St. John Paul II said, the church does not make technical decisions. It gives the principles and says, okay, now you in the scientific world, go and make sure that this all works. And so what we have here, and this is from Venerable Pius XII, the determination of death should be made by the physician or competent medical authority in accordance with responsible and commonly accepted scientific criteria. So when that word responsible is used, that really refers to ethics, that they are doing this in a very competent and reasonable way, in accordance with the truth and what we can know scientifically. But no specific criteria are identified. And the church is truly remarkable. I mean, it's also like, in Humanae Vitae, when you see that, one can use natural methods if one has serious reasons, but the reasons aren't spelled out. and the church kind of says, okay, you have to determine this, et cetera. But very often there's all this, the church is doing a lot of almost having confidence, right? That science will be competent and also ethical and reasonable in how they're doing this. But then Catholics have to make sure that that is the case. So what does the church teach? She limits herself to the gospel duty of comparing the data offered by medical science with the Christian understanding of the unity of the person, bringing out the similarities and the possible conflicts capable of endangering respect for human dignity. And so all these principles that the church puts out there, and one of the first principles is you cannot take vital organs from an individual who's not dead, that we don't have moral certainty that they're dead. So the certainty of death, what does the church teach? In general, it will be necessary to presume that life remains because there is involved here a fundamental right received from the Creator, and it is necessary to prove with certainty that it has been lost. So we're presuming the person is still alive until we can prove that they're dead. And where there is doubt, we're going to be using this principle of precaution, say, you know, if there's a box on the road and you don't know if there's a baby under the box or not, the prudent thing is not to hit the box and to just presume and be cautious until you have that certainty. And the church talks about different kinds of certainty for making moral decisions. And the first type of certainty is called absolute certainty. Excludes all possible doubt. And it's impossible to be wrong. It's also impossible in the real world. You know, the only kind of absolute certainties we have are logical propositions, mathematical equations like 4 + 4 = 8. But in the real world, there's always some kind of doubt, possibility. You know, medical science, et cetera, is usually telling us we know this with a 99% probability or 75% chance or whatever, but we don't have this kind of absolute certainty. And if we required, as ethicists, if in the church, required some kind of absolute certainty before any action, then it would paralyze us. It would kind of have the opposite effect. We would not be able to make a good moral action. So what does the church recommend and require? Moral certainty, which excludes all reasonable doubts. And this is also sometimes called prudential certitude. But the idea is that, you know, you've done your research, this is what seems to be the case, and there's no reasonable, and it's also kind of a standard that's used in law as well, no reasonable opinion that this is wrong, and then you can make a good moral choice. And then there's what's called quasi-certainty, right? So probability, and that does leave open reasonable doubt, and there's a possible fear of error. If you only have quasi-certainty, it's difficult to make a good moral decision. You need to have a kind of a real moral certainty beyond any kind of reasonable doubt, and then you can move forward. The determination of death requires that kind of certitude, excluding any kind of reasonable doubt that the person might still be alive. And so what is the basic concept around brain death, right? Total destruction of the brain death, indicating that the soul has left the body. And the kind of main sort of philosophical, metaphysical view with that was that the brain was kind of a master integrator of bodily, organistic integration, reflecting that body-soul unity. And there's kind of a very interesting history. I don't have time to go into too much detail on it, but basically going back all the way to 1968, Harvard put together these ad hoc criteria and proposed this idea of brain death kind of for the first time for the general public. And it was very much associated with the development of technology, and individuals were being kept alive by machines and respirators and other things. And also there was this possibility of organ donation. And the question was, okay, so how do we determine death and make organ donation possible? And so this question became kind of an urgent one. And so they proposed several criteria: unreceptivity, unresponsivity, no movements or breathing, so apnea, no reflexes. And then this kind of moved the debate along forward until the UDDA, the Uniform Determination of Death Act, was passed in 1980. And then the American Academy of Neurology started getting involved and started giving different guidelines starting in 1995. And their three major ideas are unresponsiveness, brainstem areflexia, and apnea. And in 2010, the American Academy came up with a guideline update. 2019, another position statement. And then just last year, the guideline updated again, the criteria to be used for determining death. And unfortunately, this entire kind of criterion guidelines that were put into place by the American Academy, and it's kind of color-coded here in the slides, really did not take into account hypothalamic functions. The hypothalamus, part of your brain, neuroendocrine function, is not really measured. Do they have hypothalamic function or not in their brains is not really measured by the criterion that the American Academy of Neurology put out there. And in the beginning, those kind of the yellow there, or orange, it was sort of just kind of ignored by the American Academy of Neurology, but this kept being brought up to them as this is a really important thing. I mean, the law says irreversible cessation of all functions of the brain. The hypothalamus is in the brain and it could be functioning, and you're not really measuring for that. So how can you determine them dead if you're not really looking at all those parts of the brain? And in the red there, they explicitly stated that hypothalamic function is irrelevant, that you could declare a person brain dead even if they have hypothalamic function. And so then the question is like, how does that work with the law? You know, what is the legal requirement here? And from a Catholic perspective, how does that jive with the position that St. John Paul II came up with in 2000, that it should be irreversible cessation of all functions of the brain? So just briefly about the hypothalamus, right? So it's a very small structure located deep inside the midbrain. It's about 1% of the size of the brain, right? But it is incredibly important. It is the smart control coordinating center. Your hypothalamus helps to manage your body temperature, blood pressure, hunger and thirst, sex drive, and sleep. Traditionally known for fundamental survival functions like energy and electrolyte balance, but is now recognized to also play a crucial role in emotional and cognitive processes. So, you know, it's all about, you know, hormones, et cetera, but it's really doing incredible things to keep your body going. And a lot of clinicians would tell me they would see a patient who was declared brain dead, and sure enough, that person's body was just falling apart, and they couldn't keep the body temperature going, they couldn't keep all their different functions were just going haywire, and they're like, yeah, this person is completely gone, and we have to, you know, just can't maintain them. And then there are other people who are declared brain dead, but their hypothalamus is still functioning, and their body temperature is fine, and they could be that way for months. And they don't have any problem sort of maintaining them. And it says there seems to be a real difference here between the individuals whose brain is completely gone, including the hypothalamus, and those who are not. And so that question has really raised a lot of questions in recent years. And so the American Academy of Neurology and others saw the question that was being posed, and their solution was to change the Uniform Determination of Death Act. All right, change the determination of death to align with the clinical criteria that don't measure hypothalamic function, rather than to reinforce the clinical criteria for determining death. And the idea was that death was enough, right? That a permanent coma was equivalent to death. If the person was not able to breathe on their own, that proposal was put forward. And of course, it would violate the intrinsic human dignity, and basically say that we can determine this person doesn't have what's necessary to be made alive, or basically they're dead enough, which is a problem, right? Because then you're killing patients to harvest organs. And some of the scholars out there will say, well, of course the person isn't dead, but we really need the organs. And they'll just kind of admit that. It says we need to change the criterion. And, you know, from an ethical perspective, we're like, wait a second. You know, when Peter Singer starts getting involved, you know, you're like, okay, we know there's a problem here. But he's been writing about, oh, of course, you know, if your higher brain function is gone, you basically lost what made you a person, and therefore we should be able to take all your organs. It's like, you're still a human person, right? You still have that dignity until you're fully dead. And so we at the NCBC made a joint submission to the Uniform Law Commission, which is the body which has commissioners from all 50 states in the US, and even like Puerto Rico and Guam, I think. And they propose legislation to all the states. And so this proposal was out there to water down the criteria of the Uniform Determination of Death Act. And so we put out this submission to them. The commission should retain the standard of whole brain death by maintaining the current UDDA language. Moreover, it should encourage medical professionals to update clinical testing guidelines to fully comply with the current legal definition of brain death, not change the legal definition to comply with deficient medical criteria. And so again, we have what the law states: irreversible cessation of all functions of the entire brain, and then what St. John Paul II said in 2000, complete and irreversible cessation of all brain activity, aka whole brain death. And this is kind of the famous line from the Holy Father's speech in 2000. If rigorously applied, brain death does not seem to conflict with the essential components of a sound anthropology. Therefore, a health worker professionally responsible for ascertaining death can use these criterion in each individual cases as the basis for arriving at that degree of assurance in ethical judgment which moral teaching describes as moral certainty. And if the scientific criteria data do offer grounds for stating that the criterion of whole brain death and the related signs do indicate with surety that the unity of the organism has been lost irreversibly, then it can be declared that the neurological criterion, if rigorously applied, does not seem to conflict. So that, again, from the Pontifical Council for Healthcare Workers, the Charter for Healthcare Workers. But this is the key, right? It has to be rigorously applied. So the questions that arise all over the place, and more people have been looking into this over time, but like, what criterion is used in this hospital, and what criterion is used in that hospital, and you know, what kind of doctors are actually making the criterion? There's actually no requirement in the UDDA and sometimes state that the doctor be a neurologist. So they may not have a specialty in the brain and they're declaring brain death. And then what kind of tests are being done and how rigorously the tests being applied? These are very, very important questions. And then the way St. John Paul II phrased it was, it does not seem to conflict. So it was not a firm or unequivocal commitment at the level of principle to brain death. It was saying, well, it might be acceptable under certain circumstances. And that was what he said. You can use these criteria, not you have to use these criteria. And then each individual case requires particular assessment and application. And so, again, some clinicians were talking to me and they said, you know, when this doctor declares brain death, I have a lot of certitude. But when that doctor declares it, I think you might want a second opinion, you know, and it's kind of that problem, right? You need to have this moral certitude, and you need to have faith in the healthcare sort of integrity that is going into putting these things into place, and also that all the different criterion are going to be used. So the church was like looking at this question, continues to look at this question, right? Starting in the 1980s with the Pontifical Council Cor Unum, also the U.S. Presidential Council on Bioethics, and you know, on down the line, the Pontifical Academy for Sciences and different working groups, the Charter for Healthcare Workers that came out. And late in the 1990s, Dr. Alan Shulman came out, and he had been an advocate of brain death, and then he kind of turned on the other side, and he started to see cases where he was not sure and wondering what was going on and having all kinds of different questions about it. And then St. John Paul II, his famous address in 2000, saying brain death seemed not to conflict, but you had to have some very rigorous criteria, and entire brain death and not sort of a partial brain death. In 2005, it continued with the Pontifical Academy for Sciences. Pope Benedict XVI in 2016 kind of, again, said the principle of precaution had to be really put into place. We had to have certainty. The U.S. President's Council on Bioethics, kind of looking at it, was like, you know, maybe the brain isn't a master integrator. So, you know, they came up with this new idea that the brain does the vital work of the organism. And so a lot of these different questions were put into place, you know, and biology came into it, and different people were talking about different organs and what integrates and organ systems all work together, et cetera, and the complexity of the human body. And so all these questions, have kind of been coming forward. And then in 2014 at Catholic University of America, there was a wonderful conference where healthcare clinicians and philosophers and scientists came together and really discussed this question of brain death. And there was a lot of consensus that was coming out of that, but this whole question of hypothalamic function really came to the fore. It says we need to look at this more closely and make sure that question gets resolved. And actually, interestingly, in February, we're going to have another symposium at CUA to really get into this and say, what are the real criterion that need to be used to come about with a moral certainty that would be acceptable from a scientific criterion? And so we're really looking forward to that in February. But certainly a preponderance of opinion up to now has been favorable among church experts and people in positions of influence about brain death, that the concept could be acceptable, but then the application of it had to be very closely done. And so all the different institutions, including the NCBC where I work, but it has never been definitively taught or settled by the church, right? It's neither required nor forbidden as doctrine. So, do I believe in brain death or not is a question that is, not one that the church has a definitive teaching about. It does come into this prudential area, right? Relying on scientific input and the integrity of practical application. So there are a lot of different philosophical arguments that are being made now. Does brain death make sense or does it not? And from different perspectives, and that's the very interesting debate. And one of the questions, I was just at a talk at the Newman Center at the University of Pennsylvania with Father Nicanor Austriaco, a good friend of the NCBC, and he was just talking about all the different questions that have come up, and one of the things that comes up, of course, is that we believe that life begins at conception, and the human embryo is a human being, but doesn't have a brain that's only developing. So it's clear that you can be alive and a human being without a brain at the beginning of life. So that raises questions. And then how does it all work? And so it is really a critical matter of conscience that patients as well as healthcare professionals and organizations not be forced to do things that go against their consciences. If they're like, I just don't feel this patient is dead. There was a terrible thing that was in the news recently. The case actually happened in 2021, but it was an individual by the name of T.K. Hoover who was declared brain dead in Kentucky, and he was being wheeled down, prepared for organ retrieval, and he started moving and showing clear signs of life. And the surgeon was like, no. There's something went really badly wrong in this, and we're gonna reset and see what's going on. And good, right? They didn't take out his organs because he was clearly alive, and he actually recovered after that. But the point is, we need to have this moral surgery, because there's actually pressure being put on that surgeon to go ahead with the surgery, despite the fact he says, wait a second, no, this is not the case. And in a sense, there's this kind of desperate sort of utilitarian argument that is very convincing, right? There are over 100,000 people who are waiting for organs, and about 17 of them are dying every single day because there are not enough organs to go around. And so there's this pressure to declare people dead and to make their organs available. And so, you can do the wrong thing from a very good motivation of saving people's lives. Although something very interesting, of those over 100,000 people waiting for organs, over 80,000 of them are waiting for kidneys. So the really positive thing is that you can actually have a kidney transplant, without a dead donor. And it's only just a few thousand people who are really waiting for hearts and lungs. So it's not like, the 100,000 figure kind of like scares people a bit, saying, oh my gosh, all these people are out there waiting for hearts. They're actually not all of those 100,000 waiting for hearts. It's actually a very small subset. But still, organ donation. It is a wonderful charitable gift of self. The church says yes in principle, that it can be noble and generous, the ethical and religious directives, directive number 63. As I said, there are over 100,000 people waiting for organs, but most of them are actually waiting for kidneys. However, how organ donation is done, the ethics of that are extremely important. So first of all, there has to be a legitimate purpose and respect for the human remains after the organ donations have done, but also there has to be explicit consent. There's something that we've been seeing, and it's kind of a trend in different countries, of presumed consent, where you opt out. So if you don't say that you don't want to be an organ donor, they presume that you are. And that's not acceptable because it's a huge commitment and a personal choice, and you can't just presume that the person wants to be an organ donor. And the other thing that is highly, highly problematic ethically is any form of pressure to try to force people to consent, or family members getting pressure on them and being told that they have to do this. It is very much an area of liberty and freedom, and people should not be under any kind of pressure to do this. And then finally, of course, is the dead donor rule. Death has to be certain if one is taking out a vital organ that the person needs to survive, and if taking out that organ from a living person would actually cause their death. Vital organs which occur singly in the body can be removed only after death, since to act otherwise would mean intentionally to cause the death of the donor. Individual vital organs cannot be extracted except ex cadavere, so the first St. John Paul II and then Pope Benedict XVI. And again, that principle of precaution has to be put into place. Life is presumed until death is certain. And if we're not certain, then life is presumed. So, death, of course, we know is the separation of the soul from the body. And if you look at what happens, donation after brain death is actually 70% of organ donors who are declared dead in this way, and then they become, because their body is well perfused, and it's easy to retrieve the organs without too much damage. And it's estimated, and this is kind of hard to know exactly, but somewhere between 50 and 84% have some kind of hypothalamic function, even though they're declared brain dead, because it's not being tested. There's actually a fairly simple test, right? If the hypothalamus is no longer functioning, then the person gets what's called diabetes insipidus. Essentially, their pancreatic function ceases, and they become diabetic, and you can just test that with a blood test. But that is not currently part of the testing criterion for brain death. And the American Academy of Neurology 2023 guidelines says persistent endocrine function, so the hypothalamic function, is consistent with whole brain death. They don't see it as a problem, which the church would see a major problem. And donation after circulatory death is about 30% of organs. Donors declared dead this way. And then the question is, how long do they wait after the heart ceases beating and the lungs cease breathing? And anywhere between 2 to 5 minutes. And then the question is that really irreversible? So the idea is, if you can resuscitate that person, they're not really dead. They're still dying. If they are unresuscitatable, then they're gone. But the question is, could they still be brought back? And this is really what's at stake with the last item there, which is normothermic regional perfusion, which is a new technique that was developed in Europe. But what they do is they wait for the person to die of cardiac death, so their heart stops beating, and then they've catheterized the person, et cetera, blocking blood flow to the brain. So they're perfusing, so they use the ECMO system, the extracorporeal membrane oxygenation, to perfuse all the different organs of the body, except for the brain. They actually clamp off the arteries going to the brain. And why do they do that? Well, essentially, they don't want the person reviving. And they want brain function to happen. Well, if you're scared that their brain might start functioning again, are they really dead? it is a really, really problematic thing to do. So these are really important current topics. The NRP is started percolating right now, and even some Catholic healthcare has been tempted to start doing it, et cetera. You know, it's a way to make more organs available, but at the cost of moral certitude that the individual is dead or not, or ensuring their death in some ways. Very problematic. There was a document that came out just recently called Catholics United on Brain Death and Organ Donation, a call to action. 3 authors there, one of them from the NCBC. It just had some very interesting points, and it was trying to sort of say, you know, this is what the church is teaching, that brain death guidelines establish only partial loss of brain function, not hypothalamic function is not included in the criterion in place, that there's evidence of patients declared brain dead have neuroendocrine function, some of them. 70% of donors declared dead by brain death for vital organ donation, and that there's this real doubt about moral certainty of death when the organs are removed. So this question really needs to be explored and understood. And it makes a big difference, right? You need to be making these decisions about organ donation with a clear conscience and a sense of like, okay, we have good certitude of how this is being done. And there's a certain unease and doubt in the Catholic world, the scientific world, that really needs to be resolved. So at the NCBC, we're definitely going to be part of that conversation. We're trying to bring in many individuals in February to discuss this, et cetera. But the sad thing is, you know, the American Academy of Neurology, which is kind of the big player in this, has just completely refused any dialogue on the question. And so you're like, well, wait a second. You know, how is this acceptable? And are we going to have to come up with sort of Catholic norms that are separate from the American Academy of Neurology norms simply because we want to do this right? But I think that's the direction in which we're going. So I thank you very much, and conclude there. Do we have time for questions? Yeah. Microphone back there.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Meany. I realize that we're in a really difficult time right now to even try to begin scaling back to say maybe even donation after death isn't a good thing to do. Oh, sorry, my name's Sister Bridget Mary. My name is Sister Bridget Mary, and I am a religious Sister of Mercy from Alma, Michigan. I have a master's in bioethics and have been assisting in administration at a hospital in St. Francis Health System in Oklahoma. But then I also have a law degree in health law and then a focus in corporate law. But in the course of being at St. Francis, have encountered this question in a personal way, and seeing that it seems like there's a two-step act, and the first step is the declaring of death. And I see moral certainty in church tradition, and that being certainly applied there. And there's a strong Catholic family that, when their son was declared brain dead. That in itself has an emotive response. That's a real action determining brain death. But I think then the next, you could choose to end it there, and they did. They didn't, the son didn't have his organs harvested. And so just because you declare someone brain dead doesn't mean then that the next step will happen for harvesting organs. And so it seems to me that it's possible, and it leaves room, that moral certitude does not continue to that second act, but it should be absolute certitude. Because if you're going to hit a box and you're not sure if the baby's in it, don't ever run over that box. And so that's where I'm kind of wondering, is harvesting of organs a new moral application of, you're now outside the realm of moral certitude and you're about to cut into someone, and that action might actually kill them. are we at a different level of a moral application and no longer at moral certitude, but now at absolute certitude? If you're going to be harvesting organs, you better be absolutely certain that that person is dead.
So, yeah, I mean, the difficulty, of course, is absolute certitude is impossible in these very practical things. The only way you'd really have the absolute certitude of death is, long, long after they're dead. And there was actually a thing in the 19th century when they were burying people, and they had these kind of systems where a person could ring a bell if they'd been buried alive, and there was sort of like a scary thing there. But it's certainly the case that one needs to have a very high level of moral certitude. And there are kind of degrees of moral certitude, because you're talking beyond a reasonable doubt. And so what is a reasonable doubt? And I say you have to go to a very high level of there's no reasonable doubt this person is dead. So there's kind of I would say kind of a margin in that sort of moral certitude. Some things, are less fundamental in terms of choices. And so your moral certitude might be, okay, well, the reasonable doubt here, I don't have to do that much due diligence. But when you're declaring a person dead, it's a very, very serious thing to do. And therefore, I think the standards have to be quite high. And when it's very clear from a reasonable standpoint that there are more tests that could be done that would give us a higher degree of certitude, doing those tests seems to me like the obvious thing to do. Not to leave any stone unturned, so that the persons in the family have this kind of sense of like, wow, not this terrible regret. One of the things that we run into a lot at the NCBC, we do a free consultation service. People call us 24 hours a day, and one of the questions is, are we doing enough for our loved ones? And did we not do enough, and they died in the hospital, and did we refuse ordinary means or extraordinary means, and did we make the right choice, et cetera? And it's very, very important, right, that people do have this kind of sense of not a bad conscience about the choice that they made, and that they have a good conscience about how this determination went forward. So yeah, again, very high level of moral certitude, not quite absolute certitude though, I would say.
Thank you so much, Dr. Meany. I'm Kathleen Birchholm, and I'm a pediatrician. I'm the co-founder of My Catholic Doctor. We're very grateful for NCBC. Our organization is frequently using that free consult service, so thank you so much. But my question really comes as a pediatrician. I'm so glad my friend Ashley Fernandez is here, a fellow pediatrician and ethicist. It hit me when you're talking about NRP, right? Okay, what does NRP mean for a pediatrician? Newborn Resuscitation Program.
Oh my
it's
gosh.
20 years of 1 and 2 and 3 and breathe, right? And so the NRP standard is 20 minutes before you call death, okay? 20 minutes of resuscitation. But your NRP standard is 2 to 5 minutes.
Yeah.
And we have a very different standard at the beginning of life versus this end of life. It's very apparent to me that there's another interest here, which is organ harvesting. Yeah. So I just wanted to throw that one out and ask if anyone's ever brought this issue up in the brain death conversation.
Yes. No. So there's a lot of conversation about the extreme cases for determining death by neurological criteria. And those extreme cases generally are pediatrics, so babies, and also individuals who fell into a frozen lake, and so they died of kind of a hypothermia situation. Those individuals have been known to revive, even though they showed signs of death. But if they manage to heat them in the appropriate ways, et cetera, and like 30 minutes, and yet they're coming back. And some drug overdose situations as well can sort of mask the fact that they're still alive and they look to be dead. So it is very clear that there are some very specific circumstances where the neurological criteria, there needs to be additional testing, because it's clear that these are very specific cases. And so I do think that there is kind of there's a very tricky, difficult balancing act, right, between waiting long enough to be certain that the person is dead and not waiting too long for the organs no longer to be usable. And so you want to hit that just right, and it's difficult. It's a very difficult thing. And sadly, because of, I think, the different ethical standards in healthcare today, and then the different even philosophies of healthcare, there are a lot of individuals who really just are not considering the importance of being certain that the person is dead, because they're like, well, you know, they're as good as dead. They're dead enough. And that is kind of a popular thing in some circles, saying, look, we're doing an incredible thing. We're saving so many lives. We can just declare this person dead. But, like, you have to have the moral certitude. That's the thing.
All right, we have time for one more.
Hi, Dr. Meany. Thank you very much for this very enlightening discussion. I'd like you to speak, if you could, just for a minute, for that subset of people who are on life support. Yeah. And so perhaps there's been an accident or whatever it may be. You have someone on life support. I feel like that determination, that absolute certitude of brain death seems a bit more complicated when you have life support. And I also feel like even the life support itself, I do know of circumstances where people were really certain someone was dead, and they feel like we're going to, remove life support, and then indeed the person lived. I literally have heard physicians say, if you remove life support and they begin to, breathe, you will have a situation that will be far worse than if we just move forward to the operating room for organ donation now.
Gosh.
So could you please speak to that?
No, it's absolutely the case, right? That in a certain sense, we have to have a lot of humility. A lot of humility to say, look, we don't know what is going to happen, and we have to look at this patient and see exactly what is the case, and to the best of our ability to determine their situation. It is terrible, right? Because there are certain sort of bad faith actions out there. Lewis and I were involved in a case that happened in New York, where the hospital made a terrible mistake in an operation, and a young person was very badly injured in a kind of botched operation, and then the hospital declared the person brain dead. But it was very clear that they weren't. But the question was, basically they were practicing defensive medicine, and they wanted that person to be expiring, because then their legal liability was going to be in a different situation than if the person was in long-term care, et cetera. I mean, this is the kind of thing that is terrible, and they had to go to the legal system, and everything was like dragging out, and eventually the person really died in the hospital while this was going on. But they had suspended nutrition and hydration, all these other things. It's so incredibly important who your doctor is, and it's why Catholic healthcare is so incredibly important. Authentically Catholic healthcare is things like that should not be happening. This was obviously not a Catholic hospital where this happened, but you want to be able to trust the institution to look out for the best interests of the patient, and to be making these kind of determinations in a very responsible way. But it's a very individual thing. You withdraw the life support, and then you have to make that diagnosis. And as much as we can have in terms of tests and different criterion to give us a higher degree of certitude, the better, in my opinion. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Joseph. And he'll be around all day. I know there's some other questions that wanted to be asked, but feel free to connect with Joseph while he's here, or you can always contact the NCBC with any specific issues that come up. So we'll move into our second talk. I'm pleased to introduce Eric Niffen. Eric's a lawyer He's a fellow at the Ethics and Public Policy Center, and he's also a board member of the Catholic Bar Association. At the Ethics and Public Policy Center, Eric works on a range of initiatives to protect and strengthen religious liberty as part of their HHS Accountability Project. He's worked in the religious liberty area for almost 20 years as an attorney in the Civil Rights Division of the U.S. Department of Justice during the George W. Bush administration. He worked on a number of issues, including the Religious Land Use and Institutionalized Persons Act. He's served as legal counsel at the Beckett Fund, where he contributed to landmark decisions including Hosanna Tabor versus EEOC and Burwell versus Hobby Lobby. In private practice, Eric has protected hundreds of religious employees from the HHS contraception and abortifacient mandate and the HHS gender transition mandate. He's represented the U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops, the Knights of Columbus, the Assembly of God, and others with amicus briefs in the Supreme Court. And he's extremely sought after on religious liberty publications. He has a BA in philosophy from Wheaton College and received a master's in theology from Gordon Conwell Theological Seminary before earning his JD here at Notre Dame Law School. I've known Eric for a number of years, and he is one of the most impressive legal minds that I've had the privilege of working with. He has a passion and a conviction that is inspiring to many, and he's here with some of the members of his family, and I just wanted to say to them that, you know, when you're involved in these battles for so long, it's not just a weight that you take on, but it's a weight that your entire family takes on, and you all should be very proud of what he's done, and we're thankful for the family for making that sacrifice so that you can continue this mission of what you do. So, Eric.
With Josh's permission, I'm calling a little bit of an audible here. So legislation is in the title you have in front of you. My work with EPPC is mainly on regulations. And that's something that I think is really, really important in general, and I think especially in the healthcare arena. Around May, there was this huge push. I won't get into the details why, but basically, administrative agencies have a huge incentive to get their big rules out about 6 months before the end of an administration. There was a big push there. And at that time, I did sort of a check down. I think there were about 23 laws that Congress had passed between January and about the middle of May. 23 laws that made through Congress. Over half of them were about renaming federal buildings. So legislation is not where it's at. It's really in the regulatory space. So that's what I'll be talking about here. But before getting into that, it is such a joy to be here. This is always a homecoming for me to come. Wow. Sorry. This place means a lot to me. I'm Catholic because of this university. So Joseph, the NCBC has been a great colleague of mine, to walk professionally, to walk alongside and to help me deal with things professionally. We had a special needs son who died almost 3 years ago, and to call Joe Zalot, who had been on his podcast, and to say, I need to talk to you in a different capacity right now. But it was the same thing. It was this issue of we were not at we were at a very good hospital, not a Catholic hospital, and the ability to go in that moment of crisis and to say, how do I know where I'm at? How do I make the right decision? And to be able to get guidance that I can trust, that my wife and I could trust in that moment to say, we can do this, we can move forward. It's just beautiful. So it's a huge gift to the church, to have that resource available. And then also, to the Sisters of St. Francis of Perpetual Adoration, we're in Colorado Springs. And I've done some legal work with your congregation there. Our son is buried at a columbarium right next to the Sisters, and that is our parish as well at St. Francis there. So a lot of friends here. So my work at the Ethics and Public Policy Center. So EPPC, for those who don't know it, it's not a sectarian organization, but it sure feels Catholic. I think that's fair. The work of the EPPC, there's a lot of different things going on, but Ryan and Anderson and I and a few others were talking about this at a recent get-together. At all, the center of the wheel is the human person. And I think these issues here in Catholic healthcare, whether it's abortion, whether it's gender ideology, so many of these things, big things that we're dealing with now in our society have to do with what is a human person and what does it mean to be human. It's the center of it all. And that's where we find ourselves at the Ethics and Public Policy Center. In my work with the HHS Accountability Project, our work really focuses on keeping tabs on what the federal government is doing, really the executive branch, using its supposedly delegated powers from Congress in order to put out an extraordinary amount of regulations. I never knew about this when I was in law school. I had an opportunity to take administrative law classes, and I was like, that seems boring. I don't know why I'd ever need to do that. It was when I was at the Beckett Fund, 2011, in the run-up to President Obama's, I guess, the campaign for the second term. Economy was bad, looking for an issue to run on, so they decided to concoct this war on women. And I found myself, reading up on this idea that the federal government was going to create a contraception mandate and force it on bishops, and force it on dioceses, and force it on Catholic. It just seemed like a Twilight Zone episode. And it was at that time that I got into the Federal Register and having to Google it and try to understand its website, and just to understand the volume of things that come out, the thousands and thousands and thousands of pages. Sometimes, like I've seen senators do this, well, they'll have, like a stack of volumes, two stacks about this high, and this is the federal regulations so far this year. And then there's, like I was talking about, the 23 federal laws that have been passed so far this year. There's like a little manila folder over here, and like this is the law, and these are the regulations. And the stuff that gets put through there, and the stuff that goes under the radar, hundreds and hundreds of pages. Sometimes it's tons of good stuff, and then just a little bit of bad stuff. But that's the purpose. That's what the focus is. And that's what we do, to keep an eye on what's going on in this regulatory space, to report on it, to like-minded groups, to let them know, to give them a chance to engage in the process. And it's been, I think, a really, we've become sort of the hub of the wheel for religious conservatives and other sort of conservative groups to find out, like, how should we be engaging in this process? How should we make public comments? Why should we make public comments? Why should we be telling our donors and leadership that we're involved in this process? Because it takes a lot of time. So that's a lot of the work I do. And with that, I want to talk about 3 regulations that have come out this year that I think have a substantial impact on Catholic healthcare. So the first has to do with conscience rights. The second one is the HIPAA privacy rule. And then third is new HHS definitions of disability. Not surprisingly, the aggressive efforts here are really have to do with advancing the administration's policy goals with regard to abortion and gender ideology. Consistent with the Biden administration's pro-abortion and pro-LGBT policies, HHS Secretary Becerra has consistently reiterated his strong commitment to protecting and promoting access to abortion and medical gender transitions. After Dobbs, Becerra promised that HHS would, quote, double down and use every lever it has to protect access to abortion. He's also pledged to, quote, continue to fight to ensure that Americans have access to the gender-affirming care they need, and to put those needs, quote, above the hateful and harmful beliefs of a narrow-minded few. So that's where we are. So the first regulation I'd like to talk about here is HHS conscience regulations. So with a lot of these regulations, there has to be some sort of a hook. The Administrative Procedure Act requires the federal agencies to say something about why they're doing it. Why are you doing this? Why are you doing it now? What's the problem you're trying to solve? What do you have to make better? And with a lot of these recent regulations, Dobbs itself is cited as the problem. And so here with conscience regulations, HHS said that new regulations are needed post-Dobbs to strike the proper balance between conscience rights and people's right to access controversial procedures like abortion and assisted suicide. Now you can start right there with the second half of that sentence, the right to access abortion and assisted suicide. One of the points we make over and over again is there is no federal right to an abortion. There's no federal statute. There's now not a constitutional right anymore on the books. And so even the very idea that there's a right to an abortion at the federal level is like, well, where's your reference for that? What does that mean? Where does Congress speak to that? Sometimes in the law, we talk about a compelling governmental interest that's part of a strict scrutiny test. And something I point out a lot is, if it is a compelling government interest, it has to at least be an interest first, right? And what is the part of our government that asserts interests? I think it's the legislature. So one way to sort of start is sort of saying, is there a compelling governmental interest? Is when this interest is put before Congress, do more people vote aye or nay? And if it's nay, if you can't get a majority of Congress, if it can't get through our legislative process, how can it even be a government interest, let alone a compelling government interest? But that's part of the sneaky way that the administrative state is used to advance interests of the administration or of the deep state, of the people in the bureaucracies, that they can't advance through Congress, that the people's representatives don't want, but the executive agencies themselves want. So that's one issue right there. To the substance. HHS oversees more than 24 conscience protection statutes. 3 are the most relevant to this audience here. One is the Church Amendments, enacted in the 1970s, protects the rights of individuals and entities to object to performing or assisting in the performance of certain procedures, most notably sterilizations and abortions, because of their religious or moral beliefs. So it's not strictly religious there. The Coates-Snow Amendment, which is focused on abortion, and then the Weldon Amendment, which focuses on abortion. Really good language in those statutes, but one thing that's missing is a private right of action, which is really sad for me as a lawyer because it means we can't get involved. So the only entity that can enforce these rights, so you can read these statutes and they sound great, but in order to make good on these, you have to go to HHS, which is kind of a tough spot when HHS is under this leadership. And so you have these rights on paper, they're right there in the federal code, but you can't do anything with them except bring them to HHS and say, would you please do something about this? Or I suppose you can go to your, to some other entity that you think is violating your rights and you can shake your fist at them and say you're violating the law and maybe they'll agree. But if they have an ounce of sense, they'll realize that this administration has zero interest in enforcing these laws. So that's a problem. So, that's sort of like the baseline is that there's clearly no interest in enforcing these laws. But these regulations sort of solidify that a little bit more. We'll talk about 2 aspects of these regulations. So the first idea that's introduced in these conscience regs that were finalized in January is the idea of balancing. So this principle that shows up all over the regulations. HHS claims that Congress has sought to balance conscience rights against patients' ability to access such medical interventions. For example, the proposed rule states, the federal health, conscience protections, and non-discrimination statutes represent Congress's attempt to strike a careful balance. That's a quote from the regulation. It's not a quote from the law. And so these laws that I mentioned, the Church Amendment, Coates-Snow, and then the Weldon Amendment, there's no balancing in the statute itself. And this goes to a little bit of the administrative arrogance. HHS actually admitted that. And so what happens is a proposed rule gets put out. This is the general way these things work. And then we have the opportunity to submit public comments and say, hey, hold on, wait a minute. And then there's an obligation to respond more or less to the comments. So the administration has to say something like, yeah, we received these, and they bunch them all together. They don't have to respond one by one, but like, we got a bunch of these comments, and here's what we think about that. So they acknowledged, often they just ignore what we have to say. They acknowledged it, but they said, yes, it's true that the text of the conscience statutes themselves generally does not contain balancing tests. That's underselling it. It doesn't contain it. And that this balancing approach does not reflect, quote, the legal requirements specific to each conscience statute. This was really stunning, I thought. They actually said, yeah, it's not in the law, but it's what we want. And so that's what the first big problem is, that they said, we're going to balance this thing that Congress said against this other thing that Congress didn't say. So it's pretty bold. Sometimes you can find in press releases, what was really going on here. And so as soon as this came out, you could say, oh, well, they're only going to balance. That seems all right. But pro-abortion and pro-LGBT groups applauded the final rule. The Human Rights Campaign praised the balancing approach, which it said, quote, ensures patients will have access to essential care regardless of the provider's beliefs. So they know what it means. They know what it means. The other aspect of this that really concerned me is the administration's move to a case-by-case approach. And so there's a lot of responses that come in through comments about religious liberty protection. And as Josh mentioned, I spent about a decade either at the Beckett Fund or working with the Catholic Benefits Association to fight in lawsuits against the HHS contraception mandate and transgender mandate, and a lot of success. And one of the ways in which HHS has learned from those lawsuits is it's trying to be a softer target. We're seeing this a lot too. And this case-by-case approach. And so so we get a lot of questions like, are you saying the law means this? And what exactly rights do you think religious groups have? Will you provide an exemption? And if you go back a decade, they just say, no, we're not going to do an exemption. We don't think you get one. Now, what we're seeing this year is they say, we will resolve questions about how this rule applies. First of all, oh my gosh, we love religious liberty. We love the First Amendment, we love RFRA, the Religious Freedom Restoration Act, totally for those. But it's so tricky. It's just so tricky to find out how these things apply. So we're going to have to do that on a case-by-case basis. And so it's hard to sue on behalf of Franciscan Alliance, the Little Sisters of the Poor, to say, you're denying our rights. And then the HHS says, well, we didn't say we were going to deny your rights. We said you'd have to come ask us first. And it's only if you exhaust that process that you can say that you can come to court. And so the court will say, well, you didn't go through the process, right? So there's a case-by-case approach, and there's no timelines there. So it's like, send us a letter, and we'll think about it, and we'll get back to you, and we'll take your concerns very seriously. And so that's just another aspect of this, to be a soft target. And so these rules got rid of a lot of great definitions from the 2019 rule under the Trump administration, just sort of saying, here's the sort of rights people have, here's what these terms mean. Because it's so important, the healthcare industry is so big, it's so regulated, to have these sort of definitions. So moving forward, we know what we're talking about. And this rule removed all that to create all this cloud of doubt, to make it much harder for people to say, look, for a doctor or for an institution, going before a state to say, you're violating my rights. It's because all the definitions are gone. And so in an environment where all the definitions are gone, and in a regulatory environment where, again, these rights can only be enforced by HHS, and everyone knows what HHS thinks, these rules, these conscience protections are really being whittled down to almost nothing. Just one more aspect as it relates to gender ideology here. One of the things we asked HHS to clarify is, okay, so two of the laws I mentioned are really about abortion, but the church amendments are sterilizations and abortion. That's kind of a weird thing to have in there, sterilizations. But it's there in the law, and we asked HHS to clarify, okay, so if you're talking about puberty blockers, or if you're talking about cross-sex hormones, and certainly if you're talking about bottom surgery, you're talking about sterilizing procedures that either will tend to or absolutely will render someone sterile. So that means that this law provides a conscience right for a healthcare provider institution not to participate in gender-affirming care, right? And on that one, we got radio silence. They did not acknowledge our comment or answer it. So that's sort of the space in which we're in, trying to fight for clarity for Catholic healthcare and other people of conscience who want to sort of have something with them. So the statute says it, but HHS really doesn't want to commit. So reading things into the law where it's not there and then turning a blind eye to things that actually are in the statutes. So I think I'll leave that there for that law. The second one I want to mention, HHS privacy rule. So this is again citing concerns about DOBS, excuse me. So the administration says that there's a lot of confusion that DOBS created about the privacy of healthcare information in a world in which abortion is not a constitutional right. We called HHS to task on that. Their citations, they had about 20 footnotes and things they were citing. It was all reaction pieces within a month of Dobbs. So these are commentators in Newsweek throwing up their hands. It's kind of like flopping, just sort of saying, it's so confusing. Oh, this is the crazy world we're in. And it's like, is there a single person who's been confused about this? Or is there like an actual problem that's happened? Or is it just people just claiming this? People just claiming it. But that was enough to get this going. So these are all, they just need some excuse to get this thing going. What this rule does, so everyone here in healthcare, everyone knows about HIPAA, everyone knows about the HIPAA privacy rule. It's actually very simple. It's been around a long time. The regulations have been very stable. It works. Where we are talking about, so one of the issues of the privacy rule is like, okay, here's this basic rule, but what about like if law enforcement needs the information? Not a terribly uncommon, something that comes up in a variety of contexts. And the privacy rule is simple. A covered entity may disclose PHI, personalized health information, to the extent that such disclosure is required by law. And the disclosure complies with and is limited to the relevant requirements of such law. Nice. So, you know, a GC at a hospital, that's pretty simple. You can take that, you can understand it, it has parts, there you go. That rule is still there for everything else except things that are tangentially related to reproductive health care. In that context, this rule creates a series of new Byzantine procedures that covered entities must navigate before they can comply with subpoenas, court orders, and other lawful requests for protected health information that is tangentially related to reproductive health care. The details here are unbelievable. I have a couple friends of mine who are also really focused in this space. We had a series of phone calls over 2 weeks, and we probably spent, I don't know, 7, 8 hours, 3 of us attorneys, trying to figure out what it is that a doctor or a healthcare entity would have to do in order to release PHI in response to a court order subpoena that had to do something with kind of related to abortion. So this could be human trafficking. This could be an incest leading to an abortion. So it's not just, did you have an abortion? There's things that are around this, right? We all understand this. And it was very, very difficult to tease all this out. So like exactly what are all the wickets and when would you know? We found contradictions within the rules, and so it didn't seem to us that you could actually follow all the rules at the same time. And so the new rule creates this situation where it's essentially impossible for a covered entity or a covered healthcare professional to know with certainty that HHS is okay with it responding to a court-ordered subpoena for information. And HHS actually acknowledged this. It admitted that its new rules will quote, make it more difficult for law enforcement officials to investigate whether reproductive health care was lawful under the circumstances in which it was provided. And so they just said that in the rule. They're like, yeah, it's going to be pretty hard. But they think that's a trade-off worth making for this interest that, again, is not recognized by the federal government. The proposed rule is even more transparent. So we were talking about, it's not just, like there are all these sort of like fake things that are thrown out there. And then we got into the details, like, what are you really actually thinking you're going to try to do here? They cited favorably a report from a reproductive justice group that lamented that states are using reports from designated mandatory reporters to enforce laws against second and third trimester abortions. So they said that that is one of the things they're trying to stop with this rule. The practical effects of this, I think, are really remarkable, and I wrote this out in one of my comments to the White House and to HHS, is that, imagine if you're, a general counsel at a hospital, and someone comes to you and says, we've got a court order, can we comply with this? What are the things, really practically, what are the things that that attorney for a hospital has to do? How can it know that HHS is going to come after it? Because as you all know, being cited for violating HIPAA is a huge deal. The professional consequences are ruinous. And HHS statistics are the average civil penalty that's assessed for a violation is over $1 million. I think the professional consequences are more serious. But it's unbelievable. So you have this cloud that's hanging over there. And it really puts people in a situation where they have to choose between risking contempt of court and dealing with whatever will come with that, or a possible investigation, and just the cloud of the investigation itself, or a judgment from HHS. So this is one of these areas where HHS is the legislature, it is the executive branch, and the judicial branch. They have complete control over these regulations, these rules in this area, and really, really under their thumb. So the practical effects of this, the way I see it, for bad actors like Planned Parenthood, they have an excuse. They can say, we see your subpoena, but unfortunately, HHS precludes us, federal law precludes us from cooperating. So sorry. You haven't convinced us. This is one of the rules. It's too much to go into details here, but basically, the police officer who comes with the court order has to convince you, if you performed the procedure, that you acted unlawfully. And if you're not convinced, if you think, no, I still think I performed lawfully, I think I did okay, you haven't convinced me. It's illegal. HHS says it's illegal for you to comply if you still believe reasonably, but who knows what that means, that you acted lawfully. And so for a group like Planned Parenthood, if they want to throw down a roadblock and says, we're not going to cooperate with you, they have an easy out. Now, for the rest of the healthcare world, they're put in a very difficult situation. They'd like to cooperate, but now they're caught in a situation where they have a cop who's saying, here's a court order, and then you have the HHS says, you better not. And they have to choose what they're going to do. And there's not a good option there. And then lastly, this has a real impact on law enforcement. There's no other situation where, that I'm aware of, where law enforcement has to go to anyone with a court order and then sit down and reveal the details of the investigation. HHS said that confidentiality rules don't have any impact on law enforcement's obligations here, that they have to sit down and bring out their notebook and explain to you their case and why they're doing it and why they're doing the right thing and why the bad guys really are the bad guys before you have to comply with a court order. So it's a very difficult situation. Again, I think a real abuse of the regulatory process in order to try to advance the government's, the administrative agency's interests. Thirdly, I want to talk about disability rights. So this is a rule that was finalized in May. All of these were in the first half of the year. So this rule is clarifying what counts as a disability under Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act, and then also under the Americans with Disabilities Act. Both are covered under this rule. They're sort of just linked together. This is a very pro-life, it's really a beautiful rule in a lot of ways, talking about human dignity, talking about making sure that healthcare professionals are not discriminating against the disabled. And it gets really close to these end-of-life issues too, whether we're talking about recommending a procedure that you wouldn't recommend otherwise, or not recommending a procedure that in other circumstances you wouldn't recognize because you don't think this person's life is worth living. Also has implications for assisted suicide. All the protocols that you'd have that have to be gone through if someone who's able-bodied is thinking of assisted suicide, but if someone's disabled, then you're kind of like, yeah, I can kind of see you might want to die. I might want to die if I was you too. That's sort of the attitude. And so HHS is doing a lot in this rule to try to prevent that, and saying, look, those are examples of discrimination in violation of federal law. But there are some Easter eggs in here that are really problematic. Our focus here is on what HHS is saying about gender ideology, gender identity and gender dysphoria. So in federal law that defines disability explicitly excludes gender identity disorders not resulting from physical impairments. Another part of the same provision also says that compulsive gambling, kleptomania, pyromania, transsexualism, pedophilia, exhibitionism, voyeurism, sexual disorders, these are all not disabilities. And so this is sort of lumped in together here with like, these are things that whatever else they are, we're not going to count them as disabilities here. So you can't claim rights as a disabled person that you have to be accommodated in different sorts of ways because of your kleptomania, because of your compulsive gambling, or because of gender identity disorders not resulting from physical impairment. So we're going to side off people, they're in a special category that have some physical impairments there, these very rare situations. Seems pretty clear in the law, but HHS said, well, that says gender identity disorder, and the DSM switched that out, right, for gender dysphoria, but it's a different term. And so Congress didn't mean gender dysphoria. So gender dysphoria is not a disability, or is not excluded from being a disability. But what does it mean if gender dysphoria can be counted as a disability? What does that mean? And there's huge implications for employment, for education, across the board. I want to focus here on healthcare, but enormous implications here. So just really, really quickly. At a place, at Notre Dame, and I've talked to Notre Dame professors about this, Title IX has an amazing religious liberty provision within it. That's really great. But you know what doesn't have religious liberty protections? Section 504 of the Disability Act and the ADA. So this is potentially a workaround in a lot of different areas, that if you're running up against religious liberty protections here, here's another way around that. That's in sort of these other contexts. But here, for healthcare professionals, it's really incredible what's going on. So the definition of a disability is something that there's a physical or mental impairment that substantially limits one or more of the major activities of an individual. You're also disabled if you have a record of having such an impairment, or you're regarded as having such an impairment. This means that if the individual is subjected to some adverse action because of an actual or perceived physical or mental impairment, whether or not that impairment substantially limits a major life activity, they're considered disabled and they can exercise these rights. What's really troubling here is the definition of disability also includes a physical or mental impairment. Physical or mental impairment is defined as an anatomical loss, including related to the reproductive system. A physical or mental impairment includes a mental health condition. So gender dysphoria is considered a mental health condition. The major life activities, it's another part of the definition. Major life activities include the reproductive system. And this creates a very strange situation here. And we tried to get HHS to commit on teasing out these implications, and they wouldn't. For trans-identified youth that have not transitioned, the dysphoria itself, the mental condition, qualifies as a disability. And then it's a little more cloudy than that, because you don't have to be formally diagnosed with gender dysphoria to get on the gender transition train. And so how does that work? Then you have other people that have actually initiated some sort of medical transition. Those people can still count as disabled even if their dysphoria has been resolved, if in this case it seems to have helped. I know the literature on that pretty well, but if someone says if you had an individual who said, my dysphoria has been cured, but I've gone through these treatments, and now the reproductive system has been disabled, now they're still disabled on that basis as well. So we asked HHS to clarify what's going on here. It seems that under HHS's interpretation of federal law, people with gender dysphoria are disabled and therefore have a right not to be discriminated against, and therefore a right to access gender-affirming care, which HHS has said elsewhere is medically necessary, categorically, despite all the literature. HHS came out with, like, I can't remember exactly what it was, but there was this really strong statement saying this is medically necessary. It came out about a week after the CAS review. It just stunned me. It's just like, they just don't care. They're just going to say it. And we see that a lot. So, but we asked them, so here's a situation where you say this person, a healthcare provider, is going to be discriminating against this person, and therefore all these sanctions follow unless you perform gender transition procedures on them. But according to your definition of disability, that treatment renders someone permanently disabled under the same law. So we asked HHS, is there any other condition where a physician must perform a procedure that renders someone permanently disabled? And in that situation, what are the ramifications? What is the informed consent issues? What if, is it legitimate for a provider to say, let's see if we can find any other treatments that don't render you permanently disabled? It seems like as a general matter that would be a pretty good thing. But that's excluded here. So unfortunately, HHS refused to respond to our questions about this aspect of the rule. A lot of these things, whether we're talking about abortion and trying to figure out the gender identity implications, even though they're not specifically stated in the rule. This is one where we're talking about disability and gender dysphoria. We were trying to tease out what the other implications are for infertility, for assisted reproductive technologies. So if having a disabled reproductive system makes you disabled, does that mean there's a federal right to reproductive technologies? And is having a disabled reproductive system, is that an individual condition, or could it be a couple's condition? So two people together, because we don't reproduce on our own? If two people together, if a marriage is infertile, because it's two men or two women, does that mean they have a disabled marriage and are entitled to reproductive assistance? HHS would not answer. There could be a possible silver lining here for detransitioners. Detransitioners have had a hard time finding counselors and doctors willing to help them. And so this is something that I think there may be a possibility here, an upside, is if they can say, I'm disabled because I've had these procedures done to me, and you're refusing to treat me. I think whether it's, it seems to me, and from what I've heard from other people, that it's a combination of different things. It's partly we don't know how to help you. It's partially sort of ostracizing, that I don't want to be a doctor who's admitting that there are people who are detransitioning and helping them, because that ostracizes me from my colleagues, whether it's just more ideological, like I don't want to help those people, I don't want to admit that they exist. But for a lot of reasons, these people have a really hard time getting a doctor to sit down with them and like, what can we do? How can we get your hormones regulated in a way? How can we get rid of the worst of the side effects from what you've been through for how many ever years you've been on cross-sex hormones, whether you've had, whether you're still able to have your own hormones or whether you've had some of your sex organs removed so you can't do that anymore. These are really difficult situations. And maybe this creates an avenue, a lever that the detransitioner community can use in order to say, you have to pay attention to me. So that is the main part of my cheery run through a couple different regulations. I want to include here, just along with a theme for the gathering, and this can be part of, we have a few minutes for questions. I would love to work together more. I've talked to Louis about this a bit. We really want to be, in the HHS Accountability Project, a resource. So how can we help you? And then also, likewise, when we are giving comment, some of us are lawyers, some of us aren't, but we don't know the best questions to ask, and we're often sometimes guessing. And so having good connections with people who are on the front lines in healthcare in terms of knowing what really are the issues, or what issues does something raise, what are the decision points, and then also with regulations that are out there, finding good plaintiffs. I know Bella is involved in litigation with Beckett, and obviously Franciscan Alliance, others in this room have stepped forward. But trying to understand what is going on the ground, where the problems are, trying to identify good plaintiffs and good opportunities to bring litigation. That's another thing that we do with our expertise in knowing these regulations, is being able to say, and we have calls with state attorney generals and with private counsel, just sort of saying, we think these are the weaknesses. If I was going to bring a claim, this is where I'd focus the rifle. So I would love to just open the door for further conversations and how we can be more of assistance to you, and how we can work together to try to keep the administrative state at bay and protect Catholic healthcare. So thank you. Just a few minutes.
Don?
Steve White, thanks, Eric, so much. That was very informative for a physician with no legal background. And, I get confused about all of these regulatory issues, but I know they're very important. How difficult is it for a next administration, when all of this ground has been set in the regulatory administrative state, how difficult is it for an administration that would be in favor of protecting our religious liberty and conscience rights to sort of do away with this?
Yeah, it's a really good question. Some are easier than others. I'd say, like, for example, in the conscience regs, you can sort of follow the tennis match back and forth. So some of these rules, like I talked about the HIPAA privacy rule, that one's been static for a really long time. But the conscience rule, there's been, I think it was Bush, Obama, Trump, Biden. It sort of bounces back and forth. So everyone's sort of like coming back. And sometimes there's lawsuits, and so the administration can say, we really have to change this because it got overturned in court, so we have to. Other times they can, something like Dobbs creates an excuse to say, we're in a different world now. So there has to be some sort of a hook, but it's generally not that hard to find something that's plausible enough to get that process started. But that has been something. I've been part of this effort. Lots of people have been part of this effort. The Project 2025 out of Heritage, much maligned. There's a lot of work that's done there that has been sort of thinking through. Trump has been very transparent. So when he got elected the first time, totally flat-footed. He had no idea what he was going to do. He just hadn't thought past the election. But there are drafts of all these sorts of things, whether it's here's the top 10 regulations we would pass, here is particularly how we would attack, and here is what we would do for the HIPAA privacy rule for specific ones. So there are plans for those sorts of things. I think one of the unfortunate things, though, is that I think cynically, with these regulations, I think most people on the inside, the people who are really making the decisions, know that these are legally problematic and if challenged would lose in court. But they don't really care, because all they need is they need to push the Overton window. They need to retrain healthcare institutions for long enough. Just like with the contraception mandate, if you can move it to people sort of say, well, look, now we have to include contraception as a benefit, that doesn't go back, even if the regulation goes away. And so the world gets shifted, even if the regulation that started it falls away. You need to turn over the engine once to get the thing going. And so we can change the regulations, but it's hard because just pushing employers, pushing healthcare plans, pushing healthcare industries. And even Catholic healthcare institutions, they're so hyper aware of the federal government, what the federal government wants, and so conservative in the regard that like the last thing we want to do is to have more friction with these guys. So the instinct is just to accommodate and move on. And so that's a thing we're fighting too, that even if we could get good regulations, it's hard to sort of catch up because a lot of the stuff has already happened.
Thank you very much for that very good administrative law explanation. I'm wondering about the situation with medical residency programs and the ACGME and the conflict that it has with federal law and federal regulation, and what involvement you have with that and what we might look forward to going forward.
Thank you. I'm aware of this issue at a general level. I'm not aware of any specific thing that's going on right now. So I think what you're talking about is something like, a medical school saying, if you want to graduate, if you want the white robe, you have to participate in abortion, something like that. Well, so the federal law clearly says if you receive federal money, and everybody receives federal money, you can't require that. You can't punish someone. You can't discriminate against someone who says, I don't want to participate in that. It's right there in the law, but it has to be enforced. And I think that's the hard thing, is we can't take it to court. So we can try it in the court of public opinion. We can make a stink over it, but we can go to HHS. So this happened. There was, I think it was in Vermont, there was a nurse who was coerced into participating in abortion, and there was complaints that were filed with HHS, and then in the first months of the Biden administration, they just dropped it. And they didn't even explain why. They're like, it was, they just like, that's it. They don't want to, so they just let it go. So it's an example of like, we do have the law, but it has to be enforced. And unfortunately, there's not a lot of great options when you have an administration that just says, we don't care and we don't want to enforce that.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Very, very helpful. My name is Dr. Elizabeth Rex. I'm a Catholic bioethicist, and I have been appointed as an associate scholar of the Charlotte Lozier Institute with an expertise in IVF and infertility and regulations. And I've been studying all of this abroad for many, many years, almost a couple of decades. What Italy and Germany have done to regulate IVF, going back to 1990, Germany banned cryopreservation, banned experimentation on human embryos. We're just now beginning to wrestle with these issues.
Yeah.
With 5 million frozen embryos, Germany has 0, and Italy has 0. And now Italy just banned surrogacy. These are major accomplishments worldwide. We can learn from some of our international friends, and I think there's a big push, and I'd like to have your response, that with Dobbs, we removed the federal and placed it on the states.
Not really, but
states now can pass laws to regulate abortion, where before they couldn't.
Yep.
And likewise with IVF, and I would love to be more involved in this, the states, one party wants no state regulations. Abortion on demand, IVF on demand, no regulations. The other party wants access, but regulations, and would allow the states to pass their own regulations, like Alabama did. Alabama's decision that frozen embryos are unborn children outside of the womb allows them, that state, to now prosecute people that wrongly kill frozen embryos. So I think if we can, I hope, get away from federal mandates that restrict all of this and allow states to pass their own laws, and in fact allow religious exemptions. We have to absolutely fight for religious exemptions from any of these non-Catholic positions.
Thank you.
So I was wondering if you see that as a way for the future is to fight the HHS. In fact, I think every state has its own health commission. It's almost like a duplication in order to eliminate freedom at the state level. If you
Yeah, a
comment on
lot
that.
of really important issues there. Thank you. So, just to start, Dobbs, it didn't, so this is sort of the Trump line is that Dobbs made this a state issue. It didn't. It said it goes back to the legislature. It said the people and their elected representatives, and I think it was Justice Gorsuch in his concurrence, it was Kavanaugh, specifically said it's state and federal. So it's for the people, but the federal government definitely has a role under Dobbs. So certainly states are now able to, but the federal government can't get away with just sort of saying, unfortunately, it's only the states now. It's not true. It is a remarkable thing. I think of, Europe as sort of like the wacky liberals in Europe, but whether it's abortion, whether it's IVF, whether it's gender transitions for minors, they're way more reasonable than we are. That we are so polarized that it's like if only we could be as moderate and as reasonable as Germany and France and Finland, and it's like on and on and on. I do this with Mary Hassan. We write these amicus briefs. We're just sort of like where are the wackos? And again, like I said, HHS, the week after the Cass review came out of the UK, is sort of saying, nope, absolutely medically necessary, 100%, no doubt at all. If you don't believe this, you're a wacko. And it's like, really? It doesn't pass the smell test. Part of the difficulty politically, and you can see this right now in this election, is the messaging of just listening to a podcast from my Henry Olson, my colleague, who's talking. He's always like highlighting these different political ads, and just like if you get the word ban in there, this is an abortion ban. That word ban is just so great messaging for the left, and Republicans are scrambling to say we're not banning it. But for Alabama, so the Alabama, all it said was, you are exposed to negligence if you negligently treat frozen embryos. Fair enough. And I don't go around sort of saying, well, I couldn't possibly drive if I'm exposed to a negligence claim for negligently running over people's children. Like, that's just part of driving. It's like, yes, I will drive, but I have to try to not be negligent because I could be exposed to litigation. The IVF industry is so used to being unregulated that they are saying successfully, if we have to be exposed to litigation for being negligent, well, that's like practically a ban. And I think that's on them, right? That's something politically we ought to be able to say, well, look, if that threatens to shut down your business, kind of like with vaccine immunity. They're saying we couldn't possibly make vaccines if we'd have to be held to consequence for what happens as a result of the products we create. And it's like, well, then maybe that's something you should think about, right? And at IVF, it's like we couldn't possibly have a successful business if we got sued every time we negligently killed frozen children. Okay, well, maybe we should have that conversation then. So I think, and this is, J.D. Vance was talking about this on Joe Rogan the other day, that we need to win the political battle. We need to win the battle of hearts and minds. And we need to get to a spot where we can have this conversation, and it's not just any restriction is perceived as a ban that is too scary for people to deal with. That we need to be able to work to a place where we have enough trust, enough goodwill, where things are a little bit calmed down, that we can have a conversation, just sort of say, really, and Europe is great here. Like, European nations can regulate IVF, and we're not saying we're going to ban it, but let's do it the right way. I don't want to say the right way. Do it a better way. Can't we at least protect some children on the margins? And just as in the pro-life space with abortion, we can take marginal steps in the law. And we can do that here. So what are some steps that we can take that recognizes the humanity of unborn, these embryos? What can we do there? What steps we can take? And I think pointing to laws that have been passed in Europe is a really good step to say we're not crazies. We're asking that we take a step here to be a little bit more like Germany. That doesn't sound like a crazy right-wing position. Is it up?
Thank you, Eric.
Thank you very much.
Good morning. I have the pleasure of introducing our next plenary speaker, a friend and colleague, Dr. Ashley Fernandez. Ashley is a Catholic physician, currently a clinical professor of pediatrics at Nationwide Children's Hospital, and the associate director of the Center for Bioethics at The Ohio State University College of Medicine. Dr. Fernandez received an MD degree from The Ohio State University, followed by a PhD in philosophy from Georgetown University, followed by a master's in philosophy from Johns Hopkins University with a focus on bioethics. He currently directs ethics education for all pediatric residents at the Nationwide Children's Hospital. His scholarly interests include pediatric ethics, bioethics education, and philosophical anthropology and medical practice. He has presented his work at international and national forums, and he's also the author of scores of peer-reviewed publications and 3 book chapters. And because we really want to hear from Ashley and not about all of his prestigious awards, I'm just going to skip all of those. And after 13 years of practicing hospital pediatrics, he's now an academic primary care pediatrician at the Nationwide's primary care division. And just as a side note, in his spare time, if he has any, because I know he enjoys time with his family, his interests include hiking, history, travel, and tennis. So it's my pleasure to bring Ashley up, a friend and someone that I've followed the course of his career since he was a first-year medical student. He may not remember, but it's been a stellar trajectory, and I really thank him for joining us today. So welcome, Ashley.
All right, you're still here and everybody's still awake. This is great. Thank you for coming. Let me make sure this works. Let's see, how do I pull up my presentation here? You got it? This does not cut into my time, by the way. This is just extra time. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, well, let's make sure this is working. Did it advance? No, it's not pulled up. You got it. There we go. Okay. Yes. So I'm Dr. Ashley Fernandez, and I know I don't look like a Hispanic woman, but that is my name. I will say that if you know, the friend of the left is Google, and if you Google me, there's actually another Ashley Fernandez, which is really strange. And this Ashley Fernandez is also of Indian ancestry and also went to Johns Hopkins. I know. And one of them is convicted of murdering his girlfriend. The other one has a wife who would sometimes like to kill him. One is nefarious, one is fairly harmless, just so there's no confusion. These are our pictures. I've been doing this joke for some time now, as you can tell, and I actually checked to make sure that this guy was still in prison, because I thought to myself, this guy ever gets out, he's going to find out I'm making fun of him all over the country. But yeah, it's a really strange thing. I'm actually glad to be able to say my name, Ashley Fernandez, because my brother, as many of you know, is younger than me, and 2 years ago was appointed the Bishop of Columbus, Ohio, which is my hometown. So now everybody just calls me the bishop's brother, and that's my new identity, but it's a good thing. He's a good guy. All right. So, whoops, let's see. Can we go? It's not advancing, so let's try this. There we go. Disclosure number 2, I am not my employer. Look at this glorious picture. For those of you football fans out there, I was going to have, if I had more time, I would have had a moment of silence to pray that the Buckeyes beat the overrated Penn State Nittany Lions today at noon, but I know we are in the house of the Lord here with this with this stadium behind me, so I'll skip the Ohio State Buckeye thing, but we do have some Michiganders in the room who I'm sure will appreciate this picture. I just wanted you to know that I am not my employer, so what I say today is me. It is not Ohio State, it is not Nationwide Children's Hospital. I'm going to take a little different tact when I'm talking about the Catholic healthcare practitioner in relationship to Catholic healthcare, and I'm going to focus mainly on human dignity in this talk today. I want you guys to look at this picture, which I show all of my medical students at the secular university in which I teach. This is kind of a shocking photo, and it should make us all pretty uncomfortable. It says, Ohio police share shocking photos of adults who OD'd with a 4-year-old in the back seat. The reason that this picture was shown on social media was because the police department in this small town in Ohio were trying to show people the impact of addiction, that it goes beyond the addicted person to affect families. That is what they said. I show it to my students to make them understand how important it is to be a healthcare practitioner. When you look at this photo, me as a pediatrician, the first thing my eyes go to, and I think most people in the public, is that little child in the back seat, right? They blurred out his face so you don't know his identity. Although I can tell you, I'm sure this child, we all have memories from when we were 4, some. He remembers this, and on social, on now with the internet, this child will be able to identify himself and those people in the front. They blur the face. Most of us have a reaction to that child in the back seat as saying, oh my gosh, this is such a tragedy, which it is. And we have a lot of empathy for that child in the back seat. What I teach my medical students, what I want everybody here to understand is, for the healthcare practitioner, those 2 people in the front seat are just as important as the child in the back seat. We don't have the option of being able to say, this person is worth less to me because they are in the front seat and they are passed out from addiction. This is a radical idea. It's an absolutely radical idea where most people are repulsed. The healthcare practitioner, and particularly the Catholic healthcare practitioner, runs to those people in the front seat. Now, all of this, the talks we've heard today have been wonderful. Eric's in particular, where he started out by talking about the human person. I'm going to talk about that a lot in this talk. That is the pivotal issue. But why is it important for Catholics? It's because we are the ones that care about those people in the front seat as much as we care about the back seat. And this all relates to this conception of human dignity in the human person. An old Dominican mentor of mine once told me, never deny, seldom affirm, always distinguish, which I love. We're going to do a lot of that distinguishing here in this brief talk. This is a picture of my son when he was about 13 or 14 months old, and I'm a little bit ashamed that he's wearing a doctor kit so late in his life. As an Indian American, I probably should have gotten this to him much earlier, but so I'm a little ambivalent about showing this picture, but there it is. He doesn't become a doctor. I think you guys will know why. It relates back to this picture. Dignity, let's talk about that. If you just look at the Latin origin of this word, worthiness, prestige, honor, and is applied to the human person, we have this wonderful document, which I hope you have all read, that came out from the dicastery of the Doctrine of the Faith, which is Dignitas Infinita. This actually came out in April of 2024. And in this document, the church says that dignity, well, maybe we got another group here. They should come and join us. That dignity exists beyond all circumstances. Okay, dignity exists beyond all circumstances. That dignity is, quote, fully recognizable by reason alone, that it underlies the primacy of the person and of human rights. It underlies the primacy of the person and human rights. And finally, it's the principal reason, the main reason why we love and respect one another. It goes on to distinguish that there are 4 types of dignity. Here's the distinguishing part. And this is, I think, the problem that people make when they talk about dignity, particularly in the secular world, is they're not making these kinds of distinctions. So the first one is ontological dignity. This says it belongs to the person as such simply because he or she exists and is willed, created, and loved by God. That is, if you think about what ontological dignity is, this metaphysical term, it cannot be removed. Period. The circumstances do not dictate whether you have ontological dignity or not. It is always there. Second is a moral dignity, which refers to the exercise of freedom. People are endowed with conscience, but they may act against that conscience, which can reduce this sense of moral dignity. So evil acts are actually a loss of moral dignity. Third is social dignity, which is the quality of a person's living conditions. And these can be undignified. Okay, these can be undignified. The last one is existential, and this is a person's own perception of a dignified life. Now, all of these are changeable except that first one. But the problem is there is either a deliberate, I think it's deliberate, effort in both the bioethics literature, in clinical medicine, in social and political critiques, to confound these different concepts of dignity, right? So if you say, well, they're living an undignified life, That is not ontological dignities. That does not take away from their value or worth as a person. We need to be able to make these or sense when people are having these conversations. For the clinician, we see this all the time. I'm a pediatrician. I happen to see it a lot with what we call complex care children, or children with disabilities, children with a trach, or they're undignified. They don't have any dignity left. Okay, what dignity are they talking about? They're using that word, but they're not making the distinction about what type of word it is. So I'm going to go through three different lenses. We're going to look at this concept of dignity through three different lenses and some of the clinical challenges that we face. I'm going to talk about philosophy, but I'm also going to talk about the kind of clinical implications that follow. So let's start with philosophical. This is from St. Anthony the Great, this great saint of the East and West. A time is coming when men will go mad, and they will see someone who is not mad, and they will attack him saying, "You are mad, you are not like us." This is an incredible quote, and we have to ask ourselves, are we there yet? This is my new puppy, by the way. She's crazy, but sweet. But are we there yet? Are we there yet? Have we reached this point? We live in a secularist culture, and as a consequence of the culture, we have a secularist medicine. And then a secularist medicine will also influence the culture, as we have seen. Is the very purpose of this group is to push back against this. We know that culture affects medicine, and medicine affects culture, and we need to push back against it. What are some of our problems? Well, we have a growing atheism in our country. In the 1980s, about 90% of high schoolers said they were affiliated with a religious belief of some kind. That number in this newest generation has dropped to 65%, and Gallup says that number is falling. 1/3 of those people that were polled of that generation say they never pray. 1/3. Or sorry, say they are atheist. Sorry, 1/3 say they are atheist, and 1/4 of them say they never pray. Which I'm Indian, so I can talk about math. That's an interesting mathematical problem, right? So 1/3 say that they are atheists, but only 1/4 of them say they never pray. So some of the atheists must be confused, as they are. Lord have mercy on them. This is a woman in Britain who was actually arrested for praying in her head. This is not a Babylon Bee parody. England has now passed laws which say that they're called, I can't remember what they're called, something like harassment-free zones. So this woman lives in a residence that's close to an abortion clinic and prays for the people in the abortion clinics. Well, you're not allowed to do that anymore, where they can see you, even if it's in your head. Okay, this is the result of the secularist culture. Unfortunately, my state, Ohio, passed Issue 1, which is basically an abortion free-for-all in the red state of Ohio. So nobody's really free post-Dobbs. But what is so, in the Clinton era, it was rare, safe, and legal, and now it's come to this, of people celebrating abortion. And I want you guys to notice this. This is what I find probably most disturbing about this photo, besides the cheering, is this child with a great big smile on his face at this rally. Now, what kind of man will this person become without grace, without the intervention of grace? Something has to happen if this is what the result of our current secularist culture is. Here's another example. This is from the Washington Post in 2017. Even back then, they were trashy. But this headline, when doctors refuse to see transgender patients, the consequences can be dire. Now, if you don't go into the actual body of this article, which you'll see is these are doctors that are exercising conscience rights, but it's saying they refuse to see them. So I won't give you what you want, therefore I'm refusing to see you, which is a lie. The other one is kind of crazy. We have a Supreme Court justice that, because she's not a biologist, can't define a woman. And again, this sort of shows you how far we've come. And this is where Catholic healthcare, the kind of place Catholic healthcare is up against. Assisted suicide is called medical aid in dying now. You cannot publish an article in a scholarly journal that's not a Catholic one or a Christian one and use the term assisted suicide. The editors will correct you and say that you have to use this term, medical aid in dying, which is a MAID, which is so helpful, you know, so helpful when you want to clean up a mess that you don't like to look at. You call the MAID. I find this particularly repulsive. But we're going to talk about ontological dignity. And this, I think, is what underlies every single major issue in bioethics, is differing conceptions of the person. What I want to propose to you today is that, you know, a lot of times in Catholic healthcare, we're apologetic or seem to like sort of retreat back, even you know, from what our basic foundational principles are. But if we believe that we are here for the most vulnerable, then we can never retreat or pull back from those principles. It's not about us. It's not even about our livelihood. It's about these people that we have a duty, a sacred duty to take care of. And so if you have that duty and you have something which is superior, which is Catholic healthcare, there's absolutely no reason to be ashamed. There's absolutely no reason to hide from the ERDs. There's no reason to hide from the term dignity. I'm going to show you why that's true. We have at least two competing views of what the human person actually is. One is what I call the materialist model. This is an empirically based model of what human beings are. And what that means is what a person is a random collection of atoms that is here by accident, and when you die, you become worm food. That is it. That is the sum of the human person. And if that's the case, then something like religion becomes this hat that you can take on and off whenever you want to, because it's extraneous. It doesn't mean anything. There's nothing transcendent about the human person. This is why in medical school, with the exception of any student that comes in front of me, they get, oh, well, you know, you can be religious, you can be Catholic, but just make sure you take off your religious hat when you put your white coat on, okay? They're literally told this, okay? Now, you could only do that if you had this view of the human person where religion is just this extra thing, where the transcendent is just this extra thing. And you should see the way they talk about it in medical education. It's like, oh yeah, religion, it's good. It can be good sometimes. It can help people get through tough times. But it's mostly bad. It mostly leads to judgments. That's what's so crazy about this, right? So yeah, you take off your religious hat when you put on your white coat, and now we have no problem with you. Good for you. Good for you, little religious person. And the problem with that is, where does the value of the human person comes from? It comes from me. Because there's no value that I don't place on anything outside of myself. If all I am is a random collection of atoms that is here by accident, then what happens is autonomy becomes the thing, by my own choices become the end result of all the neurons of my brain and nervous system. And so when I come to make a choice, that is it. That's the value, the choice that I made. If you love me, you don't interfere with my choices, okay? Because that's all I have. At the end of the day, what I have are my choices. Dignity is autonomy. Choice becomes the central unit of value of what the human person is. Dignity adds nothing to the debate, this concept of dignity, unless we equate it with autonomy. Now, you should know, if you don't already, that in the bioethics literature, there have been significant and consistent attacks on this concept of dignity. And I know most of you, many of you probably don't read the bioethics literature, but it kind of seeps into things, right? So it'll seep into law, into a law journal. It'll be cited in a law journal, and then that'll make it to a court case, et cetera, et cetera. So we have to pay attention to like these crazy things that we think are crazy that philosophers come up. We take this for granted. But now, in 2024, this idea that dignity is a useless concept, this is the title of this. Ruth Macklin wrote this paper. It's very short, which shows you can make an entire career in philosophy off of 2 pages if you write it well enough, or the culture's right for it. Basically, Ruth Macklin says dignity adds nothing to debate in bioethics that can't be found in the principle of respect for autonomy. Because it's this elastic concept and an infinitely elastic concept, the church uses it one way, you use it another way, Oprah uses it another way, well, then we can't, it's meaningless, it's useless. And dignity has a religious origin, so this is like, you know, in Philosophy 101, they teach about the genetic origin. Don't reject an argument because of where it comes from. Okay, that's called the genetic fallacy, right? But here it is. Here it is, and it's published in the most prestigious journal in philosophy, and guess what? It has a religious origin, so therefore we have to reject it. Now, this is an attack. You can see this three-pronged attack is an attack on ontological dignity. There's no transcendent concept of value for the human person. And a few years later, Steven Pinker, who's not a dumb guy, he's a professor at MIT, he's writes that the stupidity of dignity. And he says dignity is relative, dignity is fungible, and then the last one is dignity can actually even be harmful because people can use that concept of dignity to oppress others. Again, these are attacks on what we would say in Catholicism is the existential dignity, the social dignity, and moral dignity of a person. It's essentially trying to say, look, the materialists have it right. There's nothing transcendent about you except what you will it. Now look, think about this for a second. If that's true, then let's take something like assisted suicide. That's why that's such a powerful argument. It can't be a powerful argument if you have value beyond what you perceive your own value to be. That's why abortion has such a strong commitment. People have such a strong commitment to it because of this view of the person that they have. It's why they reject conscience protection arguments. It's because there's nothing transcendent about you. There's not even a transcendent truth. So you can't really allow people to have that kind of view of conscience. And this sort of sums it. This is my summary slide. This is a crisis pregnancy center, again, in Ohio, shortly after Dobbs. And you can see from the circled part, abort God. Yeah, that's exactly right. The person who wrote this, who spray painted this and vandalized this crisis pregnancy center has revealed themselves. This is really what they want to happen. But on the contrary, our Catholic view presents a better option, and not just a better option for us, and not just a better option for Catholic hospitals. It presents a better option for the culture, for society, and for the individual patient in front of us. Gabriel Marcel, who's a French philosopher, says he describes dignity as both a problem and a mystery. It's a problem because it's something that can be examined objectively through reason, and it's a mystery because it's an experience, not an argument, but it's also an experience that's examined from within, from the concrete experience of a person as person. This is different when people say, like, oh, it's my narrative experience. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about something that, an experience which leads to an objective truth. And then St. Pope John Paul II talks about dignity as both a call and a demand. It's a call from the vulnerable person to an encounter with the incommunicable intrinsic dignity of another. And it's also a demand for a community to recognize dignity in its call for both individual and social justice. So we call this Christian personalism or personalism, that the human person has these sort of four facets or qualities. One is a human person is the kind of being that thinks, that is, that can reason. Second, that the person acts in freedom. You cannot be a human being without acting in freedom. And what that means is acting morally. Okay, this is an absolutely critical component that if you think about conscience rights, this is what it means to be a human, is to be able to say, I could do this, but I won't. And the operation of conscience works by this. You know, we have this expression that we say idiomatically, like, oh, I want to be a better person. Okay, take that word be and apply a metaphysical overtone to it, right? I want to be like essay. I want to change to be this other person. That's what conscience does. When we act well, John Paul II says, our conscience is actually altered. Our being is altered metaphysically. So the more that we act well, it's how habits develop, right? The more we act well, the better our conscience functions, and the opposite is also true. So when people say, well, you know, I've used my conscience and I think abortion is okay, there's something missing there, okay? And that's that connection to truth. It's also why we see that there's some people who seem to be able to do a lot of things very well all the time, and there are sociopaths who we see do evil things all the time, perpetually lie and so forth. It's because their vision of what the good is becomes sharper or duller on the operation of conscience. This is a very, very human trait. It's what John Paul II called actus humanus, a truly human act, versus actus hominis, which is those things that humans happen to do. And this is something to really contemplate. It's why we think this is so important. It's not just our opinion. It actually goes to the heart of what it means to be a human being. By the way, this is just an aside. You got to love the Catholic Church for another reason, all right? Get out your catechism when you get home, or, I know it's on your bedside, everybody's bedside, and look at their paragraph on conscience, okay, that describes conscience is absolutely beautiful, and everyone should look it up, and everyone should know exactly where it is, because it's paragraph 1776. Freedom. Freedom. Paragraph 1776 is the paragraph that describes the view on conscience, and you should read that. And if you do that, you won't have to, you can just tune out for the rest of my lecture. But this is how human beings act. They act in freedom, okay? The next thing is that human persons love each other, and they can give to each other love selflessly. We can actually and honestly say, as Catholic Christians, that we can look at those two people in the front seat, in that picture that I saw, and say we love them as much as we love this poor child in the backseat that did nothing wrong, because it's irrelevant as to what they've done or didn't do or what they might do or their functionality. And that brings me to this last point, is this relational element of personhood, which is completely absent on the materialist view. The materialist view says, I am me, I am a person, I am an individual unto myself, and I can do, by exercising my autonomy, I achieve dignity. This says, no, there's a person outside of yourself, these other people that we must live in solidarity with, and we must see the fact that they cannot become the person that they ought to be, neither can you. This is a huge difference. And Jacques Maritain says in The Person and the Common Good, in truth, if human society were a society of pure persons, the good of society and the good of each individual person would be one and the same good. This is not about like loving humanity in the abstract. Okay, like anybody can I love humans all over the place. I can do that. But what's hard is loving the human person in front of you, this person, that person that you saw in the front seat. This is the call of every Catholic clinician to do this, and why we have to work with Catholic hospitals to really create this. And again, not to have some kind of little ghetto of Catholic healthcare. The only way this works, the only way conscience protection really works, is if this is just the starting point. This is not the end point. This is not the Alamo. This is not a fort. This is like, we need the space to be able to move forward, okay, and not have people hide what the truth is. This is why social justice based in dignity is critical, and it is something the Catholic Church has taught for over 100 years formally, but of course we've been doing it for centuries and centuries before that. Seeing the other as the I, as Martin Buber would say, and Martin Luther King Jr. and other personalists who came before. On this version of things, the acting person becomes the central unit of value, not pleasure, not reason, certainly not choice. All right. All right, that gave me a little break to take a sip of water. I know, that was just the first part, but I'll go through the other two relatively quickly. All right. Now, how about on the professional level, that is, as a clinician who works in Catholic healthcare? One of the biggest challenges we face in promoting human dignity is the corruption of scientific and medical research itself. You guys can see from these headlines how things like DEI has corrupted both science and then the basic concepts of what we deem as good research. Now you cannot even you have to talk about in almost everything in medicine, in medical education, how you are adapting to some other person's version of what diversity, equity, and inclusion is. This is a shocking headline from, I think, last week. You guys should read this article. Of course, it's the New York Times, but U.S. study on puberty blockers goes unpublished because of politics. So the lead of a study which said there was no mental health benefit to puberty blockers is refusing to publish the data because they think it will be weaponized by the right, by you, by all of you, and me. But this is how far science has become. We don't publish studies, research that goes against the sort of dogma, and we hold back studies that might break open the floodgates, okay, and actually expose things. This is like super evil. And if you're a secular scientist, okay, you should be really horrified by this, which is science is a discipline of skepticism. It is a discipline of empiricism. But if you don't have that, if you're not able to say, wait, am I allowed to ask the next question, there's a serious problem with science. They make fun of Catholics for Galileo, and it's like, this is the dogma of science that we have now, and it's just sickening. You can't even ask, you're not even allowed to ask the question. This is another study that I wanted to show you guys, this headline. You should look at this. Correcting the Scientific Record on Abortion and Mental Health Outcomes. This is a paper written by, quote, prominent scientists and clinicians, which calls for the retraction of papers that say that abortion has mental health causes mental health problems for women. Okay, and they're specifically attacking Priscilla Coleman and some of her studies. Guys, if they succeed in this, and if you look at their reasonings, they're absurd. These have already been answered. Some of them actually talk about reproductive justice and reproductive equity as a reason to retract a scientific study, okay? So if this happens, then what will be the narrative? When you go to a court case like I do and I'm defending conscience rights from the point of view of a clinician, they'll be like, well, there are no ill effects from abortion on mental health. Those studies were retracted. It will become like the vaccine autism, right? That's what they want. Just putting this paper out sullies the reputation of these researchers who worked on this. But worse yet, it hurts the women who actually suffer from abortion. Anybody who's taken care of any woman who's had an abortion, we know, and I have. I mean, I take care of the children of the moms who've had abortion, and I know that there are mental health effects, but they don't ask the clinicians. They have people who care about reproductive justice more than they care about the women themselves. In medicine, then, Catholic medicine really sees this relationship more as a covenant, and sometimes we take umbrage at this term client, which a lot of administrators use, but of course, for us, it's a patient. Both people are persons, and therefore both of them have value, both of them have rights, and we act together in a covenant of mutual obligations and trust. Covenant, trust, this is a difference between our view and the secular view. Covenant and trust, that's what we care about. And we know that trust in physicians has dropped significantly since COVID-19. This recent study said the general populace trusts what their physicians say. Pre-COVID, it was 71%, and now it's 40%. That is devastating, both for Catholic and non-Catholic physicians alike. But what's happening in medical education is that we're not teaching the clinician in medical education anymore what the good of the human person actually is. And a lot of this, again, relates back to those philosophical questions about anthropology. But I want you to look, my mentor, who's Edmund Pellegrino, who's my dissertation advisor, kind of proffered these four goods of the human person that the physician is supposed to look out for when they have a patient in front of them. The first is the patient's own conception of the good, which is important and can't be ignored. That's autonomy. The second is the physiologic good of the patient. So, right, the patient has a pathology. You as a clinician are going to use your best technical, pharmaceutical, surgical techniques to try to ameliorate that pathology. The third, which is almost never talked about, is the person's own conception, is the person's good as a human. What helps them to flourish, to use the Aristotelian term. And the last is the person's spiritual good. Now, this is almost never talked about except in the ways that I alluded to. Medical education today for residents and medical students is almost entirely, exclusively focused on those top two things. What does the person want? And what are their biological necessities? Now, what does this sound like? This is the materialist model. Everything else is talked about in a funny way, in a joking way, in a dismissive way, but it misses what human beings actually care about and actually do, and also misses what a lot of clinicians do. Like, if a patient comes into my office and asks for 50 Percocets, and they have to be Percocets to cure their left pinky toe pain, okay, that's what the patient wants. And if you take enough Percocets, you'll cure any left pinky toe pain you have. The physiological problem of pain will be solved by doing that, but we hold off on doing that. Good clinicians would, because of something hidden that's not spoken about, which are these last two things. We care about you as a whole person and also your spiritual good. And you apply this to gender ideology, and you'll see the mistake that clinicians are making because they only focus on those top two things. That's because this other part is the universal, transcendent, and dignity-revealing part of the human person. So I want to talk a little bit about the ERDs, and I'm using this term, the gift of the ERDs, because a lot of people critical of Catholic healthcare today make fun of this, and say it's never followed, but that's because people don't read them. And this is an amazing document. I have this symbol up here, plus ultra. This is King Philip, during the era of Spanish exploration, had this phrase, plus ultra, which meant further beyond. And this is what I want to see for Catholic healthcare. It's not enough to guard our space. We need to look to the horizon and look about how we can change things in a bold and broad way. That's the key thing. And if you actually look and have even your secular friends that you're having a conversation with, read the ERDs, the purpose of the ERDs is first to reaffirm the ethical standards of behavior in healthcare that flow from the church's teaching about the dignity of the human person. And if you go on, Catholic healthcare ministry is rooted in a commitment to promote and defend human dignity. This is the foundation of its concern, to respect the sacredness of every human life. Number 23, the inherent dignity of the human person must be respected and protected regardless of the nature of the person's health problem or social status. Any run-of-the-mill leftist who reads this has to be impressed. Like, they may not disagree about the political implications of what this means, what they're allowed to do or not do, but what can't you do for the human person if you believe this? And that's why in Dignitas Infinita, they not only talk about abortion and assisted suicide, but things like the drama, what they call the drama of poverty, human trafficking, sexual abuse, violence against women, marginalizing the disabled, gender theory, ideology, and even things like digital violence. Okay, all of this, of course, within the context of life being sacred from beginning to its natural end, of abortion and assisted suicide. But from what I have just reviewed with you, what person wouldn't want a strong and robust Catholic healthcare that respects the dignity of who you are as a person? Ask a secular person, an atheist person, would they rather have a doctor or a nurse that said, you are a child of God, you have a transcendent value no matter what you do, I am still going to love you like I would love God himself? Or you are a random collection of atoms that's here by accident, so when you want to quit, you just let me know, and maybe I can help you to do that. I mean, the sensible person would say, yeah, I don't believe that transcendent business, but I like this person better because they're going to treat me better. I have a friend who, a colleague, who treats a lot of people. He's a pediatrician. He treats a lot of teens with gender dysphoria. And he has he had this patient, he told me, who came to him, a new patient, who said, Doc, I'm going to tell you, I don't believe in anything you believe in. I don't even like the Catholic Church. And so he asked her, he's like, why did you come here to be my patient? And he's like, she's like, because I knew that you were Catholic, and I knew that you would treat me well. And I've never had that before. Now, that, you could drop the mic right there. His career, I would just quit, retire. Well, I wouldn't really, but that's a great thing. Like, no, doesn't matter how many papers you publish or what positions you have, what titles you have. Someone says something to you like that. That is a testament to our faith, that we are doing something right by these people. Last thing, individual. This is on the very personal level. Is only our perception of dignity a reality? And the truth is that there is this thing called truth, and the threat to it is moral relativism. I'm not going to go into this first category of cognitive relativism because it's so absurd, but you guys have probably heard people say, there is no such thing as truth, okay? Without making fun of anybody too much, but it's like the statement, there is no such thing as truth, is a statement meant to be taken as true. And so it's self-referentially incoherent, so we don't need to spend a lot of time on that. Cultural relativism, we do see this a lot in clinical medicine where there are certain cultural practices that we're like, well, shouldn't we respect that? Even to the point of, I had medical students be upset with me once because we were talking about a case of an East African family in which domestic violence was kind of accepted as part of marriage. So I asked them, how would you talk to this patient about, sort of getting help and persuade them to leave the situation in which they're in? And some of the med students pushed back. They didn't like the use of, they didn't push back in front of me. They wrote it in the evaluations. They didn't like the use of my word persuade, okay, because they felt that was disrespectful to the Somali culture. And I thought, wow, this is real. Like, I thought this was just something philosophers wrote about, that because, intimate partner violence exists, they confuse the is with the ought, right? So cultural relativism is confusing anthropology or sociology with ethics. But the real threat, I think, to us today is this idea of subjectivism, which John Paul II had talked about in Veritatis Splendor as the one that's kind of the most insidious. And it is true, right? This is Dr. Phil. There is no reality, only perception. And if you like go into Google Images a little bit more, you see all these crazy memes that like make no philosophical sense. But perception is not reality. Perception is real even when it's not reality. Your perception is not my reality. It's crazy. And the idea is essentially like I can think what I want and that's reality. But that's just an idiom. Like perception is reality. No, it's actually not. Perception is actually not reality. But what it leads to is this idea that there's my truth, my choices, and therefore my dignity. So there's your truth, my truth, Oprah's truth, and then there's the truth, which just happens to be one truth among many. This is very, very problematic because what it ends up leading to is what I like to call experiential nihilism, okay? And this is the idea. It's a type of subjectivism based in what you guys have probably heard, lived experience, right? So before, we all used to have this common foundation where we could say, well, I can relate to you as a human being because we share this one thing that's in common. Maybe we couldn't name what that is, but I can empathize with you. I understand what you mean. Now we're at a point in our culture and society where people reject that idea altogether, and they say, well, you're not me. You don't know me. You guys have heard this. You don't know me. No, I can know you, but now the idea that you can't know me at all unless we have had identical experiences. Unless we've had identical experiences, you can't know me at all, which means you can't tell me anything. You can't guide me on anything. You can't say that what I'm doing is wrong. In medicine, the problem is that leads to these two options for us which are equally unpalatable, which is either autonomy is infallible, that is to say it can never be wrong, whatever your choices are, that's true and that's what we have to accept, or that autonomy is unassailable. So I could be wrong, and you could say, well, you're wrong about your choices here, but what am I going to do about it? Go ahead. Neither of which, at least for Catholics, do we like, but we often accept these. I mean, people in society and a lot of medical practitioners will often accept these ideas without realizing what they're actually doing. This is why, people are against euthanasia. A lot of people are against pediatric euthanasia because, someone else is making the decision for them. But if you make the decision yourself to call yourself worthless, I guess I have to accept this. Gender ideology is the same thing. I always think of myself look, I'm a pediatrician. I will treat anorexics. Okay, I don't affirm their anorexia and say, yes, you are too fat because you think it's so. And we can give example after example after example of this, but this is the ultimate problem that we come to. But Pope Benedict XVI says, freedom and dignity are not the same thing as the individualistic will. A will which believes itself radically incapable of seeking truth and goodness has no objective reasons or motives for acting save those imposed by its fleeting and contingent interests. As a result, it cannot demand respect from other wills. The illusion that moral relativism provides the key for peaceful coexistence is actually the origin of divisions and the denial of the dignity of human beings. Wow, this is absolutely unbelievable. It's not our solution to the dignity problem. Moral relativism is not the solution to the dignity problem, to let everybody do what they want or think what they want about themselves or what they want about truth. It's actually the fundamental problem that undercuts human dignity. All right, almost done. 3 final admonitions. Now watch this slide because it took me 2 hours to do. Even though an Indian person probably, invented the software and all the programming, but love unconditionally, serve humbly, and advance or at least hold your ground courageously. So let's start with this. Love unconditionally. This is what the healthcare provider, I like to say practitioner, not provider, the healthcare practitioner is called to do. Christ is the divine healer. This is our model. There is nothing greater than this. There's a story about Mother Teresa, who's dear to my heart, obviously, where there was a doctor that was volunteering with her and came up to her afterwards, was overwhelmed with joy, and said, you know, Mother, I just wanted to tell you how grateful I am. I could see myself as Christ the healer, as Christ healing the sick, and I could really identify with that. And she stopped him and said, yes, you are the healer, but what I want you to focus on is your patient, not you. And she said, what you are doing is you are healing Christ the sufferer, essentially. This is the anecdote, right? And I think this is something that we have to remember, that we are healers in the sense that we assume that role, but the person that we see in front of us, no matter where they are from, is Christ the suffering, the least of these. Again, this is why dignity is important. It has nothing to do with income, status, it has to do with who we are called to serve. If that's your true vocation, then nothing comes before that. And again, here, I just show this picture to remind us, this is why it matters to love unconditionally. And this is something Catholics do best. This is our niche. Give us the worst, and we will take care of them. That's something to be proud of, not something to retreat from. Second, because we have this concept of dignity, we can serve with humility and in awe and wonder of the dignity of even the least of these. This is something the materialists can't do. They just can't do it, either because the person doesn't respect themselves or because they don't function the way you think they're supposed to function, right? If all we are our atoms and organs, then if your organs are dysfunctional, you are dysfunctional. But we would say, oh my gosh, you are amazing, even with the dysfunction, even in spite of the physiologic dysfunction, because there's more to you than that. I used to when I was a resident, I used to be in the NICU and take care of what we called, lovingly, the blue babies, which were babies with severe cardiac anomalies that had a certain degree of cyanosis. So they'd be sitting there in the NICU in their little incubator, and they would be blue as can be. Like their skin is literally blue because they're cyanotic. But man, this is before the surgery. But man, I thought to myself, I would look at these babies, and God makes them super cute. Okay, there's a reason for that. That's a baby, they're blue, and like cavemen probably looked at these babies like, whoa, they're really blue, but they're so cute. We got to do something with them. And now we have that ability to do that. And I just want to point that out, that like we serve with humility and awe and wonder of human dignity, which we cannot do if we buy in to the materialist premise. The truth is like a lion. You don't have to defend it. Let it loose, and it will defend itself. This is the critical part, again, of what I think about conscience protection, which I'm a huge defender of and which I've done in court cases several times. But this is why. It's not because we're retreating to a Catholic ghetto. Last thing is to move further beyond, but with courage. We can't be silent. We can't silence ourselves. We have to be able to engage the outside world. That's the purpose of Catholic hospitals. That's the purpose of Catholic healthcare. That's the purpose for us as individual practitioners, is to engage the outside world. We have to work beyond medicine itself to affect all of society. I believe we can do that because I think we actually have a winning message if only we have the courage to state it. Now, I just want to end with this. Some of us in this room are not people that necessarily want to go out and state all these things and get ourselves fired. And so, but that's okay. And I get it. So that's why I sort of said when I had that like 2-hour slide thing was, at least don't be moved. Okay, you don't have to necessarily go out there, but just remain firm and be the anvil, what I call be the anvil. And this is a reference to Bishop von Galen, who is now beatified, Blessed Clemens August von Galen, who was beatified by Pope Benedict in 2005. Human dignity needs a protector, and that has to be us. I am going to end, but I just want to read you this brief excerpt from his sermon, which was given in July of 1941, the 20th of July. You should look up this sermon because it's incredible, and it's actually very prophetic. And this is what he said. Now remember, this is at a time when euthanasia was occurring in Munster, in Bavaria, And he spoke out. He's one of the only people to speak out against the Nazis' racial doctrines and euthanasia for the disabled. And he said from the pulpit in 1941 these prophetic words. He says, "Become hard, remain firm. We see and experience clearly what lies behind the new doctrines which have for years been forced on us, for the sake of which religion has been banned from the schools and our organizations suppressed." I mean, this is really prophetic. It's insane. There is a deep-seated hatred of Christianity which they are determined to destroy. So become hard and remain firm. At this moment, we are the anvil rather than the hammer. Other men, mostly strangers and renegades, are hammering us, seeking by violent means to bend our nation, ourselves, and our young people aside from their straight relationship with God. But we are the anvil and not the hammer. But ask the blacksmith and hear what he says. The object which is forged on the anvil receives its form not alone from the hammer, but also from the anvil. The anvil cannot and need not strike back. It must only be firm, remain hard. And if it is sufficiently tough and firm and hard, the anvil lasts longer than the hammer. However hard the hammer strikes, the anvil stands quietly and firmly in place and will long continue to shape the objects which are forged upon it. What is being forged in these days between the hammer and the anvil are our young people, the new generation, which is still unformed, still capable of being shaped, and still malleable. But the anvil also plays a part in forging. So let your family home, your parental love and devotion, your exemplary Christian life be the strong, tough, firm, and unbreakable anvil which absorbs the force of hostile blows, which continually strengthens and fortifies the still weak powers of the young in the sacred resolve not to let themselves be diverted from the direction which leads to God. Remain steadfast and firm like the anvil, but also ready at any time to act in the spirit of supreme sacrifice in accordance with the precept, men must obey God more than men. Through a conscience formed by faith, God speaks to each one of us. Obey always without any doubt the voice of conscience. So my friends, we have to be the anvil for Christ, our brother, who gave his life so we might live. We have to be the anvil for the Good Shepherd, who risked everything in leaving the 99 to rescue each and every one of us. We can never give in, and that is my message to you. Dignity needs a defender. Let that be us. Thank you. Do we even have time for questions? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we're a little bit behind, so I want to make sure everybody has enough time for lunch. The lunch is back there for everybody online. We'll start again at 1 p.m. Eastern Time. This has been a lot of content this morning, so hopefully it provides enough information to spark some conversations during lunch. And I'll just say grace real quick for everybody so that we can move right into lunch. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Bless us, O Lord, in these thy gifts, which we're about to receive from thy bounty, through Christ our Lord. Amen. May the souls of the faithful departed, through the mercy of God, rest in peace. Amen. The Father, Son, Holy Spirit. Amen. Okay, everybody, if you can start to get back to your seats, we're going to start here for the afternoon session. John, are the mics all ready? We're good. You guys all set? Yeah? Okay. All right, well, welcome back to the Catholic Healthcare Leadership Alliance Symposium for the Advancement of Catholic Healthcare. This is our third event over the past 3 years, and the theme, as we started to explore this morning, is building a culture of support for Catholic healthcare. So again, I just want to extend a thank you to the University of Notre Dame School of Law for hosting us today, as well as the Sisters of St. Francis Perpetual Adoration for all of their generosity and support, and Franciscan Alliance as well. So we're going to start off, so this afternoon we're going to have 3 panels of experts from all over the country who have come in. We're going to talk about access to healthcare and the formation of clinics. We're also going to discuss some of the spirituality components of Catholic healthcare, and then talk about the business side. So again, as we're working on this theme of how do we build a culture of support, it's a lot of different disciplines that come together to make that possible. So today's a great day to start these conversations, and just again want to thank all of these experts and our moderators for coming together to make this happen. Our first moderator is Dr. Robin Goldsmith. Dr. Goldsmith is the president, chief medical officer, and co-founder of the St. Gianna Clinic. She's an anesthesiologist, having practiced obstetric anesthesiologist for 20 years. Okay, for 20 years. In 1996, she was the recipient of the Gertie Max Research Award, which was the sole research honor bestowed at that time by the Society of Obstetric Anesthesia and Perinatology. Her works have been published in respected industry periodicals, including the International Journal of Obstetric, Anesthesia, and Neuroscience. Dr. Goldsmith and her husband, Paul, who's also a physician, have 4 sons and are active members of St. Paul X Parish. And she is the co-founder and president of the St. Gianna Mola Guild. She's a state director of the Wisconsin Catholic Medical Guilds and a regional director of the Catholic Medical Association. She also serves on the national board of the CMA as regional director of the Midwest and the co-chairman of the Catholic Clinics Committee. Robin's someone that I kind of met early on in my professional life, and I can tell you, if you're ever feeling down and are in need of just a warm smile and a very nice hug, Robin's the one for that. So take it from there.
Thank you so much, Josh. It is an absolute delight to be here with all of you this afternoon. I and the rest of the panelists are honored and grateful to be here this afternoon to share about Catholic clinics. We would like to thank the Franciscan Sisters, CHCLA, and the University of Notre Dame for hosting this symposium and for all that you do. We hope that in our time together that we bring hope and inspiration to all of you regarding Catholic healthcare and the understanding and vision that it not only can be done, but there is a great desire across this entire country to have it be done. With that, we will begin talking about the models for the development and support of Catholic clinics. And I thought we'd start off, you've already heard more than enough about me, so we will pass over that. But if each one of you would just introduce yourselves to everyone here.
Hello, my name's Andrew Mullally. I'm a family doctor. I'm the owner and founder of Cradle Family Medicine just down the street in Fort Wayne, Indiana. So I kind of represent a traditional for-profit private practice model of Catholic medicine.
Good afternoon. My name is Dee Dee Chisholm. I am the CEO and co-founder and a nurse practitioner for Bella Health and Wellness in Denver, Colorado. And our practice is a unique nonprofit model under the group ruling of the USCCB and the Archdiocese of Denver.
My name is Tim Von Dolan, and I'm the co-founder of the St. John Paul II Life Center and Vitae Clinic in Austin, Texas. It's a great honor to be with you. I want to start off with a quote from our founder, our patron, John Paul II. Have no fear of moving into the unknown. Simply step out fearlessly knowing that Christ is with you. Therefore, no harm can befall you. All is very, very well. Do this in complete faith and confidence. And that's what I think we need to be talking about in light of this morning and where we're headed this afternoon. But I'm a pharmacist attorney from the University of Texas graduate. I served 7 terms in the Texas House of Representatives. And one of the most important thing was I got to meet my co-founder, Patricia Von Dolan. Pat, if you wouldn't mind just letting me recognize you. Pat and I have 83 years of marital experience. I'm not going to explain that now. I'm just going to say you can find that in our book, In Life, the Journey is Everything. But it's a delight to be here, and we'll talk about Catholic healthcare.
Thank you, everyone. So I'd like to start this afternoon off asking everyone here, before today, or at least before you heard about the topics in today's conference, how many of you had even heard of the concept of Catholic clinics? Raise your hand. Oh, well, that is great. Well, I'm hoping by the end, our hope by the end of this panel is that there may be increased interest, even desire to pursue Catholic clinics further. So with that, would each one of you give a little bit more detailed overview of each of your clinics? And each one of us, actually, we come from different backgrounds. That's why I thought the introductions were so important. We also have different models of clinics representing a number of them throughout the country.
So I still have the mic, so I'm not going to pass it yet. So we're 15 years in our 15th year of operation. And the motivation that we found in creating the John Paul II Life Center really started with me back after the Roe versus Wade decision. While I was in the legislature, I actually carried the first pro-life legislation after that disastrous ruling. We have been fortunate to be able to include the Catholic faith in everything that we've done all along the way, and I think that's crucial. I would say, though, that sometimes it's not necessarily wearing your faith on your shoulders or on your sleeve, but letting people see your faith in action, and that's what we've tried to do in the John Paul II Life Center. But Pat actually asked me at one point, she said, you know, the Catholic Church really wants to save babies, but what are they doing to help women after that? And I said, well, we're going to do something about that. And that really was the impetus for us, because what we've done is created a nonprofit model that has 2 nonprofit entities, both 501c3s, one, the St. John Paul II Life Center, and the second, the Vitae Clinic. Each are of a nature that allows us to have the John Paul II Life Center, in effect, be the manager of the Vitae Clinic. And so in Texas, we couldn't hire a physician individual to individual, but this is the method by which we're able to do that. And so what we do is attempt to help women in need in every circumstance and actually provide dignity and love to them. So I want to just suggest a few practical things. From our inception, we always wanted to be a part of the Catholic Diocesan Directory. And by doing that, it actually, years later, resulted in being the method by which we were able to finance the building, the 19,000 square foot building that we're now operating in. So we've got a lot of things going on. We're growing rapidly, and that's enough out of me right now.
Thanks, Tim. Bella Health and Wellness started after some intense discernment with initially Archbishop Chaput, when a group of women had come to me on a retreat and said, would you and your daughter consider opening a Catholic clinic? We go to the doctor and all we get pressured with is birth control, sterilization, and basically baby shaming for getting pregnant again. And so we did start that discernment, and for us, our discernment kind of came to a culmination. Our family coordinates medical missions in the high Andes of Peru, and after a particularly difficult week, we did feel the Holy Spirit say, okay, girls, you've been praying long enough. It's time to get home and get to work, and you will bring that same kind of love back home and seek the poverty in every individual. And that poverty is not going to look like Ayurvedic Peru, but you will find spiritual, emotional, physical, as well as financial poverty. And I want you to bring that and bring that with excellence. And so we came home and we met with Archbishop Sam Aquila, who is our Archbishop now. And we are in our 10th year. We started as a small OBGYN clinic. Honestly, that's what we thought we were going to do. My specialty is maternal fetal medicine as a nurse practitioner. My daughter's full women in gynecology. And in our state, we could actually create an entity and hire a physician. So that's how we started. There is such a demand, just like Robin said. And right from the get-go, we had 100 people a month, 100 people a month, 100 people a month wanting to come and register at Bella. We thought that that would tampen down within about a year. We had less than a year. We had men saying, well, could you just look at my back? Could you look at my throat? I really need a flu shot. So pretty quickly, we realized we needed to extend our care, and that women were not the only ones who were desiring and demanding and really needing dignified health care. And so we opened up to family medicine. We started very quickly seeing many of the clergy in our diocese, lots of men and their families. We added pediatrics, a full broad spectrum of wellness programs, and now we also have functional medicine. And that has continued to grow, and so now in our 10th year, we are registering just about 200 patients a month. We have 25,000 registered patients, and we have 25 providers on staff.
My story starts shortly, really into residency. In spite of the gray hair, I'm not as old as I look. And I finished residency in 2016. And being a family doctor, at least in this community, very quickly after you finish medical school, you're still 2 years away from practicing. The hospitals come to you with very lucrative contract signing bonuses, et cetera. And so I engaged in negotiations with one of them, and I kind of outlined some of the ERDs and things that I'd like included contractually. And it was very off-putting to them. They said, we've never really had anybody want this type of chapter and verse stuff in the contract. And through the encouragement of some mentors, especially Chris Stroud, who practices in Fort Wayne as well, OB, he said, you know, I think you could do this on your own if you wanted. The hospital was not going to include these protections for me contractually, just kind of word of mouth, which we all know how good that can be. So I said, really, my main goal is I have a family. I want to be a doctor. I want to help people and provide care for my patients in union with my faith. And a lot of times in training, you do have to kind of keep your head down at times and get along with people who disagree with you, who get to decide if you pass or not. And I was done with that. And so that was kind of my motivation, very regular. You know, 40 years ago, everything was private practice. Now that's quite uncommon, but it can be done. And so we started in 2016, not really sure what it was going to look like. It's evolved over time. We've got 5 providers now. We plan to grow to maybe 7 or 8. We think that'll be a good size for us, but it's not for lack of market, as both of you guys have spoken to. Unfortunately, for patients, people drive from long distances, 2 hours each way for a 20-minute appointment because you're the closest doctor I can find that I trust. And that really speaks to the faith, less about any individual provider or doctor and more about you represent something that I have faith in, even if they're not Catholic. And honestly, I was expecting Catholics to be more of my population that I get to care for. It's really not. It's a small amount. The Lutherans are actually way more interested in like sticking with me than the Catholics are. Yeah, patients will gravitate to good health care, and people who really care, they can see that.
So with St. Gianna, how we got started, as you heard, I'm an anesthesiologist, so you're thinking, how in the world does an anesthesiologist start a primary care clinic? Well, God has a great sense of humor. But the bottom line was that a businessman in our region came to me, started talking about medicine. I think it's going in the wrong direction. I don't know what we can do. I don't know what it looks like. And he looked at me and he said, but I think you're the doctor I've been looking for. To which I thought, oh my goodness, what have I gotten myself into this time? And yet I knew he was right. And through much discernment, seeking out counsel, priests, religious, other doctors, business people, it became very clear something did need to be done, and it needed to be a clinic that served all people from conception to natural end of life. As you've heard, each one of these stories is interesting to see how God works. One starts out as a women's health clinic, pregnancy center and clinic, a traditional family practice. You know, God is planting these seeds everywhere. But for us, we really wanted to be like the Catholic Church. We'd welcome everyone, take care of everyone, and honor them with love, respect, and dignity, as Dr. Fernandez so beautifully described earlier this morning. Searching for many models, we started with one. We created a new one. It was the hospital-affiliated nonprofit model, where we would be equal partners in the formation of this authentically Catholic clinic. And through COVID and general disagreements about what authentic Catholic healthcare looked like, we separated right in the middle of COVID, and by God's grace, we're able to continue forward. And today, we are also a multi-specialty. We have family medicine, OBGYN with NAPRO, medical and surgical specialties, fertility care center, pediatrics, psychiatry, and ear, nose, and throat. And we're just about to open up procedure and surgical suites. So, you know, it's all in God's will, whatever he wants. But the reality is, we just continue to try and meet this growing need that everyone here is experiencing as well. But for us, we continued the nonprofit, the 501c3 nonprofit, because we felt that met our patients' needs in our community best. So some of you mentioned a little bit about your relationship with the diocese. Could you elaborate further what your relationship is with the diocese, what your thoughts are about diocesan relationships, and or your bishop? So,
yeah, I guess from my standpoint, I was kind of learning as I was going a little bit. I never looked to establish an official relationship. We get to care for a lot of the clergy and religious, which is a blessing, but being a private enterprise, we don't have any official relationship. And while the whole office has got crucifixes and holy water fountains, it's faith-based is what we say rather than Catholic. So we haven't looked to necessarily brand it that way, but people can see with the ERDs and stuff, that's what we try and do as best we can.
So we also describe ours as faith-based, and but we are Catholic, and as I said before, our 501c3 is under the USCCB and the Archdiocese of Denver. Now, that doesn't mean that we have a tight relationship. That's our tax status. That's basically what that is. There's a pretty thick veil. There's no oversight or administration, although in our articles of incorporation and bylaws, our Archbishop does have the right to close us down because we are operating as a Catholic clinic. We are in the Kennedy Official Catholic Directory as a Catholic clinic, and if we fail to be doing what we're doing, he can close us down. Now that sounds very authoritarian. He's actually more like a dad to us. He's very proud of us. He loves us a lot. He brags about us a lot, just like a dad. and we have a beautiful relationship with our bishop. And when I think about other clinics that are entering into a diocese and they're wanting to practice fully Catholic, I do feel like it's a good idea to reach out to your bishop and let him know you're there. And if, especially like in a circumstance where you're a nonprofit and you are, you know, claiming and to be Catholic. In our clinic, we have a chapel with the Blessed Sacrament, so there's a lot of meat there, right? We've got Jesus right there. Now, our office does not have a lot of crucifixes around, but we have an amazing wooden door in our waiting room that does beckon people because it does have Jesus and the Blessed Sacrament inside. So each one of us have a little bit of a different flavor, I guess, when it comes to not only our relationships, but also our expression, our exterior expression. But I think what's most important, and I think that we would find that among all of us, is our interior expression of Christ and how we enter into those exam rooms, recognizing that that is a tabernacle where we will find Jesus in our patients, and God willing, they will find Jesus in us. And I think that we would find that as a strong commonality among all of us.
Well, we looked at the question of involvement with the diocese in great depth as we were in formation, and we came to the conclusion that we definitely want to be identified as a Catholic organization, but we did not want to be part of the diocese. And quite practically, it's because of the bureaucracy that exists within the church. Things move slowly. Sometimes you got to make a decision that's faster than what they're able to decide. And so we made that decision that we would be closely related, clearly identified as a Catholic clinic, but not a formal part of the diocese. And so those are the kind of things that you need to take into account. And I actually have done a paper of all the things that we did in the 3 years that it took us to actually, a little more than 3 years, to get from conception to actually starting the center and the clinic. And I'd be more than glad to share that with anybody who'd like to have it, because there are many, many steps that you need to go through. There are many people you need to identify and work with, and it doesn't come easily. So you might as well learn from our mistakes so you don't have to make them. So we have no religious test for anyone who comes to the clinic. They're greeted irrespective of their care that's needed. We even had one transgender patient that came, and the doctor, of course, treated that individual for the health care needs that they needed. It is a fabulous opportunity to demonstrate our faith, our belief that Jesus Christ is Lord and that He is our Savior, and that we are able to demonstrate that through the medical care that's delivered there.
Could I add one more thing?
Please do.
I thought of one other thing. In our initial articles of incorporation and bylaws, we do have very clearly in there that we are a Catholic organization, that we adhere to the ethical and religious directives for Catholic healthcare, and that we're under the magisterium of the Catholic Church. Now, where that has really come into play for us is that we are currently in a lawsuit where Bella is suing the state of Colorado in federal court, and it's about our right in this particular case. It's about our right to be able to provide a woman with progesterone who has taken the abortion pill and changed her mind. In the state of Colorado, that's illegal, unprofessional conduct, carries a lot of fines and loss of licenses on many different levels. So there's a few different ways that they've written that law, and there's caveats in there. So when the Beckett Fund came to represent us, their happiest day was when we handed them our articles of incorporation and bylaws, because it was very, very clear that we had a religious liberty case in front of us regarding our constitutional rights.
Thank you for sharing that.
Let me add one thing here, and that is our relationship that we have with our Catholic hospital system in our area. It's the Ascension Seton Healthcare Network, it has played a vital role. We operate through a collaboration agreement with them. We were blessed to be able to enter into a contract with them where they actually helped us provide for the cost of our first physician. We couldn't have gotten open without that. It amounted to about $450,000 the first year. So having that relationship, being able to maintain the relationship closely between the hospital system, the diocese, and the operation is critical in looking at what you're actually offering to the entire community.
Those are three very important entities to consider in the formation of Catholic clinics. At St. Gianna, we felt from the very beginning that it was critical that we had the support and full blessing of our bishop, Bishop David Ricken, and we were extremely blessed that he not only supported us, he took it and ran with it, and he has continued supporting us ever since. He remains our Episcopal advisor and is one of our greatest advocates out there talking about the works of St. Gianna. Regarding the diocese, that just also tied into that. We felt it was very important to play whatever role we could in supporting the development and delivery of authentic Catholic healthcare throughout the diocese and beyond. So whatever we could do to support the diocese, whether it was teaching NFP classes, serving as an expert medical resource, giving guidelines, we continue to serve in that capacity and feel very grateful and blessed to be able to do so. Regarding the hospital systems, I think each one, I don't know if the other two of you would like to also comment. As I mentioned, we started out, we felt very strongly that we wanted to work with our Catholic hospital system. And we had beautiful leadership who believed in the concept of Catholic clinic, but that is not always the case. And as we moved through our journey, we ended up going independent. I think Catholic hospital systems, if they partnered with Catholic clinics, could do the incredible work that Tim has seen in Texas. So, Dee Dee or Andrew, did you want to comment further on that?
Sure. So partnering with the Catholic Hospital in Denver was not a great option for Bella. And so our partnerships are actually where we have our privileges is at one for-profit hospital, which is HCA, Health One Hospital. Swedish Medical Center is the center itself. And our other hospital is Littleton Adventist in Colorado, just prior to the Common Spirit Adventist divorce. They were married in Colorado, and north of I-70 were the Catholic hospitals of that marriage, and south of I-70 were the Adventist hospitals of that marriage, which is where we is on the south side. So it's just interesting. However, we have great relationships with both of those hospitals, who have also, just like Tim described, collaborated with us, and specifically our for-profit hospital has been of all of them, has been the most supportive of us as a Catholic clinic. Now, granted, it's a place that I had spent 20 years prior. Our daughter had been there for 12 years, and they knew who we were, and they were like, go for it. Like, this is who you are. This is what you live and breathe. And they could see actually that what we have as Catholic clinic, what we offer in terms of NAPRO, this is a niche area that brings a lot also to them. And so hospitals, I mean, sadly, in our area, I mean, they want the dollars, right? They want the downstream revenue of a mom coming in, having a baby, loving it, and then that's where she brings grandma when she has a stroke, or Billy when he breaks his arm. So they understand the importance of that gateway of a woman coming into the hospital. But we have a great relationship with the hospitals, and it has benefited us in the onboarding of our obstetricians and surgeons.
Yeah, I would just echo that as far as with the hospitals. So there's not a Catholic hospital presence in Fort Wayne anymore, unfortunately. But as I'm kind of going down the garden path with this one hospital system that doesn't want to include Catholic stuff in the contract, The other hospital system reaches out knowing the downstream revenue of a primary care doctor, which is definitely $2 million a year per doctor at least. And they said, we're going to dust off one of these recruitment contracts, which we haven't done in a million years, where we give you a cash flow guarantee. And that was instrumental. I thought it was going to take an awful lot of time and money. Only took 3 months. I didn't realize how busy we'd be so quickly. But that gives you the confidence to say this hospital's got my back for the first several months or the first year, so that you can have the confidence to go out there and start something new. For hospital administrators who might be listening, if you want a Catholic clinic in your area, that's been part of several of our stories. I think there's an opportunity there.
Yes, thank you. We've touched upon somewhat, some present, some not so evident Catholic symbols, or, parts of what is shown or not shown in our clinics. But what do you think makes a clinic Catholic?
Well, I think there's a lot of things. That's a long, you could write papers on that.
That's true.
It's got to be consistent with the ERDs. Got to have it. I think a big part of our Catholic image is one of evangelization. If somebody comes and has a good experience, they receive good care, they like us, I want to point to Jesus for that work and say, what makes these guys different? So hopefully it's evangelizing. And then lastly, I would say excellence. That's something that we had talked about a lot ahead of time. I think it was C.S. Lewis that kind of popularized the idea of evangelization by cultural competency. You got to be the best at what you're doing. You got to be better than everybody else. These are free market ideas, which that's a big part of my story, is trying to be competitive in the healthcare marketplace. I'm going to be the best. I want to, and that's how I can best serve patients. It's Catholic to be the best.
I think we'll hear excellence over and over because it's something that we really, really believe in. I think that, building upon what Andrew was saying is also just recognizing for all people, they want that excellence. We bring the love of Christ, not by our words, but by our actions, by understanding that God knows every cell of this person in front of us and loving them well. And so bringing that love, I think, is paramount in all that we do, but also speaking truth. I'll give just a quick example would be, I had a mom come in. She was about 9 months postpartum with 3 young boys, all very, very close together, probably less than 3. And she was thinking that maybe she was depressed, or maybe she needed to do something because she just wasn't feeling right. And so digging into her, of course, I was going to check her labs and see if we had any hormone abnormalities, do all the regular tests that we would do for depression and anxiety. But I asked her, what's going on with your husband? What's your, how are things with your husband? And she's like, well, we're fine. It's just so busy. We don't really have a lot of time together. He's, when I'm trying to do something, he's doing something else. We just really aren't in a place where it's very relational. And so I asked about their intimacy. And she said, oh, there's no intimacy right now. We don't want to have any more children. And so we don't hardly even sleep in the same bed because intimacy would maybe make another baby. We can't have another baby. And so we just have a different relationship. But I am blessed because he looks at porn and has his sexual needs met through pornography. And so I took a deep breath and I said, okay, we are going to look at your labs and look at all these things, but can we first just stop for a minute and talk about your marriage? So first of all, your intimacy and your closeness with your husband is paramount to your own well-being, to your own happiness, to the goodness of your marriage. But secondly, when your husband is having sex with someone else, whether that is over the internet or in person, that's adultery. And if you are okay with that, then you're complicit. You are the one who will also stand before God. And her mouth dropped. She had no idea that her husband having sex via pornography was also adultery. And I think that being fully Catholic also means speaking full truth. And we can do that with love, and I could hold her and she could cry, and I could give her resources for both her and her husband. And very happily, I have been with them for the birth of their next 2 children, where they go and they stop at the Adoration Chapel and they consecrate their babies, and they are a fully whole couple with pornography-free marriage.
Thank you. Tim, did you have any thoughts?
Yes, our physicians are Catholic themselves. Our 2 physicians, we're in search for a third. Our nurse practitioner is Catholic. At our clinic, we don't use contraception. Of course, we don't do abortion or referrals. Everything that we do evidences the following of the ERDs, and we do natural family planning, all the different methods, particularly the natural procreative technology, and our physicians have been trained in that. Our physicians are excellent. The reviews that they get from their patients demonstrate that. We want that to be displayed throughout the larger Austin community, which I call the den of iniquity. But it's also a place where we have many, many wonderful conservative Catholic leaders and individuals. But everything we do follows the teachings of the church.
Yeah, I would echo a lot of what was said. At St. Gianna, we actually are unabashedly Catholic. We decided right from the beginning, we looked at different ways, of how we would present ourselves to the world, and we just really wanted everyone to know that we are Catholic. We love being Catholic, but we love everyone, and we want to share the love of Jesus Christ with anyone and everyone who walks through our door. And that really has been our overriding mantra, that every person, according to our Catholic faith, reinforces every person is a gift from God. Every person is to be loved, treasured, honored, treated with total dignity. And that's how we approach every day. That's how we approach every patient and their families. We have a growing population of non-Catholics. I mean, we did have many, large percentage were Catholics, but the word gets out, right? Wow, I go there and they treat me like this amazing person. They know who I am. They know my family members. And people are searching for that. They're searching for love. And it just happens to be in the form of a medical clinic where they encounter it. And we too, going back to medical excellence, totally embrace it. All of us do. It has to be both. It can't just be faithful. It can't be excellence. They go hand in hand. And so much so that our tagline for St. Gianna is truly excellent, always faithful. That's what helps us stand out, because that's what being truly Catholic anywhere, but especially in medicine, means. And it always has to be part of how we practice. How do you cultivate the Catholic culture in your clinic? You've talked a little bit about it, but do you want to expand any further?
I think we probably have about 50-50 division of our patients between Catholic and non-Catholic, so fairly even distribution. We cultivate that, again, through the demonstrated beliefs that the church has relative to charity and to love and to the dignity of the person. And I think that really does come through. And I think it's how you do every day of your practice that it makes such a difference where you show that you're truly Catholic.
We were actually just looking at this the other day before Abby and I opened the practice. Some of the things that we talked about, what would be keys to our success. And the first thing on our keys to success was to pray as a staff. So in our practice, our team meets in the morning before the day starts and prays together. And I do think that makes a big difference. Now we have a large staff, and they're probably about 90% probably 90% Catholic. However, just as everyone else has said, leading with love, with charity, I think that in how we cultivate the culture, I'll give a brief story. When John F. Kennedy, they say that he was at NASA and he was walking down the hall and he met a janitor and asked that janitor, what does he do there? And that janitor said, I'm working to put a man on the moon. That's kind of the philosophy we have a little bit at Bella. We talk about making people whole, getting souls to heaven by making people whole, that we're a storefront to get souls to heaven. So if you were to ask our front desk, perhaps, so what is your job? Well, I really come to work every day to try to get souls to heaven by making people whole. And yes, they may answer the phones and schedule people, but that's one way that we try to cultivate a culture of love, a culture of fully Catholic, and with a lot of joy.
I would say the people is the number one thing. We hire for charity, and you can teach people to do any job, almost regardless of their background. It's really hard to teach charity. You got to start with a grandma. I missed that. You got to find somebody who's already a charitable person. They see Christ in people. Catholic or not, they're going to be kind to everybody. And that's the difference. If you walk into a secular hospital, the one thing that brings everybody in healthcare together is complaining about that guy over there. And that's universal. The most likely thing you're going to hear on a hospital floor is a sigh. I've got to be here today. I'm tired of doing this. You've got to find people who are going to go against that instinct even at hard times. And it really starts, I'd say, two big ways. It starts with the physicians and the providers setting the example. You set the tone for your team, administration as well. And then also on the business side of things, creating an excellent job for your employees. One of the things that we did very early on, everybody works a 4-day week. We're open up 5 days, everybody gets a day off. You got to get your hair cut, go to the dentist, what have you. Creating a good job for your employees to show that they're respected and loved, and that's what we're giving to our patients.
Boy, that's it is so important, at our clinic, emphasizing the culture, that support and love, not just for our patients and their families, but for each other, to be there present for one another as well. We pray together every day, often multiple times a day. We do have a chapel with our Lord in reserve, so we have Mass, we have a chaplain. We regularly talk about our faith, just whether with our patients, if they're interested, or with each other. We have faith formation, culture building sessions. It really is just talked about in a very loving and supportive way. No judgment. We do have non-Catholics that are part of our staff, but honestly, they embrace our beliefs as much or more in many of the cases. So it's just, it's an emphasis on love and joy and compassion. We're approaching near the end, and I just wanted to ask 2 more questions. Yes, Tim.
Well, I was just going to add something in relation to what we do with our employees, and we have them. Actually, the thing I was thinking about has already been said. I think I'm gonna pass on that. That's okay.
Okay, you're welcome to share. How many of you have boards and/or consultants that you've used, and what did that look like?
So we used consultants early from the beginning, consultants that were helping us start up our practice, help us with our insurance contracts. We've taken a lot of that on in-house now. We do, as a nonprofit, have a governing board, and our board currently has 10 people. It's comprised of a couple of attorneys, CFOs, business people, physicians, and people in the nonprofit, in the greater nonprofit Catholic world. And they serve as a governing board.
So Aristotle and St. Thomas said the best form of government is a monarchy, if you've got the right king. I didn't make that up. So that's our model. We don't have a board. I've got dozens of advisors that I speak to all the time. Number one's my wife, and she's an MBA, smarter than me, and all that stuff. Lawyers, you got a good accountant. The market, what insurance companies say you can't afford to do this, they're on the board too. I can't afford to do that if they say so. So you got to have a lot of mentors, and I'd say mentors probably the biggest thing. When you have things come up on a daily, weekly basis, you got to have somebody to call. Hey, I've never done this before. Have you ever heard of this? What did you do? That's probably the most important thing.
So we actually have multiple boards. We have 12 people on the main board, and they are husband and wife. We find that the wife has a different perspective than the husband, and vice versa, and I think that's very important. And then we have a board for the clinic itself, and that is a 6-person board. They are all physicians, and then they have an advisory committee of physicians that cover a number of other different practices other than just OB-GYN, which is what we focus on. Then we also have advisory boards and consultants. And I think in the early stages, it's key that you have the right people to advise you so you don't make a mistake. So again, those details we can be glad to share with you if anybody would like more detail on that.
Yeah, I would just elaborate. For us, having the following people in place were critical in the discernment process and then the actual implementation of what we have today. Legal, very important to have solid legal backing, especially one that understands our Catholic challenges in the world today. 2, human resources. That is not my area. How about all of you? No, okay. They are invaluable, and I'll tell you, I'll throw out for the CBA, Catholic Benefits Association, you have proven priceless for us in navigating these waters. Highly recommend them. Highly recommend becoming a member of them and CHCLA. Marketing, again, definitely not my area, but it is important. It's how you reach people and let them know that you even exist, much less what you do and how you do it. I think any other advisors, certainly spiritual, very important. Business, very important. Accounting, as you mentioned.
I think just to mention about the business aspect of this, you've got to have somebody that really is able to raise funds for you. And we've found that it's very difficult to raise money for the clinic. People don't want to give money to support a doctor, and that's just reality. So that's where the nonprofit side of it comes in, because you're able to raise funds that you otherwise wouldn't be able to do. And we have not been fortunate enough to be able to have just the clinic operate in a positive financial position. So we then contribute back from the John Paul II Life Center to the practice to make it be able to operate on an even keel.
Is it easier to raise money for the resource center?
So yes, we raise money for that is both for our practice and also for the center itself. So it has to provide money on both sides, the center does. We hope it gets reversed, but right now, until we grow our practice with more physicians, we're not able to do that.
Okay, so final question. Why do patients come to your clinic versus all the other options they have today?
For us, when we look at our reviews, I would say that overall, what we'll see is that I feel loved, I feel seen, I feel known, I feel heard. And isn't that what we all desire? And isn't that what we find in our Lord? So I would say that's what we hear far and above. And then also, people feel very safe in our clinic. and they get great care.
Yeah, it's for us, it's the best option available to patients. That's part of the job description. Patients come in and say, I love the music you guys play. We play Christian rock. Personally, I don't know if that's more offensive to Christians or rock and roll, but they're like, they play that at my church. I'm like, okay, good. They love that. We don't have a phone tree. Probably the only place in Fort Wayne that doesn't have a phone tree. If you have the best healthcare experience, they're going to say, why are these people different? Why do they care about me? You got to be the best.
I think without question, women who come in and are abortion-minded, they've never been given love before. They've been never been treated with respect and dignity, and they invariably all say that. And whatever their problem is, we find a solution. They don't have to go other places. And so while we're not in the business of finding apartments and providing transportation and doing all those things, we will do that if that's their problem. And just since the Dobbs case, we've had over 60 women that have come in, all abortion vulnerable and minded, and every one of them ended up choosing life because of the treatment that they got at the center and the clinic.
Yeah, I would just add joy. They feel loved, they feel hope, they feel inspired, and they feel joy. A rare emotion, I think, when most people walk into a medical clinic, at least from my past experience through the years. And people do feel the difference immediately upon walking in. And, we have so much more that we could share. Tim and others have already said we have so much that we'd like to share with you. Feel free to reach out to us. There's so much wisdom that we would like to, have flow down and towards anyone and everyone interested. We didn't even touch upon needed entities of management service organizations or physician services organizations. If put into place, you would see these Catholic clinics launch throughout the country. They're in process. So finally, as we wrap up, after hearing today's discussion, we, the panel, are wondering now how many of you are now interested or more interested in this concept of Catholic clinics? Raise your hand. And are any of you feeling called to perhaps pursue this further? You don't have to read. Oh, I like that. Beautiful. Our hope and prayer is that today's entire day of the symposium and this panel discussion will pull on your heartstrings. Perhaps the Holy Spirit will move your heart. You'll feel called, whether it's to support through prayer or otherwise, this movement, because we firmly believe through our daily encounters with these patients that Catholic clinics can serve an incredibly key and important role in changing all of Catholic healthcare in our country. It truly is a concrete expression of Jesus Christ's love. It is an encounter that patient after patient verbalizes, I love coming here. I feel so taken care of. I feel safe. I feel like I've never felt before. And what a beautiful expression of our incredible Catholic faith to bring that kind of love of Christ to anyone and everyone who walks through these doors. We ask you to keep all of this in prayer. We thank each and every one for all that you do in whatever realm you are working for the salvation of souls. And with that, thank you on behalf of the whole panel.
While we bring our next panel up, I'll tell you a little personal story. Well, first let me comment on that last session. For those that are watching online, and who were not able to join us yesterday for the launch of the CHCLA Center for the Support of the Catholic Healing Ministry. The purpose of this afternoon is to give you a flavor for what that center is all about. What you just heard from these 4 wonderful clinic directors, I had a choice of probably 30 clinic directors that I could have brought up here today. Obviously, there isn't time. And there are many of you out there looking at this today or maybe looking at this later who are very interested in being in contact and learning more about how to start a clinic or how to sustain a clinic. That is what the support center will be all about at the CHCLA. So keep in touch, go to our website, watch for updates. And again, it was a beautiful presentation. Now, again, let me go back to the title of our symposium today, Building a Culture of Support for Catholic Healthcare. I hope you understand at this point, even at this midpoint or just beyond, building that support involves medical expertise, legal expertise, business expertise, bioethical expertise. But let's be honest with one another. What is the foundation of the future of Catholic healthcare? It's the spiritual component. It has been since the time of Christ, and it will remain until Christ comes again. He is the center and focus of all the work that we do, and the purpose of this panel with our religious sisters and Monsignor is to focus on the spiritual foundation and literally the renewal of Catholic healthcare by restoring Christ to the center. In fact, that personal story that I wanted to tell, just very briefly, Monsignor and I met probably 4 years ago at a Catholic Medical Association meeting, and when he told me his parish, which was one of the first things he mentioned to me, was that it was St. Pius X. And I looked at him and smiled, and I said, Instaurare omnia in Christo, restore all things in Christ, which was the papal motto of St. Pius X. So I knew that I had struck up a new friendship immediately with Monsignor, and we've become friends and colleagues since then. Okay, so this panel is moderated by Monsignor. Let me tell you a little bit about Monsignor. Monsignor received his Bachelor's of Art degree. Well, first of all, he's a Catholic priest, obviously. And he received his Bachelor's of Art degree from St. Mary University in Winona, Minnesota, with a major in philosophy and a minor in psychology. He attended Mount St. Mary's Seminary in Emmitsburg, Maryland, and graduated with a Master's of Arts in Moral Theology, with a concentration in medical ethics. And if that wasn't enough education, in 2017, he got his STL with a title of The New Evangelization in Catholic Healthcare. In 2001, he was appointed ex officio member of the Diocesan Ethics Committee to assist with promoting medical moral ethics to Catholic hospitals and medical facilities in his Diocese of Peoria, Illinois. And in 2010, he was named Episcopal Vicar for Healthcare and remains in that position. In 2014, Monsignor was appointed the pastor, as I mentioned, of St. Pius X Parish, and he is currently pastor at St. Francis of Assisi in Ottawa. So let's welcome Monsignor and our panel of sisters today.
Thank you, Dr. White. Appreciate it. And so grateful to have all of the sisters here. Thank you for your witness and your vocation. Not only your support of the conference today, the symposium, but also we need holy religious, to really celebrate the marital love of the church and her people. So thank you, sisters, for your vocation. With that, I want to turn to our beautiful panel here. Thank you, Sister, Mother. Great to have you. 63 years of religious life, right? Sister Bridget Mary, 11 years, and Sister Petra, 16 years. I'm just going to have them do a little introduction of themselves, and then we'll begin.
I'm Mother Mary Patricia. I began Religious Sisters of Mercy, entered in 1961, and at that time, things were still before Vatican II. And all the changes that occurred in 1965. So I took final vows in 1969, right after the Vatican II came out with all their documents and the renewal on religious life. And so at that point, things were really changing in religious life. So when you're talking about fighting for principles and the essentials of religious life, some of us really went through it at that time. So it was like a group of 7 of us who began the new community, which is now the Religious Sisters of Mercy of Alma, Michigan. But it was a real battle that we went through because everyone was wanting to eliminate the vows, no longer wear a habit, no longer have a superior, not live in community, which we felt were the essentials of religious life, and was just being eliminated. So it was through quite a process. It was actually 3 years of working through the Sacred Congregation for Religious in Rome, and particularly Cardinal Meyer, who supported us through this whole process. But then finally, Pope Paul VI, September 1st, 1973, established us as an independent community of religious Sisters of Mercy. So we had separated from the larger group of Sisters of Mercy, which much hostility involved and a very difficult time. So at that point, we were the experimental community that we were, started out at St. Mary's Hospital in Grand Rapids, Michigan. So it was a healthcare facility. And I'll talk more about that as we go on. But then because we had to, that was owned by the larger group of Sisters of Mercy, we had to leave the hospital. So at that point, there was 11 of us. And the only thing we could do was move into a farmhouse, which was owned by the family of one of the sisters in Caucaland, Michigan. So it had 4 bedrooms and had a bathroom and an outhouse. And there was 11 of us working there. So how we ended up in Alma, Michigan, however, was through the bishop, because you had to really have a bishop to support you in their diocese, being a new community. So Bishop Ray was a bishop at that time, and so he said, yes, I will have you come into my diocese. You can begin there. But I want you to go to Alma, Michigan, where you would be, it's more Protestant and good for evangelization, and further away from any of the other Sisters of Mercy, so you don't cause any more problems. So that's how we ended up in Alma, Michigan, and so that is where we were at this point. But my responsibility is to go through a little more of the history eventually, but.
And I'm Sister Bridget Mary, and I'm also from the Religious Sisters of Mercy. You heard a little bit about my background earlier. I came to an intellectual conversion while I was in undergraduate school and studying the classics and really experiencing truth in that way, and came home to the church. I was raised Catholic, but not really practicing my faith at the time. And then after graduating, I entered the Religious Sisters of Mercy in 2013. And professed perpetual vows in 2022, in 2021, and then graduated law school in 2022. And I just completed a clerkship with the Delaware Court of Chancery. And so I have a kind of a corporate law flair to the type of law that I study. So.
And I'm Sister Petra. I'm a sister of St. Francis of Perpetual Adoration. And so it's my sisters that sponsor Franciscan Alliance as part of the church's healthcare ministry. I've been a sister for 16 years. I made final vows in 2016. And I've been missioned to our healthcare ministry for, I think, 13 of those 16. And if you'd asked me before I was a sister if I'd ever be in healthcare, I would have said you were insane. But it's been a blessing. And for our sisters, Perpetual Adoration is our primary charism. At our mother house, we have our Adoration Chapel. And we've been in the U.S. for 115 years, and we've existed for 160 and have always maintained perpetual adoration. But our mother founders always believed that you combine the contemplative with the active, so through adoration and works of mercy. So we encounter Christ, the real presence in the Eucharist, and then we bring Christ to all those we serve in our healthcare and education apostolates. And I serve as Vice President of Mission for our Northern Indiana hospitals.
And Sister Lean, who was supposed to be here, became ill and was no longer able to be a part of our panel, so we wish and pray for her good health. The Sisters of Alma have done a wonderful job in ministering to a lot of dioceses and priests, and they are a great source of spiritual support to our priests who are struggling in many ways, so we're grateful for their presence as well. So spiritual formation in healthcare is so important. If we are going to advance Catholic healthcare, we need to partner together first and foremost, but we also need to make sure that we are spiritually grounded in Christ, to be not only faithful to our mission of the Lord, which is what Sister Bridget Mary is going to start with, and then Mary Patricia will be next, and then Sister Petra.
So I'll try and do a little quick survey of the tradition of Catholic healthcare. And as mother and sister and I were preparing for the panel, and then Sister Elaine as well, we were really talking about how this is a time of refoundation for Catholic healthcare. And I think as religious in a particular way, we, whether through a lived experience or an inherited experience, know both the sorrows and the struggles and the courage that it takes to refound something. A priest, I forget his name, unfortunately, but a priest has said that it takes greater courage and zeal to refound than to found. Because founding, you're just building from the ground up, but refounding, you're actually bending something back that has gone awry. And so I think now is a really crucial time for Catholic healthcare, but we have also experienced what can happen in refoundation, where you might dispose of the essential elements and just create change for the sake of change and end up going down a really wrong track. And so before we talk about where we can go into the future, it's really important to know what the nature is of Catholic healthcare. And first and foremost, it was delegated to the bishops, to the apostles. They were the ones who received the apostolic mandate. And so when we talk about what it means to be Catholic, you have got to be rooted to the magisterium and not dispose of that, and to remember that it's the bishop who gives the Catholic name. And so that's a really important element. The very first hospital was in 650, and it was a diocesan hospital in Spain. And so there are two tracks that began of how hospitals were created. They were created either through the diocese and the bishops or through religious orders or other types of religious organizations. And there's, from the Council of Vienne to the Council of Trent, the Church has shown herself to be intensely interested in the administration of Catholic healthcare through the hospitals for many centuries, from the 1100s to 1400s. It was known as the Charitable Revolution, when hospitals were popping up all across Europe with an interestingly and confusingly similar footprint that many historians can't quite figure out why a hospital in Spain looked identical and had similar governance to a hospital in France, and why a hospital in England was able to appear similar from the architecture to the personnel, why all of these hospitals were the same. And I think we as Catholics can understand the fingerprints of God in that, and that there was an articulation of certain essential elements of Catholic healthcare that the Church was already articulating through the ministry. And so in a particular way, Mother Mary Patricia will talk about one of those tracks, religious life, and how religious life was able to receive in an important way the delegated ministry of Catholic healthcare, and be able to articulate the healing power and ministry of Christ through our participation in the redemption. Redemptionis Donum says that the spousal relationship with Christ is spousal because it is redemptive. And so as religious, we inculcate that understanding of the redemptive mystery of Christ to our nature and to who we are as women religious. And so because of that, there is an intimate bond and a certain natural disposition, supernatural disposition to be able to enter into the healing ministry of Christ. And so in the United States in particular, all the hospitals, with the exception of a few, were founded by women religious. And so we pretty much have the one track here, as opposed to throughout the world. It's mostly women religious who founded hospitals here. And so with that in mind, I think it's important to understand where we're going in the future, to understand how women religious were able to communicate and still are able to communicate the healing ministry of Christ and what they do.
And as Mother begins that conversation, think about the Sisters of the Franciscan Alliance. When their sisters came, no one to meet them at the train station. Think of all of the difficulties and challenges. OSF in Peoria, the same situation. Invited to Iowa, no one showed up. They couldn't have a place. Mother Cabrini, no one offered any support. And yet these sisters valiantly carried forward this mission of Christ, knowing that Christ would sustain, as we have been hearing all throughout this past day. So, Mother, please take it away.
So, looking at the history of religious, establishing the Catholic healthcare system, actually throughout the world. So, the important document, as Sister mentioned, is Redemptoris Donum by John Paul II. For consecrated religious, the depth and power of being rooted in Christ is precisely by religious profession and made visible in their total dedication to the loving and saving presence of Christ and the spousal dimension of being sent in mission. The love, mercy, and providence of God were made tangible and real to people through the religious, who was a sign and vehicle of his presence and action in the world. So our foundress, Venerable Catherine Macaulay, founded the Sisters of Mercy in Dublin, Ireland in 1831. And this religious family grew rapidly after its foundation because of the great needs of the time, and also because of spiritual vitality and resilience of Mother Catherine that she fostered in her sisters. So between 1854 and 1856, the Sisters of Mercy became involved in nursing the wounded English and Irish troops in the Crimean War. Mother Mary Clare Moore volunteered her services and those of her sisters, so the Sisters of Mercy were the first to answer the call for volunteer nurses, and 15 departed on October 17 for Constantinople. All of the sisters in the Irish group were experienced nurses from convents throughout Ireland. The observation was made by many that one reason for the great effectiveness of the Sisters of Mercy was their ability to work as one body. One person outside the community were noticing was the byproduct of their communion with each other, their union and charity, which is fostered by Venerable Catherine Macaulay. The sisters' duty, besides the corporal works of mercy, was to attend to and sympathize with the suffering, to gently instruct the ignorant, and to influence the erring, the negligent, and the wayward. Can we find application to the present challenges we face in healthcare? In contemporary terms, the Sisters of Mercy practice what we now call patient-centered care. They attended to the individual needs of the patient with a view to the physical, emotional, spiritual, and good of the person. They did not give in to discouragement or disillusionment in the face of a complex and at times very hostile bureaucracy. As Catholic physicians, nurses, and healthcare providers, they turned to the Lord in the confident prayer and trust, fortified by the Eucharist, and creatively and prudently navigated the current medical landscape. For the Sisters of Mercy in the Crimea, their faith as religious women was integral to who they were and to their mission. It informed their common life of union and charity and was at the heart of why they could work as one body. But it also accentuated the fact that the sisters' primary concern was the eternal salvation of those for whom they cared. There was no difficulty regarding the relationship between the Catholic faith and the professional healthcare disciplines because faith was an integral part of the care of each patient. If a patient was not Catholic, whatever faith he or she practiced was respected and encouraged. In our times, that close relationship of faith and healthcare incorporated the values which gave birth to the great Catholic healthcare institutions in the United States. We may still, however, learn much from the quiet but intrepid work of the Sisters of Mercy in the Crimean War and in the many decades since then, and persevere in the virtues of love of the poor, service, charity, humility, sacrifice, and closeness to Christ, which were ever the hallmarks of Mercy Healthcare. Mother Frances Ward was sent to the United States from Carlow, Ireland in 1843, and began the first Mercy Hospital. As early as 1727, the Ursuline sisters were asked by the colonial governor in New Orleans to come from France and provide badly needed health care. In 1827, the Sisters of Charity took charge of the Baltimore Infirmary, connected to the medical department of the University of Maryland. By 1898, this congregation established 44 hospitals. During the Civil War, Religious Sisters of Mercy and many other sisters served as field hospital nurses for Union and Confederate soldiers alike, and earned the esteem of President Abraham Lincoln, who, despite being overcome by, quote, altogether the most painful scenes he had ever witnessed, retained a memory of a beautiful side more lovely than anything he had ever seen in art, so long devoted to illustrations of love, mercy, and charity. He saw the religious sisters going on errands of mercy among the suffering and the dying. In 1869, Religious Sisters opened New York's first hospital that accepted all persons, which hospital was also among the first general hospitals opened in the nation. In 1883, Religious Sisters opened the nation's first leper hospital in Hawaii. By 1922, over 20,000 sisters were caring for the sick in the United States. Another example of the courage and stamina of the early Sisters of Mercy in the United States involved Mother Mary Alphonsus, who began the Mercy Hospital in Big Rapids, Michigan. She was an excellent conversationalist. She could intelligently discuss medicine with physicians, law with the lawyer, crops with the farmer, lumber with the woodman. She possessed the rare combination of keen sympathy with uncompromising firmness. In Michigan's often sub-zero weather, the sisters journeyed from farm to farm on a bobsled drawn by oxen. They would ask for farm produce and clothing. Many a patient went back to the lumber camp after his stay in the hospital with warm clothing that the sisters had begged. A fire on December 19, 1882, completely destroyed the hospital. When the sisters were evacuating the patients to safety, Mother Mary Alphonsus came upon a man in traction who was gnawing the ropes in a desperate effort to escape the smoke and flames. She cut him free, ordered him to put his arms around her neck, and carried him to safety on her back. When he cried out, "My boots, save my boots," she grimly retorted, "We'd be lucky to save your head." On at least one occasion, she assumed the role of surgeon. Doctors were not always available in those pioneer days in Michigan's lumberland. Once a man was brought into the hospital with his leg almost severed. Death was inevitable because of loss of blood unless immediate action was taken. Every effort to reach a doctor was futile. Mother Mary Alphonsus performed the amputation and the patient lived. In 1970, reflection and discussion on the value and role of the Catholic hospital led the administrative staff of St. Mary's Hospital, Mercy Hospital in Grand Rapids, Michigan, to define our health institution as an instrument of redemption. Explained in this way, the redemptive process, as manifested through the life and influence of our health institution, mean that people are able to identify, take to themselves, and reflect that capitalized greater good, God, best expressed by what they see and hear, feel and sense, know and experience in the institution. This awareness of participation in the redemptive process has been shared and developed by all personnel through hospital days of reflection, management sessions, and department discussions. Through the consistent rhythm of daily Mass, communal hours of Eucharistic adoration and reflection, the corporate religious community, employees and members of the staff, shared with one another the rich experience of healing and being healed in the body of Christ. Many seminarians joined for programs of clinical pastoral education, as well as medical students from MSU who wanted to explore the healing ministry of the church in the hospital setting and also deepen their appreciation and insights into the sacramental dimensions of the daily flesh and blood experiences of the wounded body of Christ. The spiritual care of patients provided an environment and an opportunity to explore the most profound meaning of sickness, pain, and death, and was a special concern of all involved in the Catholic hospital. Therefore, members of the religious community took on a responsibility to develop a working theology of these vital dimensions of healthcare, specifically the mystery of death and the mystery of guilt and forgiveness. Being a Catholic hospital meant being comprehensive in its approach, to be involved constantly in Eucharistic healthcare, that is, healthcare for the body of Christ. It meant to be constantly building people humanly and spiritually in the care of the sick, to be building up the body of Christ. Thank you.
As Mother beautifully said, you know, many of the sisters who came to this country were not instructed in medical care, as we know, but they did everything they did with the love of Christ. And that's what made a difference to the Protestant soldier, to the person who is Catholic. They revered the sisters for their great love and compassion. And we've heard that all throughout the day today about how that makes a difference in people coming to us. They want to know the love and the care of Jesus Christ. Another beautiful thing I think that Mother mentioned when the Ursulines came in 1727, not only did they bring the sisters, they brought 2 lay companions. And so the church has always associated lay ministry as well with the care of the sick. And now more than ever is that needed in our hospital ministry today, as many of our beautiful facilities once run by the faithful religious don't have enough vocations, right? So we have to form lay people in the church's vision in the temporal world. how can we associate men and women in this care of Christ in the world? And that really takes us to the state of Catholic healthcare today, which Sister Petra is going to discuss. And then we'll have an opportunity then maybe to have a little bit of a discussion and questions so that we do stay on time today.
Okay, thank you. So as I mentioned earlier, we've been providing healthcare in the U.S. for next year will be 150 years, and we've always faced challenges, and it's no different today. I would say nowadays our system, but all Catholic healthcare is facing, I would say, 3 types of challenges. One would be financial, governmental, and then cultural. So when you talk about the financial challenges, we're in a time where, especially post-COVID, but even before COVID, where there's been a lot of disruption, a lot of turmoil in healthcare. We're seeing increased costs of supplies and just doing business, shortage of staff, increased cost of staff, shortage of supplies. We're in the middle of an IV fluid shortage right now. We've seen pressures from insurance companies and even in Indiana from state government in terms of what we're being paid for the care we provide. And at the same time, we're seeing more and more patients with a lot of health issues that are coming either uninsured, underinsured, or they're Medicaid, Medicare, so we're not getting full reimbursement for their care. So we have this growing body of people that we're called to serve who are in need, but then challenges financially, how do we do that? And so that's one of the pressures that we have in terms of continuing our ministry. We're also seeing governmental challenges, and that's been for some time, but in particular in the last few years, where we're getting pressure from the government to provide those procedures or medications that are contrary to our mission and our values and how we look at the human person and human dignity. At Franciscan, we've been blessed with the help of Beckett and others to receive some legal protection around our deeply held religious beliefs, but it's a constant battle, and we have to, and as we heard earlier today in the legal presentation, that you have to constantly be monitoring what rules and what laws are being passed and how does that affect us. And depending what happens on Tuesday, it may only get more difficult. So that's something that we're facing in terms of how do we maintain our ministry as, in terms of bringing Christ's love and protecting the dignity of those we serve. And then the last group of challenges, which I think is, I would say one of the more difficult ones, is the cultural challenges that we're seeing. There's a book by Monsignor Shea from University of Mary called From Christendom to Apostolic Mission. And if you've not read it, you should. It's a beautiful book. And he talks about how we're in a different era. We're no longer in Christendom times, where we're in a culture that is rooted in Judeo-Christian values, morality, a basic foundation or understanding of faith. We're in what he calls apostolic times, very similar to the early church, where many people have no faith tradition. They're being formed by a culture that's toxic and, in many cases, anti-Christian, anti-Catholic. And so how do we, in this culture, in these apostolic times, how do we continue to carry out our ministry, especially for us as Franciscan with over 18,000 employees? We can't assume that our employees or our patients come to us with any understanding of what we believe and what we can or can't do and why. And so as we look at forming our staff and orienting them, a lot of the ways we've done it in the past are either not as effective or don't work as well because those assumed a basic foundation coming in. And many of these young people coming to us don't even have a vocabulary around Christian anthropology, human dignity, or faith. So we have to look at how do we encounter this culture without at the same time, caving into any elements of it. So how do we stand firm to the truth? For ourselves as sisters, as sponsors, we've had to look at even how do we clarify what do we mean when we talk about Catholic identity and being a Catholic institution. And our provincial leadership recently put together a document on Catholic identity that's for our sponsored apostolates to clarify when we talk about being Catholic, what does that mean? But it's not enough to simply have the document. How is it integrated into the DNA of our institution so that it's part of who we are? We also have to look at how we're forming our leaders. As Monsignor mentioned, we're no longer in the time where 40, 50 plus years ago where we had 20, 30 sisters at one particular institution, and they were in almost all departments. So we have to, and they were that visible presence and that visible reminder of our ministry. So we have to look at how are we forming lay leaders to also be that witness to Christ's love and to human dignity. At Franciscan, we have what we call our Franciscan Leadership Enhancement Program, or FLEP, which is a 2-year program where we try to, where leaders go through to, again, understand what it means to be a ministerial leader in a Catholic Franciscan institution. But it's not enough to also form our leaders. We have to look at our frontline staff. You know, how are we forming them on Christian anthropology, what we believe, and most importantly, why? Because many times they see it as a list of arbitrary rules imposed upon them. They don't realize how they're rooted in love, they're rooted in truth, the good of the other, desiring the good of the other. So how do we, so it becomes not just a point of formation, but also evangelization. We also have to look at, and we're looking at how do we identify people we can form frontline staff as what I like to call missionary disciples, so that can also witness to the beauty of the church's teaching and the beauty of Christ's love. At the hospitals where I'm at in the Northern Division, we're in conversation with Focus to look at how do we integrate their little way of evangelization into how we do mission and how we work with our staff. But it's important as we look at how we're forming our staff and how we're engaging with our patients, that we see it as a ministry of encounter. As much as we'd like to maybe keep the toxic culture at bay and keep it out of our doors, all you have to do is spend 5 minutes in an emergency room, waiting room, and you see everything walk in your doors. So it's coming to us whether we want it to or not, but how do we encounter it and witness to it? And so it's everything from how do we encounter each person with love, which many of our panelists earlier today talked about. How do we witness to the truth with charity? And then how through our love and compassionate care do we help them see their God-given dignity and realize that we love them as a human person, as a child of God, hopefully opening them up to realizing who they are as a son and daughter of God and who God's calling them to be. It's a time of challenge, you know, and I think the challenges will only get more difficult, but it's also a time of hope and I would say excitement. It's almost like you're on a spiritual roller coaster, just throw up your hands and enjoy the ride. But it is exciting because there's an opportunity to really witness to a culture that is hungry for it. I see it when I round around our hospitals that, you know, a lot of our employees, they come from this culture and they're suffering because of it. And they're desiring more. And when I talk to some of the younger sisters who are missioned where I'm at, as they're engaging with employees that have maybe no foundation, they're just in awe of, you know, when we witness to them the truth and they see God's love for them. I'd like to share a quick story. It's a true story. So at Franciscan, we have what are called healthy access clinics. And these are clinics where we contract with different employers and they pay a certain amount per employee per month. And it is a benefit to their employees to get access to free primary care and urgent care at these clinics. And I got a call one day from the medical director of some of our clinics up north, and the people can bring their family members too to the clinic. And he said, "Sister, we have somebody coming to the clinic, and she has her teenage daughter with her, and the daughter's identifying as transgender, and they want to know if we can prescribe the cross-sex hormones." He says, "I know we can't, but I just need some guidance on how to talk to the doctor and how to respond to mom." So we talked a little bit, and then he went to go talk to the doctor, and I immediately went to our hospital president's office and said, you know, we might want to let legal counsel know because they might be setting us up for a lawsuit, because why would she come from this pediatrician's office that's not affiliated with us to the Catholic clinic to ask for these hormones? So the next day I called the medical director back and I said, "So how'd it go?" And he said, you know, the doctor went in and talked to mom and talked to the daughter and said, "We're not doing this, this is why, and this is why this is bad for you, why you shouldn't be seeking this." And then a few hours later, mom called the clinic and asked to speak to the doctor. And so when she got on the phone with her, the mom thanked her and said, you know, my daughter, through the school, they've been pushing the whole gender ideology thing. So she decides now that she's transgender. And the school counselors are saying, yep, gender affirming, you know, yes, you are. Now you have to go see the psychiatrist. One appointment with the psychiatrist, yep, you're transgender, go see this pediatrician. One appointment with the pediatrician, yep, you're transgender, you're past puberty, we have to get you on testosterone. And she said, I knew that Franciscan was Catholic and the family was not Catholic, and I knew the Catholic Church didn't agree with this. And I brought her here in the hopes that somebody would finally tell her, this is not good for you and why. And so that struck me because if we're not in this space. You know, the church is not in the healthcare space. You know, who's going to stand for and witness to the truth? Where would this mom go? I mean, the whole healthcare industry was pushing her down this path that would have caused significant harm to her daughter if she'd continued to follow it. So yes, we're in challenging times. Yes, it's probably going to get more difficult, but I think we're called to be that voice of truth and that light in the darkness, because if we don't stand for it, who's going to?
Amen. So as Sister beautifully brought up, the whole formation of a lot of our systems have really begun many years ago. Some have been in it for 30, 35, maybe 25 years, but that formation is so important if we're going to continue the mission, instructing our physicians and our care coordinators in these topics that are so necessary today that people are coming to us with. So we really do have to be prepared for that and find an opportunity really to form our young people and all of our mission partners in that regard. I think the previous panel talked about clinics. You know, that's another way that we might have to go out into that space to sanctify the world in which the Lord is sending us. And the new evangelization, as Bishop Barron beautifully remarks, we have to have new vision, new vigor, new ways of bringing the faith to the world around us. John Paul II said the same thing. And whether it's a clinic or our hospitals, what we have to do is be about mission, right? Making sure that we share the good news of Christ to all of those that come to us. And there are going to be those challenges that we're going to face. And I would like to address, have Sister Bridget Mary address that, how legal challenges, as Eric mentioned up here, all the regulations that are coming, we really do have to be on top of those, be mindful of those, but we have to know what we're talking about. And it's helpful when you have a JD who's dealing with those issues.
Well, it's interesting, Monsignor, to say the new, because as our Lord is the perfect blending, our Lord Jesus Christ, of the old and the new. And so we also have to remember we have the answers from the old as well. And I have some new ideas for how to use the law in a new way, and how to have new tools and use tools that are already in existence in a unique way. But at the same time, to not forget the first act that if we are going to be successful, is to be strong in the liturgy, to celebrate the holy sacrifice of the Mass, to have the Blessed Sacrament, to adore the Blessed Sacrament, to set Jesus free through his halls again, and to let him proclaim himself. And as much as we can to promote our Lord, and to give him the platform to declare his love for mankind, that will, from the graces will flow from that, and will to raise us up through these difficult times, but also, as Sister has said, really exciting times. And so one reason also for forming our ministers, and I say ministers intentionally, is because if you're participating in the healing ministry of Christ, you are a minister of the church, and there are certain legal protections that come with that. We've been able to use those legal protections very well in the education sphere, but hospitals have yet to really try and make the argument that physicians, nurses, care practitioners, janitors, everyone who encounters a patient who's working in healthcare, administrators, are ministers and actually would fall within the ministerial exception doctrine of the First Amendment. And because we've, in some sense, some hospitals have let that argument go, by not forming them as ministers, by being negligent in maybe the formation program, which I think we have a lot to learn from our sisters in St. Francis of Perpetual Adoration, what the Mishawaka sisters are doing, but to really also learn from what's happening in education and to be able to apply that to the medical sphere. But also right now it's a great opportunity. We just had an admin law, Eric, admin law expert by experience, as he's learned his way into it, speak, and there's been a new argument that's been given for religious liberties with the overturning of Chevron and Loper Bright, and so there's that area that we can go down. The unconstitutional conditions doctrine, we haven't really explored that, that conditions are being put on through funding that we might be able to receive in Medicare, Medicaid, and those conditions are burdening our religious exercise. The last thing I'd like to kind of just close on for how to nimbly discern when you're supposed to fight and maybe not is for the year after I graduated law school, I was at St. Francis health system before I began the clerkship. And some of you might know the story of the sanctuary candle. But St. Francis Health System was the health system in Oklahoma, and the Joint Commission is a certifying agency that conducts surveys on behalf of CMS, the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, to determine ultimately if the hospital is performing good care and is deserving of federal aid. That's fair. But what happened was, and that Joint Commission and CMS ultimately were using that certification process in other ways. And so the surveyor came to one of our hospitals, walks in the door and said, "I'd like to see your chapel." And that was the first thing he said. He was taken to the chapel and he said, "Just what I thought, you need to blow that out." And he pointed to the sanctuary candle. The president of this hospital was not Catholic, but he knew that it was a really important sign and symbol of the Catholic faith. The sisters and chaplains go in and light that candle regularly and dispose of the other one before it's extinguished. He knows it's not supposed to be extinguished. And so he said, I'm sorry, I actually will have to check with legal before I do that. And he checked with legal, and legal came to me, and we ended up talking about this. And the law that they were citing was a life and science law. It's a regulation, and it required that a nasal cannula not be within 1 foot distance of an open flame. The candle was affixed 8 feet in the air on the wall, and it was covered, and so it was not an open flame. I give that whole backstory because we in our Catholic tradition are taught what the law is. It's an ordinance of reason for the common good, and it's promulgated by a lawful authority. And so in that moment, you could see that there was no reason to it. It was not for the common good. It wasn't promulgated. And even though that authority was lawful, it was being misused. And so we knew that it was time to press. And Beckett took it on, and within a couple days, we reached a great negotiation for the candle to remain lit. But we're going to have to be discerning those times and really looking at what is the law, how is it being used, and when are we called to fight, and to be ready to fight and to stand up.
Amen. So we need legal counsel, but we most importantly need the direction of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, right? That's what this is all about. And focusing on our mission, the Lord will direct where we need to go, when we need to go, and how we need to go. That's how the beginning sisters trusted when they came to this country to start Catholic healthcare, and that's where we're still at today in 2024 and beyond. Part of the future that we will have to really reach in the near department of all of these hospitals that are coming to really question. We'd like to actually open it up. The sisters, thank you, sisters, for your beautiful presentation. I'd like to open it up for about any questions if you have. You want to go to the microphone, or if you have any other questions, please feel free to shout that out. We have about 5 minutes.
No questions, if I could just,
Yep. Great, beautiful.
Then I'll just add one thing that I didn't cover, because we've talked a lot about boards and governance. There are such things as what's called fiduciary duties. I'm sure many of you have heard of them. The Catholic Church actually promoted them and promulgated them through the ecclesial courts in the early Middle Ages. St. Thomas More was the chancellor of the Court of Equity, and he was the first lay chancellor. Before that, it was cardinals. And so fiduciary duties are really from canon law. And the first application of fiduciary duties were to priests and religious. And so if you notice, they're tripartite, loyalty, care, and obedience. And you might recognize that pattern of the evangelical councils: poverty, chastity, and obedience. And so the nature of corporations is religious and is rooted in the Catholic Church. And so I also think that's another way in which that we can explore how the mission is lived out by requiring the living out of the fiduciary duties, being loyal to the mission, being careful with the mission, and being obedient to the mission. And for us to really be promoting that, especially bishops, but also sponsors and then persons who are in administration, you have another reason in addition to the faith, but also legally you are held to these expectations that you will be a loyal, careful, and obedient steward of the mission.
Wonderful.
Sister Petra.
And I just wanted to add to when you talked about discerning when to fight, and and as we face more challenging times, and going back to what Dr. Fernandez said during his talk, where he talked at the end about being courageously moving forward. And then I was reminded of the first symposium that we had for CHCLA when Mark Rienzi from Beckett Fund gave a talk, and he encouraged us not to be afraid to fight. I mean, I think the tendency, the temptation is to circle the wagons, be in our Catholic bubble, or our Catholic ghetto, I think as Dr. Fernandez was talking about. But Mark Rienzi was saying that how when Beckett walks alongside people, because they try to make it difficult for us to fight, the government and everybody, they make it very painful to go through that process. But if we persevere, they often see victories because there really is no legal grounding for a lot of what they're trying to impose upon us. So I just think that somebody earlier quoted John Paul II, be not afraid. I think we have to, there's a call for us in these apostolic times to go forward with joy and with conviction and not be afraid to stand for what's true.
Amen. Mother, closing comments?
I just want to say that in all of this you see the need for really strong leadership, and leadership that also promoting the rules of what the organization stands for, understanding those rules and promoting those rules and standing to them strongly, abiding by them. So it's really the important issues.
Thank you. Jesus said, be as clever as serpents and innocent as doves. Let us pray that we can carry that out in Catholic healthcare ministry now and in the future. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you very much, Monsignor and sisters. That was inspirational as well as informative. And we're moving on to the last session today, which will be how to sustain the financial ability of these clinics and of the healthcare system going forward. Sister Petra mentioned that that was one of the three key challenges that they faced, financial sustainability, and the panel coming up will address this. I'm going to introduce our moderator, Dr. Jim Callahan. Jim is a Catholic physician, but also took a turn about halfway through his career into administration, and he's currently serving as Senior Vice President and Chief Operating Officer for the Franciscan Alliance. As you know, they operate 12 hospitals in Indiana and Illinois, outside suburban Chicago. Prior to his 17 years of administrative work, Jim practiced as a family physician for 11 years. He also had an interesting military career after his graduation at the University of Notre Dame and his medical degree at the University of Illinois and an internal medicine internship at Northwestern, which was launching him into his medical career. He went into the military and became a flight surgeon and worked with the Thunderbirds. So a little excitement between medical school training and then subsequently going back into family practice. So Jim also serves as our healthcare system representative on the board, and I'll turn this over to Jim at this point.
Okay, thank you, Steve. Can everybody hear me? All right, great. Well, it really is my honor to be here with you today, and specifically to get to represent Franciscan Alliance, and along with Sister Petra, from whom we just heard on the panel, to represent both Franciscan and the Sisters of St. Francis of Perpetual Adoration. They inspire us to do our work and support the cause. So I have to say, we panelists huddled over lunch. As Steve said, I went to college here, and so we devised a Notre Dame football game plan for next week's game against Florida State. We're going to run that over to Coach Freeman as soon as we're done here. But no, I'm just kidding. Why don't we at this time, we'll go down the line and introduce ourselves, starting with Sean.
Hi, my name is Sean Kelly. I'm a 7th generation Texan. It's very, very cold here for most of you. You're probably still running around in shorts, but I'm a faithful husband, faithful and loving husband to my wife, Sinead, who's sitting over here, who came with me, thankfully. And also, we're faithful and loving parents of 3 adult children, Elizabeth, Connor, and Sarah. I spent a decade as an entrepreneur in multiple industries, a lot of time overseas, and then a decade in Catholic healthcare, building surgical groups at what is now Dell Children's and Dell Seton in Austin. My brother's a surgeon, my sister's a pediatrician. I'm the only non-doctor. And then for the last decade, I've built out a portfolio of companies that are doing some interesting things in healthcare outside of the traditional insurance model. And we'll talk more about that later.
I'm Jason Kuhn with the Catholic Benefits Association. Spent 23 years in the insurance industry with a company called Aetna Health Insurance. And most recently in the past 8 years, I've been working with Catholic Benefits Association, who's, as you might be familiar with, won or 5-0 against the government in protecting Catholic employers from the healthcare mandates that are coming down from the government. Most recently, our victory is in the employment law space. So some of the components that came out within the Pregnant Worker Fairness Act adjustments and new workplace harassment regulations. My role within CBA is working directly with the over 8,000 Catholic employers who are part of our association and helping them to, with their health plan coverage. So ensuring that our protections are foundationally structured within their health plan language, but also coming from Aetna and noticing that the health plans were really no different outside the things that we tend to protect, the big five, right? Contraception, abortion, sterilization, transgender services, that there's a real opportunity to create a uniquely Catholic healthcare experience within your health plan that goes beyond the things that we're protecting. So really drawing in the goodness that Catholic clinics and services that are out there in our world today, how do we draw them into the ecosystem of a health plan and demonstrate the value of that to employees? We're scoring their health plans for them to demonstrate any deficiencies, and then we're allowing it from a moral standpoint, and then we're also demonstrating to them the value and the goodness of an unexplored opportunity to create with local healthcare what a true and more authentic health plan solution looks like.
Hi, I'm Rusty Shavey. I'm a family physician like Sean. I'm also a native Texan, and my wife is also here like his, and I'm hoping she'll say that I've been loving and faithful, but she doesn't have a microphone right now. So anyway, I spent over 25 years as an academic family physician at the University of Michigan, transitioned to an emeritus role there a couple of years ago. 10 years ago, opened a faith-based clinic in Ann Arbor, Michigan called Emmaus Health, and we've been operating by the grace of God for the last 10 years.
Hello, Willie Cueto. My wife and two of our children are here, my daughters, and the two boys are in college. We're from a little bit more south than Texas, where it's all in Miami, Florida, where it's also fall. We have falling coconuts right now, so they're not quite the leaves. For my background, I was in-house counsel for a Fortune 100 company, served as a general counsel for one of the divisions, and then for the whole global entity was head of compliance and also head of government affairs, and very involved with healthcare reform in Washington during all of those years with a healthcare background, a human resource background as well, and general corporate. And over the last 8 years, I have been with the Christ Medicus Foundation and Asset Health, president of Asset Health, and which is a corporate wellness organization, so very deep into healthcare technology, and with the Christ Medicus Foundation, which really is central to so many different things here that we've seen and know so many of you involved with Catholic healthcare and wellness, beginning with religious liberty and protecting that and advancing that, as well as different solutions such as healthcare sharing, and beginning to work with and starting up a clinic in Detroit and getting some support from the community there, as well as delivering day-to-day Catholic solutions such as the wellness program and delivering spiritual direction that complements that, as well as the Catholic healthcare coaching, which we'll speak a little bit more about. And very happy to be with Michael and Victoria with our group today.
All right, thank you, gentlemen. So yesterday we had our CHCLA launch of our Center for the Support of the Catholic Healing Ministry. And we talked then about that we have aligning and intersecting interests. We are supporting the Catholic Church's sponsorship of healthcare in the United States. We're supporting independent Catholic physician practice, honoring the ethical and religious directives of the Church. We're supporting the successful operation of Catholic hospitals, and importantly, we're honoring the flourishing of independent Catholic medical practices. Now, at Franciscan, we have 12 hospitals. We employ nearly 700 physicians and another nearly 500 nurse practitioners and physician assistants. And we heard from Sister Petra with regard to honoring the Catholic ethical and religious directives, how we roll, how we operate. We honor them. But that's really not going to be the main purpose. What we're going to be talking about here now in a minute is how do we support the flourishing of independent Catholic medical practices. And we have expertise in different perspectives up and down the stage here. So I'm going to be asking one aspect of those questions to each of our panelists. So the first question then is to Rusty. And Rusty, you know, for independent Catholic medical practices of the sort that we heard from Dr. Goldsmith's panel, what are some of the ways that we can help those practices thrive? How can they be supported, whether by linking them together or even in philanthropy?
Sure. And when you go this late in a program, you have to either be really good, funny, or shocking. I'll see if I can be two of those three. I'm going to start off flippantly by saying Planned Parenthood has it right in terms of mission, business, scale, and workforce. Okay, there's the shocking part. Now I got to either be funny or good after that. So in regards to Planned Parenthood and their mission, what do I mean by that when I say they have it right? What I mean is this. They have alignment of identity and image. Identity is who an organization thinks they are internally. Image is the external perception of what they are. Planned Parenthood has alignment of that. They know who they are, and everybody else knows who they are. When it comes to the Catholic clinics, I think we have a very powerful, robust, deep sense of identity, all of which has been described and developed in all the people who preceded us on this panel. And I think we could all be very enthusiastic and supportive of that identity. But the image of Catholic clinics is not really there. And part of the reason is that there aren't very many of them. They're Catholic health systems, but the clinics are relatively new on the horizon. And so people don't really have a sense of what the benefit is of the clinic. They can't really appreciate that identity if they don't even have an opportunity to experience it. So I think there is real value in us making sure that we have a product that will display in its image what we know is its identity. Second, business. Planned Parenthood has a robust business model as well. I saw a slide recently, however, that said that 48% of their funding comes from philanthropy. Somebody else said earlier that people don't want to pay doctors, they don't want to support doctors' clinics, but they will support an idea. They will support an image. They will support a philosophy, which is what happens with Planned Parenthood and why 48% of their funding comes from that. The business model in primary care, which is what these clinics are, is actually not very good. If most health systems, primary care is a loss leader, and you may lose $100,000 per FTE for a system. Now they regain that on the back end, as Dr. Mullally talked about, through things like surgeries and ER visits and hospitalizations and labs and so forth, and that may be $2 million a year. But if you're an independent office and you're not affiliated with a health system, you don't get those downstream revenues, and now you're trying to fund yourself autonomously. That is very hard to do. And it's certainly hard to do if you're a one-off. So as we've talked about these clinics, all of us have started with the generous support of an individual or a few individuals, and through our blood, sweat, and tears and the grace of God, we've been able to succeed, but we've been doing it independently. That's not the way Planned Parenthood does it, which brings me to the third, which is scale. Planned Parenthood is known around the country. They have been able to use their scale to great advantage. I think if we could combine the Catholic clinics together to scale, we could see some of those same advantages. Some of those advantages would be on the expense side because we would have synergy and heft when it came to negotiating things like electronic health record costs, perhaps real estate, pharmaceutical costs, those types of things. Also, if we do this right, we would have an opportunity to be more powerful in our negotiation on the income side with regards to insurance contracts, if we form clinically integrated networks, if we look at other disruptive technologies and innovation that could allow us to help on that side. And my final point was with regards to the workforce. People who work at Planned Parenthood have worked in environments like that before. They probably trained in environments like that in medical school or during residency. But nobody trains in an environment that teaches you to be pastoral in the way you're providing health care. Dee Dee gave a wonderful example of her interaction with this mom, or this woman whose husband was indulging in pornography. Okay, that is a pastoral approach. Nobody's trained in that in the current state, but if we were able to develop a network of clinics, that could also be a training ground where people could begin to learn that pastoral approach to care.
Okay. Thank you, Rusty. Then, and we'll, at the end, have our question period. Next question, then, is for Willie Cueto and Jason Kuhn. Gentlemen, what are some business models that could be deployed to further the success of especially primary care practices of the sort that Rusty was just talking about?
We've heard so much today, some similarities, and you hear it again and again, and you can't talk about a model unless you start from the very beginning. So just last week, Pope Francis came out with the Sacred Heart encyclical, and it starts there. And we saw that today in the center of Notre Dame, the Basilica. It starts from the heart of Christ. That's where we receive the mission. You heard about that before, and it all flows from there. The vocational practice of care, the technical aspects of it, the operations behind it, to understand the system that we're operating within. So it's coming first with what's God in this. So it's our mission, it's the clinic's mission, that's the number one component to a successful practice, is to be able to integrate and live out, and it has to be seen and lived and experienced, practice by practice, hospital by hospital, insurance program by insurance program. And so when you go into a clinic, when you go into Bella, or you go into Emmaus, or you go into wherever, you see a chapel, you see the cross, you see people praying, you see people caring and loving for one another. And that mission of living out the gospel of life is number one. We're the salt of the earth. And where do you see that challenge the most? An opportunity to be apostolic, but in healthcare, to go deep and sanctify what's there, build anew, innovate. God's the creator. We co-create with God. We rebuild with God, and we sanctify with God. It starts there. So it's mission and living it out and making the practice be different. And then from there, it all flows. It's the people that get hired and get educated, and Jason will speak more about all of these things as well. And then it's the culture that you build out. And then it's understanding the landscape. So we heard earlier about the laws. Why are they the way that they are? We talked deeply about the regulations today. And then there's one more thing, the enforcement. Understanding in your location, every state's going to be different. And regardless of who wins in the elections next week, you're still going to have that battle, even more fierce in certain states. It's going to continue to come, whether it be Michigan or California or Colorado. And so we have to be very aware, and you heard earlier from Monsignor saying to be cunning as snakes and as innocent as doves. So we've got to be on top of the financial aspects. That's an important part. There's partners out there to get help with them. And you look at groups like the Catholic Benefits Association to understand levels of expertise that a clinic or even a hospital isn't going to have compared to someone else who's got that expertise. So the operations, the technology, the data integration, the cybersecurity. You have a cybersecurity breach. You could have the most wonderful mission delivered. You got a big problem, right? You don't have quality controls and you don't have your compliant checklist in place. You got a big problem. And you're sitting and giving the enemy, you're giving opportunities from a legal flaw or financial flaws and not having the right systems in place, Number one, to not operate as well as it can be operated, and to deliver the care as well as it can be delivered. So all those considerations are very important. And then the last part of it is to understand the patient you're receiving. They're coming in from a particular influence. They're either part of a government program, Medicaid, Medicare, or an employer plan, or they're part of healthcare sharing, or they're going to be self-pay, or some other variation, and there's a lot of innovation going on in those spaces. Those are all part of the models, how people connect, how they're being financed, how it's being paid for, the operational model, it all plays in together. And then the level of co-responsibility. We've talked a lot about the care given, and we heard Dr. Ashley speak about being Christ and also delivering to Christ. Understanding the person you're receiving and how you find them. We heard some really good stories and examples about that today. There needs to be a level of co-responsibility for the patient. And any kind of corporal or spiritual work of mercy, to be able to deliver that and to be merciful and to be loving, to love the other person is to help them to be responsible in their own side of it, and that requires educating them, like you educate your own employees and your culture, is educating the patient on how to be a patient and how to be a patient that cares for themselves, and to be holistic in their care and to deliver. The last part of this is for the doctor and the different models, there's more than just caring for the ailment. There's such a thing as understanding health itself, food, nutrition, sleep, all of these different aspects of care, and being able to be preventative, exercise. All of these things are lacking in our society. It goes from eating and living a certain way to a pill and treatment. GLP-1s help people and are necessary, and in other ways they become very superficial and harmful for others. And the doctors know how to deliver that in a Catholic health way. So these are different components in a model. When you find the best practices or shared practices in a model, these are all the different components that I wanted to share with you.
Yeah, thanks, Willie. I think when it comes to independent clinics, a model worth considering, given the work that we've been doing inside of Catholic employer health plans, is a unique partnership with Catholic employers. And the reason for that is, as we begin to dig into Catholic employer health plans, what we noticed is that they tend to follow the insurer's standard. Standardization is a big word in the insurance world. Aetna standard, I'll speak from Aetna terms when I was with Aetna. The Aetna standard means it's the way that they're going to get the best possible efficiencies inside their organization. So their quality metrics, their claim processing metrics are based upon you following the Aetna standard. What I explained to the Catholic employers and their consultant brokers is that insurance standards kill Catholic innovation. You can't innovate the next generation of Catholic health plans following Aetna standard or insurance standards. Yes, you legally have to follow some of those standards, but from a health plan experience, a Catholic health plan experience perspective, it kills innovation. How did we recognize this? When we were working with the employers, the two things that they wanted our help with was the cost of healthcare, which who doesn't need help with that today? But the second component was our Catholic identity in our health plans. They didn't know how to do it. And the reason was because they were following the insurance standards for so long. So what we helped them to do was to construct a Catholic health plan, demonstrate where there were moral compromises within their health plan, some plans covering surrogacy and abortion and infertility in various ways, but really was to scrub the plan, but also to take their CBA protections and put them into place. Once they felt protected, it lifted the veil and they were able to see where they could go from there. We started to introduce them to Catholic local clinics, to telehealth solutions like My Catholic Doctor, so they could see a vision for what a pathway forward would be in their health plan. And that was a significant movement. When we scored their original health plans, they were scoring at a 67% out of 100%. And when they saw the runway of how they could get to 100%, the term that they were using with us is, now we want the most Catholic health plan in the nation. Now picture that. What an opportunity for independent or individual clinics to partner with employers who have that type of a focus, where you could really build that out. The second element of this is education. They didn't know the runway that they needed, so helping to build that runway for them and what that looks and feels like is critical. The second piece is their employees. They had challenging conversations with employees. Well, I just don't know why we don't cover contraception. And the responses that we heard were, well, I'm sorry, that's our faith. That's a bad response. Let us help you to construct that conversation. So we're building we're starting to build a leadership development course that helps HR managers and employer groups have those conversations in a pastoral way and really educate. Where I see the value of that with local clinics is, with local clinic involvement in the model of care that Dee Dee had shared with us, I think is critically important because it does two things. It educates them on the things that they don't know. I didn't realize that infertility went against Catholic teachings. I have 3 frozen babies. What do I do? How do we help that individual? How does the HR person have that conversation? They don't know. So it's a great opportunity for independent clinics to get involved with an employer in the employer health plan space by whether it's direct contracting or whatever the case may be, but also be there for educational and support of their employee and their employee questions that they might have. I think it's a unique opportunity and a unique model where a direct employer relationship can help with that.
All right, very informative, Willie and Jason, thank you. Relatedly, Sean, what are some business models that can be deployed to further the success of surgical specialty practices?
Well, so before I begin, I just want to emphasize I fully support the Catholic healthcare system. I worked a decade in it, and I think we're all blessed with what the sisters have built and carried on for over a century. My heart's moved with their expression of love and mercy for our communities, especially the most vulnerable. My comments are meant to be a challenge to waking up the giant within, which I think is in this room and in this country, and it starts with Big C Catholic, and bringing about a new offensive push into spaces where new models are needed. It's not a question of replacing one with another. We need both and. So in response to Dr. Callahan's prompt, I'll start with the answer: direct contracting. That is between practitioners, providers, and self-funded employer health plans. These are businesses in your communities who are also suffering from the other side of the equation when it comes to the payers. So let's just talk about the elephant in the room. There's problems, huge problems created by our healthcare system in terms of economic justice. Healthcare is increasingly unaffordable for most Americans. Health plan members today pay nearly $3,000 per year in premium and out-of-pocket cost. Worse still, many working Americans are functionally uninsured for many types of healthcare like surgery, hospital care, or cancer care. Out-of-pocket maxes today are nearly $5,000 on average. U.S. employer-sponsored healthcare represents 45% of all healthcare spending. From here on, I'll refer to U.S. employer health plans as purchasers. I'm more of an economics person. These plans cover 60% of Americans. That is 165 million people. Now, if you look at it from the employer side and then you look back at the healthcare delivery side, we're both paying a huge tax for participating in their game. For the most part, these are no longer insurance companies. They take the employer's money, shuffle it through, drop out a quarter, and then they end up passing on some of it to the providers. I talk to employers in my region and I say, you know, you want to go get the best, quote unquote, insurance for your employees. and then you send your employees out in the community and say, hey, follow this network. What you're actually doing is torturing the local providers with this system that creates so much unnecessary cost. So to maintain this status quo, employers today spend between 25 and 35% of premium on administrative costs. Not all administrative costs is bad. Some of it's very necessary, but there's a lot of it that's unnecessary. Surgical practices, which I am very familiar with, spend on average 30% of revenue on coding, billing, collections, and bad debt write-off. Certainly these costs are similar across other types of practitioners and providers. And then even deeper in this system, our government has failed us in terms of fighting off monopolies or oligopolies. Somebody mentioned it earlier, but a single company controls 64% of the market for syringes. 3 companies control 86% of the market for IV solutions. Nearly 78% of U.S. doctors are employed by hospitals or other corporate entities. And in January of this year, we crossed the magical threshold. More medical practices are owned by corporate entities than hospitals. And most of those are based in Nashville. And they have PE in front of their name, private equity. Clearly, we live in a time of oligarchs. A few dozen mega corporations control huge swaths of our healthcare system, and the unnecessary waste is estimated to be 1/4 of all spending. Now, here's a question for the group. How many people here think we'll be able to achieve the goals of building a culture of support for Catholic healthcare within a status quo system like this? That's what I thought. In a game controlled by these oligarchs, is the prudent move to hunker down and maintain our defensive posture? I'm not here to suggest we'll be able to make massive changes hastily. That wouldn't be prudent. We need to do both and. However, not doing anything leaves us vulnerable to the shifting political winds. For decades, the church and Catholic healthcare have been playing defense against these powers. While this may seem daunting, have courage and act. What I would suggest is we have allies among employers, like what I just heard from Jason with the Catholic Benefit Association. They're suffering as well. We're all suffering. They're likewise caught in a high-stakes game with these same oligarchs and losing badly like providers. When an employer friend of mine, who has about 800 employees in Austin, complains to me that they're paying nearly $15,000 per employee per year for coverage, but he's also saying that many of his lower-paid employees can't afford to use it. I know this is a lot, but to paraphrase one of our founding fathers, facts are a pernicious thing. In summary, I think we need to spend increasing amounts of time, energy, and resources on the following. 1, we're obligated to create new models that restore and protect the sanctity of the most important relationship in healthcare. The doctor is in the form of Jesus when they're taking care of a patient. So the doctor-patient relationship is sacred. 2, understanding we must live in reality today while large parts of our healthcare system, Catholic included, must remain in the current system. We Catholics need to connect and grow direct relationships between providers, practitioners, employers, all for the benefit of patients. Rome wasn't built in a day, and I know every journey starts with first step, but the time is now to shift our posture to a more offensive strategy. Believe me, there's a hunger among U.S. employers to disintermediate these powers who have had their day and are extracting way too much money out of this system. I saw a graph recently that showed it was the BUCA, Blue Cross United, Cigna, Aetna, Humana, plus Centene. Their revenues now represent 25% of all healthcare spending, and that includes Medicare and Medicaid. So that's a huge amount of money. And I think all employers and all providers question, do we really need them to transact with people that are in our community? An employer friend of mine in Austin, I said, why don't you go to the local hospital and negotiate something? Now, I knew how it would end. the people in managed care contracting are like, well, we can't talk to you because Blue Cross would get upset. And then the employer's like, my broker told me I was crazy doing this. So we don't speak the same language. We don't really hang out together. But it's an area ripe for the development of more intense, more direct relationships. There's no reason local employers have to go through a third party based in God knows where, through archaic rules and terrible technology, to get to a local practitioner. There's way too much money left on the table in that trade.
All right, Sean, appreciate that. And so we're hearing a lot about how the employer and commercial side is in dire need of reform. And so now we know in this room well that in Catholic healthcare, we have a preferential option for the poor. And so back to Dr. Shavy now. Rusty, what would you say, to care for our poor and our Medicaid populations? It may be that whole person care through risk-based contracts has a role, but what would you say are some models of care that could be emphasized or born for the poor?
Yeah, I wish I had all the answers. First, I'm going to change the question a little bit too, just to say that from the Catholic clinic perspective, I think we have to say we want to provide care for the vulnerable, not just the poor, because you can be vulnerable in a lot of areas. We talk about, in our crisis pregnancy work about those who are abortion vulnerable, but there are people who are economically vulnerable, people who are spiritually vulnerable, emotionally vulnerable, and really as we think about building out a system of clinics, I think we have to do so with that in mind. Sometimes that's geographic proximity to people who are economically vulnerable. Sometimes it's removing barriers. Maybe it's, like mycatholicdoctor.com and having telehealth or other such things. So we really need to make ourselves approachable and available to all who are vulnerable. Specifically in regards to Medicaid, I think the challenge there is that, again, if you think about the Catholic clinic level, for any of us, that proposes a really unique challenge. As I described earlier, the business model is really not favorable for an independent clinic. And if you start adding a lot more Medicaid patients, that really challenges things even more. First, the reimbursement is less. Second of all, the other needs are greater, and the need for support for social determinants of health is much higher than in another population. So therein, I think, is also why some sort of networking becomes important, because I think that allows us even to share services across clinics in better ways than we can if we're operating individually. And it also goes back, and I'd be interested. My response to Sean would have been amen. That would have been about it. Except that as we think about going to employers, as we think about contracting, I do think part of the Catholic social teaching about common good is that we have to think about how we're going to make ourselves available to that population and how the contracting allows us to do that. It can't just be about our clinic. It has to be about the whole network of clinics and how we as an institution of Catholic clinics are making ourselves available.
Appreciate that, Rusty. Now let's see, Steve, a time check. It's 1:15. And what time is our stop time? 15 minutes. Okay, so we're going to go with one more question. We'll give that, we'll say, 7 to 10 minutes, and then we'll have a little time for questions. And this may be the first time we try to cover this topic in 7 to 10 minutes, and it's artificial intelligence. But just briefly, back to Willie and Jason, we're seeing AI emerge in physician practices for improved documentation. We see radiologists begin to use it in reading radiology images. Where do you see that going, and how should we apply Catholic tenets and directives to its use?
There's so much here, and AI is so fascinating. Just like you said, Jim, you're seeing it in so many different aspects and so quickly, and we're going to see a lot of improvements in healthcare. And for everyone in the room involved in healthcare, there's going to be benefits to it. In the last few months, just this week, I was in New York all day for a global healthcare conference, and I saw 12 different innovations, all related to AI. I mean, they're all happening right now, and it's something we absolutely have to understand and not only understand it, we have to lead in it. It's also incredibly dangerous. I'll give you one example, a very small example. It was just a week ago in the newspaper. So the OpenAI founder, Sam AI, and it's all public, is asking, in coordination with the government, has approached them to scan every human being on Earth, to scan their eyeball, to protect them against AI, okay? And this is one of the leaders in AI. He already has 100 people scanned, starting off in emerging countries, to show how that works, to be able to integrate the data in order to be able to distinguish and protect you and me from bots and robots and false us's in the future. And so this is just last week, and this is officially being shown before us. And so the Pope has come out, and the Vatican has put a central group together, already did this a year ago, and they've met a couple of times at the Vatican, specifically on AI, and the Pope has spoken about it many times, on the proper use of it. Bottom line, we have to make sure that it is used in a way, responsible, ethical way, utilizing all that we have from the Church's magisterium, which is more than enough to guide. And we have to be in the places of government, have to be in the places of regulation, have to be in the sciences, have to be in medicine, have to be in the law, have to be in politics, in policy. We have to be involved with all of that with our voices and think about it in order to be able to shape it, participate in it, and lead with it. And one last statement with this is, no matter how good the AI is, I had someone approach me the other day, they now came up with an app, or coming up with one on providing spiritual direction. You know, we have Michael in the room who's giving it one-on-one. You can't love, AI can't love the person, right? It can't understand the person like a human person. You're not going to be able to have that. And so we have to be ahead of it, not reject it, utilize it in the right way, and embrace it for advancement of medicine and all the innovations that are already here and going to continue to come with it.
Yeah, I'd like to just quickly start with how many of you have played around with AI or been out to chat AI and played around with it? So a few of you, great. Have you ever asked it to show you a picture of Jesus loving children? If you do, it will never show the face. It's always this very artistic imagery that's used. The system doesn't know Jesus. It doesn't know Jesus' love. So it's very interesting when you play around with it. What I think that we need to do more of is play around with it. I think there's a great opportunity, especially in the legal space. Eric talked about the stacks and stacks of policy, or the stacks and stacks of rules and regulation that we have to go through in the legal firms. I think it can be used to our advantage. The second is we're starting to use it, as I was talking about earlier, for Catholic employers. We're going to be automating our health plan review and our moral compliance scores on our health plan reviews. But using AI to bring in the Catechism of the Church, to bring in the ERDs, to bring in the papal encyclicals, to really formulate responses to employees and their leadership in how to respond to employee-specific situations in a pastoral way. So if you tell AI to do something, give me a summary of X, now shape that in a conversation for an employee. Now shape that in a pastoral tone. It will do it every single time, and it gets better and better every single time. But the more you feed it with information, the better the output comes when you get to a point of delivery. So I think using AI not only to demonstrate to an employer group, hey, here's where your health plan is deficient. Here are areas that we think you're going to get questions from your employees, and here are pastoral responses for that, I think is critical. I think it could be the same for clinics as well. We're very, very busy, but our admin staff has an opportunity to really shape different conversations as you're working through your patients. So that would be my additional add.
All right. Well, thank you, Jason, and Willie too. And so now questions on any of the 4 topics we've covered in brief.
Thank you so much. it's fabulous. I think it was last year at the symposium, Stephen, there was someone from Heritage Foundation or someone they were trying to come up with the big picture and the big plan. And I thought they had a very interesting take on just like school choice. That sounds really great because that was new. Like the money will follow the student. Where the student wants to go, the state will fund the parents and the student. And I was thinking about, and they were saying, what about applying that to healthcare? So that the money, again, given the right president and the right Congress to let states allocate funding, whether it's school education or healthcare, that the money would follow each person and that it would be more wisely spent than, an insurance, bureaucracy that is just huge, and that if it's a new concept that could maybe catch on, that it would be better health care. It's competition. You're the best for the least, and then everyone wants that. So I think more and more states are realizing school choice is the way to go. And could healthcare choice, Catholic healthcare choice, be the way to go? And everybody would want to, if a state, a governor by state can get the funding from the federal government, but then the money follows each person. And those who don't need that much, because they're Catholic, and they're not doing abortion, they're not doing transgender, and they're not doing all of this other stuff, they would spend less money and wouldn't have to spend so much in insurance because it would be covered for them, and it could reduce their costs and the costs for the whole state. It could be beneficial state by state, win it back, kind of like school choice, winning back education.
So Medicare, Medicaid dollars, I'll stay out of that, but your logic makes sense if we eliminate the huge bureaucratic, unnecessary cost tax that occurs in that type of system. You're right, if the money were directed, let's say the Franciscan system got, Mr. X and Mrs. Y, their family gets X number of dollars per year, and they decide that that's an integrated system, they'll get all their care from there. I agree. I think what I do know is in employer-sponsored healthcare, and specifically my business partner has started a very successful group health captive, where the employers actually own the insurance company. And in that, they're able to write the plan exactly the way they want it. And I think that's a very powerful thing that could be very instrumental in incorporating these ERDs and different Catholic doctrines into a plan document. And instead of like asking Mother May I from the government, I mean, you probably still need the Beckett Fund just for protection, but still, it's kind of like putting your stake in the ground and say, okay, this is our plan document. This is what we're paying for. This is what we're paying for. And when it comes to in terms of giving money, directing money based on the choice of the member, I think that's a great idea. And I've heard it mentioned several times in the 3 days I've been here that there ought to be a network of fully Catholic providers. I know Kathleen's got mycatholicdoctor.com, and I've heard several others, and we've talked about some of the Catholic clinics, but there's all kinds of Catholic healthcare. And if we put that together, we're going to step on some toes with network contracts, because some of these employers are going to have a network contract writing next to maybe a Catholic network. But people can choose into a plan. And we do this all the time in employers where you run multiple plans next to one another. And then over time, the cost and the convenience and the service, the populations will migrate out of what is acceptable today, which is the Blue Cross plan with, X, Y, and Z, which everybody thinks is the best. It ends up being the most expensive, and then over years, everybody moves into what is the lower cost with free options because it saves the employer it pays the provider better, has better quality, and also lower member cost. So the incentives, the incentive structures are very well understood at this point. My partner's been doing it for 13 years. We know exactly how to get people to go places. I think it's just a matter of like the Catholic Benefits Association, building out the plan where we can integrate all of this great Catholic healthcare and then let the feet move in the direction that we know is best, but over time you'll see it'll happen. Harold?
Yeah, I just want to add one comment to that. It is a marathon, and what you're thinking about is definitely a great thought out into the future. I'm thinking about how do we educate the employees? They don't really understand the fullness and goodness of Catholic Church, or Catholic healthcare. They know that it's good because they are coming for the service, but they don't understand it fully. And I think we have a responsibility to educate further on a national scale what is Catholic healthcare, how it's different. And we still have yet to compile all of the data and the goodness that you're all doing to say, by the way, it's quality healthcare. We have healthcare leaders, or excuse me, employership leaders that have been listening to insurance companies saying this is what a quality healthcare network looks like. And that's their perception. So when we say what you need is to start bringing in Catholic clinics and Catholic healthcare, one of the responses was, we don't need Catholic healthcare, we need quality healthcare. And I said, and that's where we have to retort back to say, but Catholic healthcare is the best healthcare, right? So I think there's real opportunity to educate on what Catholic healthcare is and the goodness of Catholic healthcare, the quality metrics that are built around that to demonstrate that it is better, and then we get to that level.
All right, excellent question, and thank you, gentlemen. Next question, sir.
I am working with a Catholic healthcare clinic with Dr. Goldsmith here, the St. Gianna Clinic, and I've been asked by several bright, well-educated people, why do we need another Catholic healthcare clinic? Because after all, in every city there are Catholic hospitals and Catholic clinics, and why would we need another one? And I say, well, because we provide truly Catholic health care and whatnot and whatever. And the response typically is, well, can't these physicians go in those hospitals and practice their style or brand or whatever of Catholic health care? And I can respond to that or whatever. And they say, well, they're perplexed and they kind of understand, but yet they don't. And they certainly aren't convinced enough to donate a lot of money. And the last comment about quality of Catholic health care, well, I don't think the Catholic healthcare systems that have been around for a long time, except for the Franciscan sisters here, most of them around the country are really practicing a very poor type of care with respect to it being adherent to the magisterium. And I've been part of several of those, and I'm very disappointed to have to say that. So, but they do practice medically a very solid style of health care. So I don't know why we, your clinics, our clinic would be considered a lesser style of health care. I guess those are two different type of things. Our Catholic health care and then the health care around the nation that is considered traditionally Catholic, I guess. But anyway, back to the question, how does one respond that we need more Catholic healthcare clinics when we have so many traditional ones? Thank you.
I can start with that. Part of this, I'll reiterate one of the things I said before. I think people don't really understand what Catholic healthcare is because they don't really have it in their communities. And I don't want to be disparaging of all the healthcare systems, but if I look at the one that I have in Ann Arbor, for example, there was a large secular ambulatory network that was purchased by the local Catholic health system. None of the physicians in that group ever had any ambitions to be in a Catholic healthcare system. This was a business decision. So you go see them, there is no pretense that this is Catholic healthcare. As was stated in Robin's panel with Dee Dee and Dr. Mullally and Tim and so forth, the idea of being intentionally Catholic in your the culture that you create, the art that you have on the wall, and also the nature of that engagement is, I think, part of where that value is. Dee Dee told a story I referenced. I think any of us in this work would have hundreds of them. One story I've told a lot is about a gentleman I saw for a physical, and he said at the end of the physical, he said, "Dr. Shavy, I just want to tell you about something you told me a year ago," at which point I'm thinking this could go one of two ways, because I don't remember what I said. And anyway, he said, "I told you that I was very anxious because my wife is 10 years older than I, and I didn't know what I was going to do if she died before I did. And you said, my grace is sufficient." And he said, for the last year, my men's group has focused on that Bible passage, and I focused on it myself. I just wanted to thank you. Now, that's an example of the mundane. That's not the kind of thing that somebody thinking about healthcare is going to say, yes, that's where you're going to integrate faith into this physician-patient relationship. But we all have those. And so I think part of the answer is the business answer. The Catholic healthcare systems have many components that aren't. Part of it is go experience Catholic healthcare and then come back and ask me the question.
Dr. Goldsmith,
right.
my fellow classmate from here. Last question.
Hello, my fellow domer, Dr. Callahan. So I circle back to the very beginning. It's a comment and a question. I know time has run out. But my question is this. Dean Cole opened the symposium saying that the University of Notre Dame needs to play a role in religious liberty and, quite honestly, in this entire Catholic healthcare movement. My question to all of you is, what does that look like, and what role do you think they should and need to play?
And I'm going to intervene as a president and close it with that, and that's a comment that we can take up with Robin, individually, or we can even answer some additional questions online. Now that we have AI and all of these other technologies, we can keep this conversation going. So thank you so much for a wonderful panel. So I've been given the privilege of making closing comments, and I understand that I have 60 seconds. It was an impossible task to begin with. It's actually a relief that I only have 60 seconds because that makes it obvious that I won't be able to do that. But I have to begin by thanking, and I won't name everybody by name because I'll miss someone, but the organizers of this symposium, the host we know are the Sisters of St. Francis of Perpetual Adoration, and all of you participants, not only the speakers and the panelists, but all of you here and online that are listening. I want to thank you personally on behalf of the board and our Episcopal Advisory Board for joining us today for what was a stupendous conference. I think all agree that it was very informational. A wealth of information was given, but also very inspirational. I need to make 2 shout-outs, and then I'm going to close with the only way you can close something like this, with sacred scripture and the advice of the saints. The 2 shout-outs are, number 1, our moderator for the spiritual panel was too modest to mention a book which actually would summarize very well within about 100 pages what was presented. Monsignor published a book a number of years ago. After I met him, I read it again, and I've read it a 3rd time, and I would encourage all of you to get the book. It's called The Renewal of Catholic Healthcare, with a subtitle in bold, Formation in Christ. That is the key. We can't be Christ to Christ in the suffering if we aren't striving to live Christ. So thank you, Father, for that book, and I'm encouraging everyone to read that. And I'd also like to make a shout out for a very important conference. It's the 2nd conference called Reclaim Healthcare Summit, which is sponsored by the Bella Health and Wellness Clinic. We heard from Dee Dee Chisholm earlier today. This will be April 30th to May 2nd, and there's information here for those who are in person. Those who are not can go to bellawellness.org, Reclaim Summit for the information for that next spring. For those of you who don't know, the CHCLA, the Catholic Healthcare Leadership Alliance, launched in January of 2022 at the March for Life in Washington, D.C. And we chose that specifically because that's what this organization is about. It's about restoring a culture of life to healthcare with Christ at the center. And the vision is for the renewal of Catholic healthcare in harmony with the mind and heart of Christ and his church, with a mission to promote and to defend Catholic healthcare delivered in conformity with Catholic social, ethical, and moral teaching. And I hope what you've seen today, it's certainly what I've heard today, is an introduction to, and in some senses, a summary of what that mission will entail. But how is that to come about? And why is it so important at this particular time in history? We all know we live in a culture that has been deeply infiltrated by, infected by a culture of death, which John Paul II referred to so often. And I'd like to inspire you with the words of St. Paul to the early Christians to help us to remember this is nothing new. Christ said, if they persecuted me, they will persecute you. It's been here for 2 millennia, and it will continue. But how do we overcome that? I think the words of St. Paul to the Ephesians and the Romans in the first century covers that very well. We overcome evil with good by living the truth in love. And if I was to summarize today's symposium, I think those 2 quotes from St. Paul do it well. And why is it so important? And how can we leave here inspired by certainly one of the greatest saints that we have known in our lifetime, from St. John Paul II, when he visited in 1987 the United States. And we know John Paul loved the United States. He loved, who we are. He loved the church. He saw the potential in the church in America. He said that many times. But this is what he said to Catholic healthcare leaders in 1987 about Catholic healthcare in the United States. He said, Catholic healthcare is one of the most extensive and fundamental works of the Catholic Church in the United States of America. Your apostolate penetrates and transforms the very fabric of American society. Quote John Paul II. With that inspirational challenge to go forth in this 3rd year of the Eucharistic revival, centered entirely on Christ, let's go forth together and build the culture of life in American healthcare. God bless you, and thank you again for joining us. Now I'd like Monsignor to come up, if you would, and close us with prayer and blessing.
Let us pray. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Gracious God, we thank you for allowing us this opportunity to gather together in support, in prayer, and in unity. We ask that you will help us to build a culture of respect and love in Catholic healthcare here in our institutions and throughout the world. May the love of Jesus Christ inspire us in all that we do and all that we say. Give us strength in our hardships, courage in the difficulties that we face, and joy to celebrate your love. Hear our prayers as we ask them all, seeking the intercession of our Blessed Mother, the Mother Mary of our heart. Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou among women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners, now and at the hour of our death. Amen. And the Lord be with you. And may Almighty God bless you, the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. As a reminder, there is Mass at the Basilica here at 5 p.m. There will be someone here to lead you to the Basilica. If you need those directions, please see them. They'll be in the back, probably by Josh or somewhere else. Thank you, everyone.